to begin. I would also request to put your phones on the silent mode for smooth flow of event. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries, honored guests and participants, a very warm welcome to the GEM 6th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo 2024. It is truly an honor to stand before you as we embark on this journey towards a more sustainable future. My name is Reet Kaur and I'll be your Master of Ceremonies for the next 2 days. Today, we gather not merely as attendees, but as torchbearers of change, united by a shared vision for a world that prioritizes harmony with our environment. The air in this room is charged with the collective energy of individuals committed to shaping a sustainable future. Our theme, Shaping a Sustainable Future, resonates with the urgency and responsibility we all bear in safeguarding our planet for generations to come. May I now introduce ASSOCHAM. ASSOCHAM entered in 1920 not just another chamber, but a champion born from the vision of a band of pioneers. Fast forward today, we are a family of 450,000 members. Our uniqueness is the constant evolution. Today, ASSOCHAM extends its impact beyond traditional sectors, actively engaging diverse stakeholders through events, research, and a focus on international trade and investment. It represents not just businesses, but millions of dreams and a legacy committed to India's brighter economic future. ASSOCHAM has been actively involved in various state investment summits across India. Here are some examples. Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit, ASSOCHAM. Invest Madhya Pradesh Summit. Invest Karnataka Summit, Odisha's Investors Meet, Uttar Pradesh Investors Summit. Overall, ASSOCHAM's involvement in State Investment Summit has helped during together investors, businesses and government stakeholders and has promoted investment in various sectors and states in India. Talking about GEM, the ASSOCHAM GEM and Sustainability Council, formerly known as this Council for Green and Eco-Friendly Movement, focuses on promoting environmentally sustainable practices within the Indian building and construction sector. Here is a breakdown of the key areas of focus. GEM Certification Program. This program awards sustainability certification to various types of buildings, including housing, commercial developments, hotels, schools, and factories. Advocacy and policy, awareness and capacity building, collaboration and partnerships. Overall, ASSOCHAM, GEM, and Sustainability Council plays a crucial role in advancing India's transition towards a more sustainable built movement. Their efforts directly contribute to reducing the environmental impact of buildings, conserving resources, and promoting healthier living and working spaces. May I now request everyone to kindly put our hands together for the GEM 6th International Sustainability Conclave Expo 2024. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries whose unwavering commitment to sustainability has been instrumental in shaping the narrative of environmental stewardship. In the spirit of unity and collaboration, let us also recognize the collective efforts of our sponsors, partners, and the organizing committee. Their dedication has been the driving force behind putting together this remarkable event. As we commence, As we commence the lamp lighting ceremony, let the illumination symbolize not only the dispelling of darkness, but also the enlightenment that comes with knowledge, collaboration, and sustainable practices. I request our respected dignitaries from inaugural session to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Our dignitaries from the inaugural session, I request them to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Shri Pankaj Dharkar, Chairman, GEM Green Building Council and President, Pankaj Dharkar and Associates, kindly put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Gaurav Jain, Vice President, Naredco, under the aegis of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Gaurav Gupta, Joint Secretary, CREDAI National. Ms. Rachna Vats, National Head Business Development, RAC Ceramics. Shri Sanjay Kaul, Head Business Development, Simpolo Group. I would also request Shri Atul Bagai, Head United Nations Environment Program, Country Office, India, to join us here. I would request Neeraj Arora, Assistant Secretary General, ASSOCHAM, to join us for the lamp lighting. I would request Architect Anupam Mittal, Chairman, GEM UP and Principal Architect, R&M Consultancy Services. With now, ladies and gentlemen, we commemorate this important day with lamp lighting ceremony. I would now request all our dignitaries from the inaugural session to kindly join us here on the dais. Before us, we have our esteemed dignitaries who have dedicated their time, energy, and expertise for the cause of sustainability. To convey our gratitude in an eco-conscious way, we have chosen to present each dignitary with a living symbol of growth, renewable, and sustainability, a green plant. I would now request Shri Pankaj Dharkar to kindly present a token of gratitude to Shri Milind Deore is not here. Okay. To Shri Atul Bagai. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your contribution. I would now request May I now request Shri Anupam Mittal to present the token of gratitude to Shri Gaurav Jain. May I now request Shri Pankaj Dharkar to kindly present the token of gratitude to Shri Gaurav Gupta. May I now request Shri Neeraj Arora to present the token of gratitude to Ms. Rachna Vats. May I now request Shri Neeraj Arora to present token of gratitude to Shri Sanjay Kaul. May I now request Shri Pankaj Dharkar, Chairman, GEM Green Building Council and President, Pankaj Dharkar and Associates, to kindly join us here for the inaugural address.
It's not coming in. Good morning. Good morning. Well, let me first thank all the dignitaries on dais, especially Shri Atul Bagai ji, Gaurav Jain ji, Gaurav Gupta ji, Gurmit Singh ji, Rachna and Sanjay ji, and my friend Anupam, Neeraj, and all my chairs who have come from across the country, right from Kerala to Orissa. Thank you so much for coming to Delhi. We have all witnessed very bad weather yesterday, so many of my colleagues had to return back because flights were cancelled from Mumbai, from Ranchi and several other places, but I'm seeing many of them this morning, so thank you so much. I'm not able to name them individually, it will go long, but my heartfelt thanks, and also thanks to all the dignitaries in Delhi, because Delhi in morning is very tough. We know that traveling from Gurgaon or NCRs are so difficult. So thank you so much for coming here and gracing the occasion and blessing us. So friends, I would like to introduce you ASSOCHAM and also the GEM program as briefly as possible. So we have 250 chambers, more than 4.5 lakhs members across the nation, and more than 100 sectoral and regional council. It is India's first futuristic, growth-oriented, with diverse membership organization, and we are indeed proud of it. As you must be aware, it all started in 1920, and we have been placed with chairmanship of J.R.D. Tata, Nani Palkhiwala, H.P. Nanda, L.M. Thapar, A.N. Huxer, Raunak Singh. So we have been very fortunate to have leaders to guide us, and the chamber has emerged as knowledge chamber, leveraging India's strength across the sections in the knowledge-led global economy. ASSOCHAM had its original members, 13 chambers of Bengal, Bombay, Burma, Ceylon, Chittagaon, Cochin, Kokenra, Karachi, Madras. So you can see the history of it, pre-independence, and also the legacy is being continued. So ASSOCHAM's membership structure was also designed in same year to have promoters chambers, patron members, ordinary members, and corporate associates. So not only large industry and trade, but also small and medium industrial enterprises engaged in agriculture, transport, professional bodies, and several new industry associations entered ASSOCHAM. So we have 4 strong pillars for chamber: sustainability, empowerment, entrepreneurship, and digitization. And these are the key 4 pillars on which all our programs are oriented currently. As I said, close to 100 national council, starting for agriculture to hydrocarbon to data center to power, and even going as a, to the wellness and even wine and beer. So these are all sectors which are emerging, and MSME is a very focal area for ASSOCHAM. So we are aligned with its focus on knowledge. ASSOCHAM releases insightful contents And currently on hydrogen policy study, we have been very active. Also, the Council focuses on deep insights on themes aligned with national growth objectives, reinforcing the codes, fuels for the future towards sustainable infrastructure, on the railways, particularly a very focused area, because we all know that 500 railway stations are going to get transformed, and many of our chairmen, including Anupamji, Leenaji, and many other architects who are our chairs, have been actively participating on growth and transforming the railway stations and making them as good as airports of the nation. Friends, the ASSOCHAM Green Initiative has several programs which are parallelly running, specifically on healthcare facilities. We have a special program on railway infrastructure. We have on the logistics and several new areas which we find are going to be added here. But we are continuously upgrading our certification program. Our certification program is currently compliant with ECBC 2017 and NBC 2016. And very shortly, these are the days when ECBC is getting transferred to ECSBC, and there again, we are playing active role. And I'm sure we will adopt the new changes which are coming due to sustainability in ECBC code also. But our current standards are based on ECBC 2017 and NBC 2016, and they cover the sustainability, energy, water efficiency, daylight, indoor air quality, fresh air, human comfort, more green areas, and this is the only certification of program in the world which also talks about fire and life safety. So we want that our buildings are livable, they consume less water, energy, we have good indoor air quality, but also from living standards, it should be safe, and we are connecting it to FSAI Suraksha Index. So soon you will see many changes happening there. We have 5 levels of certification, starting from GEM 1 to GEM 5, and this is a very, very easy certification program. We do believe that certification is the first step towards decarbonization, and we all know that buildings account for 40% of global energy consumption and 33% of CHC global greenhouse emissions. So operational emissions are accounting to close to 28% of global carbon emissions, and therefore remaining carbon emissions come from embodied carbon during construction, renovation, demolition of buildings. And so the International Energy Agency, IEA, has identified building sector as a key area for action to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And we all know that we have a target set by Honorable Prime Minister to go to net zero by 2070, and he had a mission of life which he introduced during Glasgow COP26, and we have very ambitious targets set for 2030, and therefore this decade and these next 6-7 years are very important. How do we transform our construction industry and also move towards the net zero? So in 2015, a historic Paris Agreement was signed by several nations. We have Mr. Atul Bagai right from United Nations, so I will not like to talk much about it, but I will like him to apprise us. 197 countries, net carbon neutrality goals for 2050 were set, and we all know that how critical is to maintain and control the temperature rise, the global warming to 2.1 degree, and this is what is going to happen in a couple of years ahead. So in COP28, there were major, it came out with several very inspiring areas, and the 10 declaration reached for various countries for final thing. I will again request Atulji to tell us about it, but the COP declaration intent, and for India, they have signed 2 important declaration, which includes a lot of work which will happen on hydrogen. Very inspiring. Currently, 85 billion committed so far in various sectors. You can see here for energy 6.8, for fan. So all this is very, very inspiring numbers, but let us hope that we are able to get full advantage of this. So for decarbonization in building industry, we have several policies in research and finance, and construction industry is something which is going to be focal from ASSOCHAM GEM team. So we have a vision to be global leading preferred and trusted sustainability partner for built environment and industry. A lot of people ask me how it is different. Our certification program is amongst all 4 or 5 certification programs happening in the nation, is most simple and not complicated, and our mission is to reach it out to lakhs and lakhs of people here with 4.5 lakhs members. We have a strength and we really want to go there. So we have on the air side, water side, fire, soil and space, all 5 elements is a circular approach from ASSOCHAM GEM. We are committed to take forward life, our Prime Minister mission, and ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Program, as well as carbon footprinting assessment and rating program, nudges industries to adopt an eco-friendly initiative through gradual approach. GEM Rated offers several benefits for lean construction, energy saving, optimize solid waste management, water and waste management system, and enhance quality of living standards. And ASSOCHAM GEM Green Building Program also takes care of several aspects of ECBC. We have 4th pillar on save energy, 7th pillar on natural light, fresh air. So it is complementing what ECBC and National Building Code covers. We believe in the whole life carbon emission approach. So operational emissions and embodied emissions are all important. And embodied and operating energy for, we all know that, and when CREDA and NAREDCO leaders are here, that any tall building which goes beyond 10 story is likely to consume double the carbon footprint. So the challenges for developing nation like India are two-folded, and therefore a lot of work needs to be done with architects and structural consultants and everyone present here in contributing to the building environment. We cannot stop our growth, and all tall buildings coming up are going to be a challenge. So how do we intervene? And it is a very, very important aspect where we need, as architects, as green consultants, we need to work very closely with developers and developers of the nation. So we have a whole life carbon approach. We have 3 stages in 3 scopes, and we are all committed to take the green certification program, which becomes the first step towards the whole carbon approach in terms of operational energy and operating water use. There are very interesting case studies on high-rise buildings, and one should not get disappointed, because even a 60-story high-rise building, we have opportunities to save 60% of whole life cycle carbon reduction, which can come, 15% can come from optimizing the building structure, 15% from the modular and prefab elements, and 30% reduction can be obtained integrating the active and passive design strategies. So these are the areas where ASSOCHAM GEM is going to work. Strategy 1 on energy efficiency, strategy 2 on renewable energy, and strategy 3 on electrification. So reducing the green gas emission produced by combustion of fossil fuel, electrifying many sectors as possible, and carbon capture is an area which we also discussed yesterday in our board meeting. This is an important area where we should work with the local self-governments and create these elements in complete town planning where we could see a future, and particularly with respect to Delhi, it is going to be a very, very important step. So ASSOCHAM sustainability initiatives talk about GEM Green Building Program, carbon footprint assessment, lean ratings programs, water audit, energy audit, ISO 14001 conformity, NAC environmental aspect compliances, life cycle assessment, CHG emission business responsibility and sustainable reporting. So it is not only GEM certification program, but all aspects which are getting covered by ASSOCHAM in terms of certification, eco-product certification, environmental management plan, disaster management plans, energy audits, consent to establish, consent to operate, factory license, EIA through QCI accredited partners. So these are important areas, and as I said earlier, we are aligning with national and global priorities, whatever set in G20, COP28 and LIFE. And sustainability roadmap is very clear to ASSOCHAM GEM team in terms of green buildings, environmental management, net zero, circularity, resource conservation, and also eco-friendly certification to ESG. We have several sustainability drives happening along with GEM certification program in terms of national and international business branding, eco certification rating and ranking, NAC, ISO 14001, ISO 21001, etc. We do believe that our focus will be on water and energy conservation, ASSOCHAM green building and eco product certification, education, training, skill development, green jobs, environmental aspect, circular economy with waste optimization, environmental audits, carbon footprinting, and net zero roadmap. So we do believe that GEM certification program is an optimized design. It leads to lean construction, energy saving, and all aspects of water and wastewater management. So as I said, our carbon footprint measurement will evolve around calculate, aim, offset, communicate, and comply. And we do believe that GEM Eco Product Certification will give, this is the area where we are going to work very extensively, which is going to help on environmental impact, social impact, global impact, indigenous to India, cost impact, and quality consideration. We have several products which have come here under our eco product certification, and I will urge all of you who are participating here. We have a nice exhibition you can all see, and my request to all those people who are into the green building product materials, please come forward and get them certified from GEM. And this is also going to help on product footprinting, resource efficiency, gain regulatory agility, and it will be a very good brand reputation which you would build together. So we have, ASSOCHAM has several policy partners. We are also representations in Bureau of Water Use Efficiency. All of you know that like ECBC, which came into energy sector, on water side, there is a thrust of Government of India, and I'm very honored that our Neeraj ji is also chairing for the domestic water segment, and we are also as at ASSOCHAM co-chairing the industry. So this is going to be a very huge work in coming 2-3 years, and that is where ASSOCHAM is very proud to be part of and leading it from the front. In terms of Indian carbon market, we are partnering with BE and IETA, State Energy Efficiency Action Plan with BE. We are at the observer status, Tulji at UNFCCC, and we would like to work together with United Nations for whatever role you give us, sir. We are working with architects, MEP consultants, NIUA, and for decarbonization, MOEF, CE, WWRI, and ISHRE, we are actively participating. Under ASSOCHAM GEMS, you will see the prestigious projects have been certified, may it be a Leela Hotel over the Gandhinagar railway station or Habibganj railway station, to several railway stations which have come up, have been certified by GEM certification program, and several buildings in Navi Mumbai to Orissa are covered by us in terms of 5-star hotels, airports. You can see here, beautiful projects are already covered by us, and today, between today and tomorrow, we are going to give awards to several certified projects which are listed here. So friends, I think ASSOCHAM Green Building Certification has gained significant traction across the country. I'm very proud to bring to your notice that during COVID, when we were not able to move around, we signed up 100 plus MOUs with educational institutes and buildings of the companies, and I can see a lot of international students here, and that is a result that our reach to the leaders of tomorrow is very great. We are been empaneled with Rajasthan, Kerala, Gujarat, Delhi and Maharashtra building bylaws, and we are soon going to get to UP and Madhya Pradesh and other states where our chapters are actively working with the government. These are some printouts of notifications from Rajasthan to Maharashtra to Kerala to Gujarat. You can see here, and I'm very proud that our chairs are working hard to get them enrolled for across other states of nations, and we have a dream that next 2 years we are present in all 29 states and union territories of the nation. From the financial point of view, from NIUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, GEM is also figures out along with GREHA, IGBC and USGBC with age, and we are also approved by the CRESIL. You can see here. CRESIL is also listed ASSOCHAM Green Certification Program along with other certification programs. So all benefits are available, and currently we are working, having MOUs with leading organizations like NIRI, NAREDCO, FSAI, ISLE, IAQA, and today is a day when we are going to sign MOU with CREDAI. So thank you so much, CREDAI team. These are MOUs with 100 plus universities, and we have a very important program where we certify the professionals, accredit them, and this is done through a digital class and a very easy exam which is AI proctored, and one can give it from his home at his will. And this is where we have 1800 plus GM certified professional, and this number is increasing. We had a 4th international summit at India Habitat Center, followed by 5th at Lucknow, and today we are here, and my thanks to all the organizing team who have put up hard work, Neeraj, Amit and everybody. And today there is a need for all of us to come together and take lifestyle for environment forward as a campaign, and this can become a mass movement towards environmentally conscious lifestyle, said our visionary leader, Prime Minister Mr. Modi. So let us have this 2 days deliberation which will take sustainability to next level, and I'm very sure with support of all of you present here in this hall, I'm confident that sooner you will see GEM at next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. A very warm welcome to Shri Milind Dore, who is here with us. Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Government of India. I would request Shri Pankaj Dharkar and Shri Anupam Mittal to present the token of gratitude to Shri Milind Dore. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. May I now request Shri Gaurav Jain, Vice President, NAREDCO, under the aegis of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to kindly share a few words with us.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I think it's a beautiful day today. It was only 10.5 degrees when I left Delhi in the morning, so at my house in the morning. So when you look at climate temperature going up by 2 degrees, I think Delhi would be happy to have another 2 degrees added to the morning temperatures, I think. So, but I think on a larger scale, that's not something we want. It's a very interesting subject, and to be honest, when I was called to talk about, in the inaugural session, I thought, let me look at what we all need to do rather than what we've done. Sometimes the context setting for next 2 days is an onerous responsibility, and what Mr. Dharkar has said, is something which is perfect. But when I look at ourselves, and these are the 4 or 5 topics which, this particular sessions are going to be talking about. At NAREDCO, we are nearly 10,000 plus members, present across 12 states, having a very cross width of everybody who matters in the real estate business, from suppliers to consultants to developers to policymakers. And the whole idea is to foster the real estate growth in the country, with obviously working with the government, various state governments very closely. The question remains, how many of us, except maybe top 4 or 5 developers in the country who are part of us, really understand what is happening in this entire climate issue, what's happening in the 2050 declarations, what is our contribution? And to be honest, any building we are sitting in, what is the current carbon footprint? I traveled once, to US and in United Airlines, and in my ticket it was written, this is your carbon, consumption, or the carbon footprint you're leaving because of the travel you're doing from, let's say, Delhi to New York. So none of us, to be honest, are aware. I want to make a building which is carbon neutral today. I don't know the consumptions of my steel, cement, and I think none of the professionals sitting here can actually give me an answer to that what is my carbon footprint of building we are doing today. Definitely, what GEM is doing is fantastic. But as I said, there's a lot to be done. There's a slide which I picked up from one of these sources, and to be honest, it got me thinking. It simply says that, for us to be coming to a certain number by, let's say, 2030, 2050, whatever it might be, we have X billions carbon left for us to consume. And what it is telling me very honestly is that the distribution in the Indian context, we are at 2.2 CO2 tons, and world is consuming on an average 6, whereas my upper strata is looking at 8.8. That's what they do right now. Our, let's say, focus is on the upper strata. That means there are approximately 140 million Indians who are supposed to be 10% of the population, and they have been asked to reduce the carbon footprint, whereas the lower section and the middle class, they will keep consuming more and more. So on one hand, there is going to be increased consumption. On the other hand, there will be a challenge to reduce consumption at individual levels. Now, definitely, when you look at the numbers, we are today doing what is at the tip of the iceberg. But to achieve the targets which have been laid out, I think there has to be mass movement. How do we do that mass movement is something, as I said, there are questions which we are trying to ask today, and I may not have all the answer, but I'm sure the next 2 sessions, which are with fantastic people and, with beautiful, I would say, setouts, will be trying to see some answers to that. How do we use a very system which is saying that, the buzzwords, better design, cut emissions, report current carbon footprint and the action plan thereof? How do I do that? Because the moment I go to a government with a building of mine, nobody's asking me these questions, nobody's telling me that for me to get a building plan approved, come to me with a carbon footprint, come to me with what carbon calculation is all about. Nobody's talking about that. So as a developer across the country, is this one of our focus? No, because the government is not, or the municipal bodies or the government authority who are approving the building plans across the board are not even talking about these things. So at the end of the day, I think you have to be cognizant of one fact, that the involvement of the government at a level which will be meaningful to achieve these targets. Because I'm told that, and I pick up some of these slides from Mr. Dharkar has brought in, for us to be building, industry has to cut down their carbon footprint by at least 40%. I saw some data someplace which says that an office building is 1,300, tons, and it has to be down to 800. How do you do that? What do you do to bring it down? I don't have the answer, because I'm told with my friend Gurmeet sitting here, they do the best designs and everybody's doing passive solar architecture, water conservation, everything is just perfect. But then how do you design? How do you reduce? So I think that is where the building technologies comes into play. What is a new thing? We are using, in my opinion, in this country, the best designs and the technology the building construction has to offer across the world. There is no technology in the world we are not using here today. And I'll be happily surprised if somebody tells me this is X which has been done abroad. We are told that let's reuse and recycle. how do you make up buildings of today with the recycled materials? Yes, NHI started using some of the recycled materials. They're reducing our beautiful, I would say Mount Kilimanjaro, whatever you like to call it, once you enter Delhi from Panipat. That particular reuse of waste is being done in the highways. The new UAR2 is being used to make that, but how do you do that in a building? Very difficult to start with. Now this is where, I would say that at 3.4 approximately metric tons of carbon, we are at a striking distance. We are not at the world standards of 6. And this is our objective, to ensure that as a team, as the people who are sitting here in this room, that our focus should start from today and ensure that at the end of the day, in next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years time, each building is mandatorily not an objective that I would like to, but it has to be green certified, whether it's GEM, whether it's IGBC, whether it's whosoever for that matter. Now, there's something called, for example, ecosystem restoration, one of our topics here. I think I request Mr. Dharkar include townships as part of your certification also, because that's like whole to the part. I'm making great building, but my township is, abysmal. Look at Bombay. Beautiful buildings are coming up in beautiful parts of the city, but the surrounding, the infrastructure, the roads, the sewerage is pretty bad, I think if you are able to look at the master plans getting GEM certified, if you're able to get the townships GEM certified, the buildings will definitely be, they have the sense of discipline, I would say. They will be happy to be part of an ecosystem which is telling you to get certified automatically. We have now fallen into a place where our cities used to be what we call as a multi-use cities, or mixed land use. After the Britishers came here, I think suddenly we got segregated into commercial separate, residential separate, office separate, and so many things separated out. Building use efficiency is one of the metrics which says how many hours of square meters I'm using the building. Hotels, airports, multi-shift colleges, and schools are more efficient. Fixed-time offices and retail are less efficient. And co-working, co-living is obviously more efficient. So the whole idea is, we need to shift from a single use to a multi-use? Is a mixed use a better option? I think this is again a policy play. We need to look at that, because if we can't build better, at least let's build less. And if you're able to build less and use the same resource once, twice, thrice more, I think we'll be able to some extent, be able to optimize our resources use rather than building more and more and more, which is a propensity right now. I think, again, be using the same data points, looks like, from multiple locations. What is the embodied carbon at 11% is slated to go to 28% by 2050. So everything is a growth story. It's all going to grow. But how do you reduce? So that's a little bit of a challenge. The point here is, our buildings today, materials don't tell us that, what is it we are using. Again, coming back to your point earlier, I want to reduce. How do I do that? I don't know. So material use efficiency is one such metric which says that kg per square meter per year, what is my material use efficiency? How am I using less materials? How am I using a better material? And how am I able to measure the, like Mr. Dharkar said, global house green emission for a life cycle, which is kg square to oblique square meter oblique year. That means how much of carbon per square meter per year I'm going to be using in the whole life cycle. I don't know the answer, to be honest. And again, as I said, this is not an elitist movement, this is a mass movement. This is not something which can be restricted to a 5 million square feet building, 10 billion across the year. It has to go down to the masses. I think the kind of a construction boom and kind of a real estate boom we are seeing right now in the country, every grade 2 and grade 3 cities, and we'll talk about circular economy. Once upon a time, my entire village used to be a circular economy. Villages in India were absolutely the epitome of circular economy, because nothing used to be a waste there at all. Everything used to be consumed, whether we talk about water conservation, we talk about waste management, and for that matter, air, water quality was fantastic. As a concept, I think our cities need to be into the circular economy, and to be honest, the way we are using, it's only linear right now, it's not circular. It's only linear progression. We are making a building, then demolish it after 50 years because somebody says, my FAR in Delhi has gone from 1.5 to 3. So everybody wants to demolish, and the entire waste goes to the landfills, and we start afresh once again, Is that incentive for me when the extra FAR comes in? Or should that be a negative thing that, I should not be able to build more because somebody is telling me your environmental cost is pretty high, so if you break this building down, you got to pay this much more. So I think this is where somehow, we need to also ask, where will this land up? I just have one more thing to share. So I think way forward in our discussions, in our various papers, in our various talks in next 2 days' time could be efficient designs. I think the whole concept is, can I design it well? And if I design it well, I would be able to, definitely say that, I've done a good job. Educating all the stakeholders and demonstrate the benefits. How many of stakeholders today can convincingly say that they know this subject at least 40%, if not 80%? I'll be honest, I think most of us, other than, some of the, intellectual, but at the grassroots level, at the builders level, at the government level, at the people who are passing the plans for you, they have no clue or they don't worry about it because it doesn't bother them at all. Carbon offsets, creation of carbon sinks, it's a very important subject. At the end of the day, we are still cutting trees more than we are planting them. And whatever getting replanted, when a highway comes up, doesn't survive after some time. So I think that's a fundamental issue. I must thank, BEE for their fantastic star label certification. It has led us to believe that client can make an intelligence-informed choice. I never knew before, that a 1-star and 5-star AC, it will pay itself in 1 year's time, where the other one, will be doubling my cost in 1 year's time. So I think it's an informed choice. In our buildings, we should be telling people what the informed choice is. The price per square foot should not be the only reason why somebody should buy my building. They should also know that, I've got a less carbon footprint. They should also know that I've done a better job for the environment. And somehow that should be factored into the, my sales pitch or the people who are buying it at the end of the day. Products to mention embedded carbon values. I think that is one of the biggest things. I just don't know. I don't know what my carbon footprint today is. And I see so many suppliers here. If I use a UPVC pipe of Prince, I don't know what my carbon footprint is. I don't know what my polycap cable is telling me. I don't know what my cement is telling me. So, do we not need to do that? Yes. Can we do it? I don't know, because who is telling us that? How can it be done? Is a question which we have to ask ourselves. Most importantly today, one thing which I keep telling at some of the forums which I talk in, is that our buildings are cold in winters and hot in summers. Where they should be hot in winters and cold in summers, because my R value of the building, we are actually, absorbing heat and emitting heat at the wrong times, because my heat envelope of the building is not done properly. Globally, you go to any house and their R value of the building is so beautiful that you can sit inside when it's snowing outside and you won't feel anything. So I think this is one of the simplest things, because it is about reduction of energy. How do you reduce energy consumption without doing anything much is to increase the R value of the building envelope. Start using better materials. Government is still telling us to make a 9 inches wall. 9 inches wall, if you replace it with 2 inches of glass wool, will make the R values 4 times. But who is listening and who is telling is the question. So I think GEM, our request is, in case we can, all new buildings should mention the carbon footprint only as a guide to start with. You may come up as a, mandatory things with the government liaising over a period of time, but why don't we tell what we are and then move it on from thereafter? I think that would be all. Thank you, and I wish you a great 2 days of conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Shri Gaurav Gupta, Joint Secretary, CREDAI National, to kindly share a few words with us.
Good morning everyone. The respected panelists, the dignitaries on the dais, Shri Dhankar ji and Gaurav ji has given us a detailed view on the GEM, the sustainable environment and the other aspects. I like to share the general aspects of the sustainability challenges that we as developers face. First, I like to introduce CREDAI. CREDAI is the apex body of the builders. We are 14,000 plus members and our chapters are spread across 230 plus cities. If we see that the developers, we are the nation builders, we are the wealth creators, and the sustainability responsibility falls onto our shoulders to a very, very large extent. Speaking about CREDAI, CREDAI has always recognized and promoted the importance of adopting sustainable practices to minimize environment impact and responsible development. CREDAI, from its inception since last 25 years, has played a significant role in shaping the real estate landscape in India, and our continuous and ongoing alliance with sustainability reflects our commitment towards the sector. CREDAI has always embraced green building practices, and we have tried that these practices are spread out to the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities, because the real development that is happening in India is in the smaller cities. And in the smaller cities we have seen that the knowledge is not spread out and the cost factors are a big deterrent. So from CREDAI this year we are completing our 25 years of inception, and our commitment towards environment can be seen in our 5 pledges that we have taken this year. To mention the 2 pledges here, we have taken that we will be developing 25 million square feet of green commercial projects and 1 lakh green certified homes. Now, if these practices are adopted by us in our own development, then the approach that we are talking of here actually gets passed on to the end customers. For the development, there is one thing that whatever is done, that cannot be undone. We have seen that the developed world, be it US, Europe or rather China, they have failed in maintaining their developmental goals. We are seeing that China, which was once a power surplus country, now is facing power shortages, and its hydropower plants is not getting the water. The developed world, they have failed in their commitments and there are dramatic climatic changes. But since India is at a stage wherein we are seeing that the development is happening, and we being a developing country need lots and lots of houses. But the biggest challenge is the housing requirement is in the lower income groups. In the lower income groups, we always see that there are cost pressures. So in our certifications, be it of IGBC, ASSOCHAM, and all the senior architects sitting here, we have to see that how we can devise the approaches and the methods which can percolate to the each and every new development that is coming in. As of now, these certifications are voluntary. Probably we need to move at a stage wherein they are mandatory. Every customer who comes to buy the house, he says, I want a green certified house because it is my responsibility to contribute to the environment. This needs a carrot and stick approach. Some pressure is required from the government, some kind of incentives need from the government, and our own commitment wherein we are focused on developing the green houses, sustainable houses. And I think the 2 approaches which can actually help us in achieving this is, first, that we should not be generating the lot of the waste, the reuse, the recycle, and environmental friendly approaches starting from the design to the raw materials we are using. We as a construction industry use more than 252 we are associated with more than 252 industries. So if the raw materials we are using, they are environmental friendly, our final product, the building that will come up, will be environmental friendly as well. So this is the CREDAI perspective. I congratulate ASSOCHAM for organizing this conclave, and I am very sure over the last 2 days, we will learn new things and adopt in our new constructions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Ms. Rachna Watts, National Head Business Development, RAC Ceramics, to kindly share a few words with us. May I now request Shri Sanjay Kaul, Head Business Development, Simpolo Group, to kindly share a few words with us.
Good morning to all of you, and respected members from ASSOCHAM, distinguished dignitaries who are here for this morning, and dear friends. On behalf of Simpolo, as a group, I would like to share a few words about the organization and what is that we are doing as far as the material what we use for production of tiles and a bathware. What are the efforts we are taking? I would like to share a few points before you. Simpolo tiles and bathware has been in existence for the last almost close to 4 decades. And we started off as a company producing sanitary ware, and for the last 2 decades, we have been into tiles, specifically the large formats, and have a pan-India presence as well as doing exports also. The material what we use as on date is 100% reusable after the firing process, because firing is a very integral part as far as the manufacturing of tile is concerned. And this is known as green waste. So whatever material right from the inception of producing the tile to the end product, whatever is available at every step, be a basic biscuit, the green or the raw tile, what we call about, what we say when before it is fired, to the end product, we ensure that nothing goes as a waste and minimal wastage is there as far as the end product is concerned. Because it affects everybody. It affects the environment, it affects us in terms of the cost, in terms of other implications which are there as far as the product is concerned. So a lot of effort goes at the plant level, at the ground level, to ensure that due care is taken. In order to avoid the wastages and the losses post-firing, we are polishing and cutting the material and distributing it to the concerned vendors. Now, this is something which a lot of material which gets maybe rejected, gets broken during the firing process. So we try and minimize this by throwing it as a debris or by just removing it from the system. And we try and ensure that in the best possible manner, these broken tiles or whatever the product is left over, we utilize it and ensure that it is consumed for the different projects, whatever are there in place. In order to overcome the loss of heat and gases which are formed during the firing process, the same is reused in the preheating area and consumed 100%. A lot of heat and gases emit primarily when the tiles are fired and when the process takes place. So in order to avoid the wastages as far as loss of heat and gas is concerned, that is reconsumed and recycled in the system. The water, which is a basic component as far as the manufacturing of tile at all the stages, right from the raw material production to the end product, is being consumed for polishing of tiles and is being reused for the recycling process to the tune of almost 100%. The maximum consumption of water, what we see day in, day out, is when the end product comes out after the firing. I mean, when the tile is produced and when it is coming for rectification, when you cut the tiles today, because all the tiles today, what you see are all rectified, and they're all straight cut, edge cut. So there you do a lot of water is utilized over there. So in order to ensure that water does not gets wasted, we are recycling that water and taking it back into the system. With the addition and the new manufacturing technology being made available. Now, this is something very, very critical and important, which I am sharing with you, because as far as the tile industry goes, we were the first ones to have this technology coming in India, and this was installed at our plant at Morbi, because Morbi in Gujarat is the hub as far as the manufacturing of tiles go as on date. And I'm sure all of you are aware, and most of you must have seen the plants at various occasions while traveling to Morbi. So the Continua press technology which we have, which we are using as on date, in fact we were the first ones to get it installed way back in 2017. And the support what we have got from this technology to conserve the energy is ensuring that the pressing of tiles, what we do, because tiles are pressed at a certain pressure and the final biscuit, when it is formed, there the efficiency of the energy for pressing the tiles is helping us with this continua press technology. The large format slabs, what we are manufacturing, is a part of this particular technology, and these are like seamless slabs, absolutely perfect and aligned. To avoid the water wastage further during the polishing process, dry cutting will become an integral part of the manufacturing process. Now, this is going to be a turnaround as far as the industry is concerned. How do we minimize the wastage of water as far as the cutting of the tiles is concerned? When I said the rectification of tiles consumes a lot of water, how do we try to cut it down further and make it more efficient by absolutely cutting down the usage of water? Because water is being utilized in other manufacturing processes, but this is something very, very important to ensure that how do we get our acts put together to ensure that we stop using water as far as rectification is concerned. So the work is on, and I'm sure we will be able to deliver what we are looking for. The wind power supply is being used to evacuate the over temperature getting generated during the firing process. Now, this is also a big challenge as far as the plant manufacturing is concerned, because while the firing process is on, because tiles are fired at about almost 1200 degrees to 1250 degrees, a very high temperature, and that is where a lot of emissions takes place. So we are utilizing this wind power to ensure that the extra evacuation of the gases, of the heat which is getting emissioned out of the system, is pulled out. And the firing process which is taking place to dry the material from the liquid to the powder form while being carried out in the spray dryer, because this is the first process of manufacturing the tile when the basic raw material is put into the spray dryer and you see the basic product in the form of the sand. These are like sand particles, is being supported through gas firing instead of coal gas. This was a major turnaround which happened at Morbi. Primarily this was happening at Morbi. The rest of the locations, rest of the manufacturing locations, gas was being used all along. The coal gas is one of the cheapest mediums which these manufacturers were using in Morbi. To overcome that, the government took a lot of efforts. The government of Gujarat had taken a lot of efforts, and when the Honorable Prime Minister was there in Gujarat as the Chief Minister, he made a point to ensure that Gujarat State Petroleum Corporation Limited is able to deliver the gas what is required for firing to all the plants in Morbi. And that was a big achievement for the industry to make it cost effective. And number two, to ensure the pollution gets minimized. Third, to also make it cost effective. Fourth, to ensure that the gas supply, when it is being done by GSPCL, the consistency of the gas remains 24/7. So these were the efforts, these were the steps which were taken during his tenure when he was there. And today, the industry definitely owes it to him and acknowledges his efforts, what he has done as far as the manufacturing units are concerned at Morbi. A lot more is being happened, but as and when the developments happen, we'll definitely get back to you and keep sharing those achievements while we move ahead. And the last thing is the Green Pro CII certification audit has been carried out at our plant, and we are complying with it as far as the green building certification is concerned. We have a R&D lab at our plant which is NABL certified, and it is a major contributor as far as the development of the products is concerned for all the manufacturers, and we take a lot of effort in certifying the products out there. And I'm sure with the efforts and the endeavor what we are taking, this will definitely help the industry to go a long way. Thank you for your patient hearing, and thank you, ASSOCHAM, for giving us this opportunity to be here this morning and present our thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Ms. Rachna Watts, National Head Business Development, Wax Ceramics, to kindly share a few words with us.
Good morning all, and thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. And I, Rachna Watts, on behalf of RAK Group, just would like to highlight few points what we are doing to save the environment, to save the society. We are into tiles, sanitaryware, and CP fittings. This we will show in our next presentation with my colleague and technical expert, Mr. Atul. And just for the green, first of all, we are committed to a better environment and a society. And as I mentioned that the green rejection, which during the process of manufacture, we make the tile, which we call it the green tile. So a lot of rejection is there at the time of process of manufacturing process. So we reuse that. We are not wasting that green tiles. We are just reusing that. This is the very good effort. And the firing and rejection at the polishing stage also, we are reusing that. And we are crushing the tiles, and we have the crushing plant at our manufacturing unit, Samalkot, Kakinada, and we are then again reusing. And as I mentioned yesterday also, a lot of people were not there, the daily water consumption during the tile manufacturing is minimum 300 kiloliters. So out of that 300 kiloliters, we are reusing, we are using 100 kiloliters that recycled water. So this is the maximum we can use, and that we are reusing. And proudly I can say we have the plant spread over more than 200 acres, and there more than 4,000 trees we have planted, and we are growing our daily use vegetables and all these things, because we have the colony in manufacturing plant, as every manufacturing plant is having. So we are growing the vegetables there. And that our packaging is not very fancy, because we are using recycled paper to pack our tiles, and as well as the sanitary ware and the CP fitting. And the most important part is energy conservation, because as you know, we are baking the tile at more than 1200 degrees centigrade. So the clean exhaust smoke we are reusing, we are collecting that, and we are using for the drying of the tile, for the drying of the green tile. We require a lot of energy for the drying of green tile, so we are reusing that. So this is what actually continuously we are researching, and we are just finding the way to contribute the environment and to save the environment. And sustainability, and like we are making in sanitary ware, we are making rimless to save the water, to conserve the water, and that dual flush, which is 6 liters and 3 liters. And our Clima range, both type of tiles are there, which is heat absorbent and repair. So this is also another way to conserve the environment. So from the limiting green rejection to 3% and reusing 100% to employing recycled paper as a PAP 20 for tile packaging, every aspect of the country's operation reflects the dedication to a greener future. The integration of cutting-edge technology such as rimless technology, RAK Senate is germ-free. We are making germ-free tile as well as germ-free sanitary ware. Antibacterial tiles showcases the company's continuous pursuit for excellence. Through initiatives like Clima and RAK Ceramic, not only prioritize sustainability but also embraces innovation to create that product that contributes to the healthier environment. As a global leader, RAK Ceramics actively leads the way in setting new standards for responsible manufacturing, demonstrating that a thriving business and a sustainable future can go hand on hand. Thank you very much. Thank you, ASSOCHAM. Thank you, all dignitaries, for giving us the time to tell something about our company, RAK. Thanks a lot. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to request our guest of honor, Shri Atul Bagai, Head United Nations Environment Program, Country Office India, to kindly share a few words with us.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to first thank ASSOCHAM for inviting UNEP for this so very important event that is happening, and it's an eye-opener for me. And I was just thinking, after hearing all the esteemed presenters on the issues and the challenges they are facing and the steps they are taking, that why was UNEP not part of the first 5 GEM conferences and conclaves. And I think I will blame myself and my organization for not really reaching out, because this is an area which you're all addressing, so very important for us, for UNEP and for most of the other UN agencies, that it's surprising that we haven't really reached out to this amazing set of stakeholders. And the fact that you all are looking at UNEP for technical support or technical assistance or technical knowledge really shows that we are not doing our jobs very well. And I think I need to tighten up my shoes to be able to come forward and reach out to this very important stakeholder group, which is so much responsible for not only the CO2 emissions, but also for finding solutions to this big problem. Pankaj ji, in fact, has said everything I would have wanted to say. And this is the problem I always face when I'm sitting on a dais with Pankaj ji and he speaks before I do, which is happening very often, because then he hardly leaves anything for me to add on. But he did point out a few areas which he wanted me to cover. And certainly one of them is what happened in Dubai last month at COP28. And he did mention some of the important agreements that were done, some of the important steps that were taken. From our perspective, I think it was good and bad news at Dubai. Good news in the sense that the momentum has been maintained in terms of negotiations or reaching agreements. A loss and damage fund was set up. Some commitments were made. But bad news that we are still very far away from where we should have been, in fact, 10 years back. I'm not talking of the future, but I'm talking of where we should have been 10 years, 15 years back. We are still very far away from there, and that's really the bad news. And that's where organizations like ASSOCHAM industries like who are represented here, and three of them made some very good interventions in terms of what they're doing to green their efforts. We really need to scale up. Gauravji was talking about, and so was Pankaj, about $85 billion having been committed, which actually is a bad news. It's not a good news, because the commitment is for $100 billion a year by the developed countries, and we are nowhere near that commitment. So while it's good news that at least there is $85 billion, we still are far away from the commitments and the agreements. But that's just a part of the story. We all heard about 2070 as the net zero date that the Prime Minister has announced. And India would need trillions of dollars to be able to reach that target in the next 40 years or 43 years or 46 years. Trillions. The gap at a global level on what is available and what is needed is so huge that unless developed and developing countries really tighten up their laces, this 1.5 degree target that we have set for ourselves is a very, very distant dream. But I will not want to give only bad news. And there is a lot of good news happening, and you heard 4 or 5 speakers talking about what they are doing or what can be done. And from that perspective, the audience here is an audience that can really make a lot of difference. It's also a battle of mindset. Gauravji was saying that that they're not aware as to what is the carbon footprint of a building that is being made. It's again, meaning I would say that it is certainly a reflection on the whole environment community that we've not been able to bring forward that knowledge to your doorsteps, because it is something that's available now everywhere. It's available with many agencies that are actually doing this work. It's available with many think tanks that are working in this area. It's available on Google Uncle. They have all the, and now we have Chat GPT also, which probably has more knowledge than we have collectively present here. But I think the issue here is, and some of the speakers mentioned, that whole connect that needs to be done between the environmental community and, for example, ASSOCHAM stakeholders is what is missing. And that's where I think UNEP and other organizations, multilateral organizations, really need to step up and scale up their efforts. And I would suggest for the consideration of the ASSOCHAM community here and the staff bearers that we will be very happy to organize a 2-day kind of a capacity building workshop for your community to bring forward that knowledge in terms of how can real estate industry, how can architects make their efforts greener. And we can bring in specific technical knowledge in that regard. I will not emphasize on the fact that the building space that you are all so very well connected to is going to double in the next 20, 30 years. And you can imagine that a building, the carbon footprint of a building or carbon footprint of a city is so huge. And if we are going to double that in the next 20, 30 years, which is going to be almost equivalent to what we did in the last 100 years, you can imagine the kind of intensity of carbon emissions that are going to come in. And we really need to come up with efforts. And I think one of the most important things, and this is a message I wanted to give to the whole community here, is a question of mindset. We need to change our mindset to start thinking green. Pankaj was talking about the LIFE campaign of the Prime Minister, which is certainly a big step towards that change of mindset. But I also wanted to highlight how long will we all wait for the governments to take steps to help us become green. And we always do that. Oh, let the government, there's garbage outside my house, let the government clean it up. And I'll cite an example of one of the champions of the earth. Champions of Earth is the biggest UN award for environment. An Indian, Afroz Shah, who lives in Mumbai. I don't know how many of you have heard of him. He lives on the Warsaw beach. And 5 years back, he became conscious that the beach on which he lives is so full of plastic waste that he can't enjoy the beach. He didn't wait for the government to come and clean or the municipal body of Bombay to come and clean. He garnered local support and started cleaning up that Warsaw beach. And that is one of the most shining examples globally now of how an individual action without support from the government can change the whole landscape and can help in environmental mitigation. And I think we all need to change that mindset that for us, we need to take an action to address these environmental challenges as real estate developers, as architects, as international civil servant that I am, as a lot of other professions that are represented here. And that mindset, which I normally end up my talk, is the mindset of moving a little ahead of our culture and our tradition, where we treat a guest as a god and we talk about Atithi Devo Bhav. And now start thinking of Prakriti Devo Bhav, that nature is like God. And if we start in a mindset, that approach, that nature is like a god and we need to preserve it, I think a lot of solutions will automatically come. And from ASSOCHAM perspective and from the industry that is represented here, every action you take on a daily basis, every action for your business, if you can just ask yourself one question, how can I make it green? Just one simple question. I'm sure there's enough around us to come up with knowledge about solutions of how you can make your actions green. And I think that change of mindset is so very important for us to meet our environmental mitigation targets. I again thank Pankaj ji and the ASSOCHAM staff members for inviting UNEP, and we would certainly be very happy to be associated with this battle you're fighting on sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request our guest of honor, Shri Milind Deore, Secretary, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India, to kindly share a few words with us.
Very good morning. Very good morning. Thank you. So first of all, I'm really very thanks ASSOCHAM for inviting me to this very important international sustainability conclave and given an opportunity to share some my thought and the initiatives of Government of India, particularly the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, towards this noble cause. I first congratulate ASSOCHAM for this GEM certification program and the success of GEM in the 6 years. I think more than 10 million square feet is being already certified and 2 million square feet is in pipeline. It's a great achievement, and more than 1,800 professionals are there in the 6 years time. It's also a great achievement. So once again, congratulate to ASSOCHAM for this noble initiative. Our earlier speakers have already talked about the need and the importance of this initiative and particularly this sector. You all are aware that India is a fast developing country and our growth rate is around 6 to 8%. As per the UN Habitat projections, the urban population will be around 600 million by 2030. And for this urban population, which is being projected for 600 million, we need to create additional 35 billion square meter of residential and commercial space, which will be constructed by 2050. So you can see that the demand for this building and the infrastructure, build infrastructure, is significant in the near future. Every day we are adding around 3 lakh square feet commercial floor space. This is the numbers. And we are continuously, the projections are that this sector will continuously growing to at 6 to 7% in the next 3 to 4 years. The overall valuation of this India's sector is, I think it's the world largest, and it's more than 600 billion USDs. In the previous presentation, Mr. Dharkar has already told about the global consumption of the building sector, particularly energy and the carbon footprint. In India also, it's the same numbers. Industry is the first who is consuming high amount of electricity, and after that, the buildings, which consumes around 34% of the electrical consumption. And they are also the second largest emitter. You can say around 32% of the emissions are being coming from only on the building sector in India. We have a total emissions in the last 21-22 is more than 2,500 million metric ton, and out of that 32% was contributed only in the building sector. And the expected growth rate of this residential and the commercial by 2030, commercial, as per our studies, around 0.77 billion square meter will be added in next 6 to 7 years, that is by 2030. And residential around 0.23 billion square meter will be added. So, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, you well aware about it. It's a statutory body which is being formed under the provisions of the Energy Conservation Act. And the main purpose of this statutory body is to promote, implement, and regulate all kind of energy efficiency programs, policies, and the projects. Mr. Gaurav has already talked about one of the successful program, that is standard and labeling program, which is being particularly launched for the domestic and industrial appliances. So we are implementing similar kind of initiatives in all sectors. For buildings, as I said, this standard and labeling of appliances is one of the major initiatives. Another, we have energy conservation building codes, which I think GEM is also being following for their certifications. And then we have a demand side management initiatives in domestic sector, particularly for lighting, fan, and ACs. We also implementing many initiatives in the large energy intensive industries, which are directly linked with the building sectors. Means you may be aware about the Perform, Achieve, and Trade program, which is one of the very flagship and first of its kind program in the world for bringing down the energy consumption of the large energy intensive industries. And the industries which are directly connected with the building sector, like cement, then iron and steel, glass, ceramic, they are already covered in this Perform, Achieve, and Trade program. So we are targeting from there itself, means the source where the building materials are used. And I'm very happy to say that after this Perform, Achieve, and Trade program, which we have launched in 2012, and now this is 1 decade is completed, our cement industry is a globally best energy efficient industry. We are producing the cement at very less consumption of the energy, and we have a best benchmarks across the world. So this is our achievement after progressive implementation of the market-based program, that is Perform, Achieve, and Trade scheme. We are also doing a lot of activities in iron and steel sectors. In the large steel units, we have covered under the Perform Achiever Trade Scheme. And for smaller units, which are steel re-rolling mills, forging and foundries, they are covered under the MSME initiatives, and we are doing a lot of hand-holding with them. In case of ceramics also, we have done huge amount of work into the clusters like Morbi, Thangad, East Godavari, West Godavari, even Ahmedabad, where the tiles are manufactured and even other facades are being manufactured which are being ceramic based. Large industries are enough capable to take initiatives for energy efficiency, sustainability, carbon neutral. But for MSMEs, they don't have that much of capabilities and they need a lot of help and support. So we have provided huge amount of support to these MSMEs, particularly the clusters, as I said, Thangad, Morbi, East Godavari, West Godavari, even the Khurja. And we learned that there's a significant potential for improving the products there itself. Apart from that, we have also done a lot of activities for bricks. Brick is one of the very important component of the building, and it is very energy intensive component. So we have started many activities for promoting the energy efficient bricks. We also develop a brick mission under which we are in process to certify the energy efficient bricks, or we want to label the bricks as a star label. So we have done a study on it. We also provided a lot of support to the MSME clusters because most of the brick manufacturers are their MSMEs and they are not having very up-to-date and innovative technologies. We have done some pilot projects and based on that, huge amount of training and capacity building was done for these brick sectors, particularly in the UP, Punjab, which is the largest built for manufacturing the bricks. So B is working in all these sectors, particularly related to the industry and the buildings. And I'm very happy to share that in the last financial year, every year we are doing the impact analysis of all such measures which we are implementing the policies and the programs across various sectors. In the last year, all these measures have resulted into saving of 300 billion unit of electricity, which is having a cost of more than 1,80,000 crore rupees. You can see that these initiatives are really changing the programs and the processes. I'm also happy to share one good news as related to the COP. Mr. Bagai has already shared many good news and also the bad news, but one of the good news which was also announced during the COP28, that was India had ranked 4th into the climate performance index, climate change performance index. So India is the only country who is committing and actually delivering the things. Among all developed and developing countries which are there, which are similar economies, they are far, far behind than India. It's whatever we are committing, we are delivering it, and we are 4th rank among the climate change performance index. So that was the report which was launched or released during the COP28. One of the programs which I think you may be well aware about, the lighting industries, LEDs, which we have launched, that is the Ujala program, which was inaugurated by Honorable PM in 2016. The cost of the LED lamp when we started this initiative was 400 rupees and above. And most of the component we are importing to manufacture LEDs in India. But after this initiative, where we done the aggregated demand, we provided some subsidy initially, and we boost the manufacturer sector for particularly the LED. We sold around 400 crores of LED bulbs in India. And out of that, 150 crores are LED tube light, means apart from that. So all this initiative alone, which we have launched through ESL and other government institutions, saved more than 176 billion unit of electricity. And now, this industry in India, the LED lighting industry in India, has been flourished nothing like. Recently, I inaugurated this LED Expo in Noida in the last couple of months back. I learned that most of the MSMEs in India now being involved in manufacturing LEDs, and they are exporting the products. Initially, we totally depend on the import. Now we are exporting 80%. We have only a 15 to 20% importing components, maximum components we are manufacturing domestically. We are supplying to other countries also. So that's the biggest change. After implementing such a program like Ujala, about standard and labeling program, we started this scheme in 2009, and now, as on date, 35 appliances has been covered under this single program. Every year, we are giving the labels, star labels, to more than 55 crore of appliances, 55 crore. So you can see that when this single program every year helps to save around 82 billion unit of electricity. And the overall impact of all this initiative which we are doing on the environmental side is also very significant. Around more than 300 million tons of CO2 emission reduction is being possible because of this all initiatives. Only on demand side management, that is the energy efficiency initiatives. So I'm very happy that our codes are also, energy conservation building codes are also being widely adopted by all the state. Almost all the states have notified this energy conservation building codes. And these codes are already modified in 2 times. It was initially launched in 2007, then we amended in 2017, and then we have also come up with the codes for residential building codes in 2018, that is Econia Samhita. And then we recently, a couple of years back, also issued the rules. But now you may be aware that in the last year, the Energy Conservation Act is also amended by the Government of India to achieve our NDCs. We need to have some regulatory framework. We need to also have some market environment to achieve our Panchamrit, to achieve our net zero. So in this context, the Energy Conservation Act was amended in December 2022, and it came in force from 1st of January 2023. So the major changes, amendment into this act is particularly the introduction of the carbon market. Because India don't have any carbon market, now we will have our own domestic carbon market under the Article 6, and we are already initiated, we have notified the CCTS rules and the framework, and probably by 1st April 2024, the first set of compliance market will start in operation. We have also notified the rules for offset market. So this is the big change under the Energy Conservation Act, apart from various others. One more change has been that earlier our act was limited to only on energy conservation activities in buildings. But now, after the amendment of the act, we can have this building code, energy conservation and sustainable building codes. Means sustainability aspect is also added into that one. And we are in process to amend this, our energy conservation building code, and it will be now energy conservation sustainable building codes. We are going to cover all sustainable aspect into this building code, particularly site planning, site orientation, water management, which was not a part of earlier, waste management, sustainable building materials, indoor environment quality, and building commissioning. So all aspects which are the part of the green building, now it will be covered into the energy conservation sustainable building codes. And we are in also process to have a government-owned or government-certified green building rating programs, which will help to participate more industries and more the builders. See, one more change, the amendment of this act is that the government is empowered to give the obligations for institutions and the industries, particularly on non-fossil based consumption. Means we can ask industries to have some certain percentage of their energy consumption is from renewable energy sources or from non-fossil based sources. So this empowerment is being very important in view of our renewable purchase obligations earlier which were being issued under the Electricity Act. Now it will be issued under the Energy Conservation Act. This amendment will also help to implement our National Green Hydrogen Mission, which is also very important energy transition activity of our India. So friends, I'm very happy to be a part of this conclave. I wish a best success for this 2 days conference. I observe that there's a various important topics are being covered by ASSOCHAM for the next 2 days event. I once again thank you for ASSOCHAM for inviting me here and sharing some of the initiatives of Government of India and their impact. And also thanks to all of you for patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, ASSOCHAM and CREDAI are going to sign the MOU, marking a significant moment in our collaborative journey under the blessings and guidance of the dignitaries present on the dais. May I now request from ASSOCHAM, Mr. Neeraj Arora, Assistant Secretary General, ASSOCHAM. And from ASSOCHAM, may I now request Mr. Rohit Bhatia, Director Admin, ASSOCHAM, to join us here on the dais. And from CREDAI, may I now request Shri Gaurav Gupta, Joint Secretary, CREDAI National, along with Ms. Pariniti Shroff, CREDAI Sustainability Convener. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we sign the MOU. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of partnership. Let us move forward with enthusiasm, openness, and a firm commitment to the success of this collaboration. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning again. On the signing of this MOU, I re-emphasize the CREDAI commitment of reducing carbon footprint by 50% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. Our Prime Minister has given us a goal of doing this by 2070, and the signing of this MOU with ASSOCHAM gives us further impetus to go on this direction and achieve the vision of the Prime Minister. Currently, the role of the share of real estate in the GDP is 7 to 8%. It's expected to reach to 14%. Very soon, more and more buildings have to come. And I assure on the behalf of the CREDAI leadership, its members, that all our members will play a very significant role in the environment sustainable development of the buildings in India, across India, by the people and for the people. Thank you.
I'd just like to add here, I think it's a great moment for us because we've been talking about this for the last almost a year. So this association is aiming to more and more green footprint, looking at creating impact. So as you know, our CREDAI President Bowman Irani sir has said that we are going to have all our buildings go green by 2050 against the commitment of 2070. Which is a challenging task, trust me, and it can only be achieved with commitment from all of you all and us together. So I think this is a great beginning, and I hope we go a long way together. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Shri Pankaj Dharkar to present a token of gratitude to our guest of honor, Shri Atul Bagai. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your precious time out and gracing the event with your presence. May I now request architect Anupam Mittal to present the token of appreciation to Shri Milind Deore. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the event with your presence. May I now request Architect Anupam Mittal, Chairman, GEM UP and Principal Architect, Arinem Consultancy Services, to kindly share a few words with us.
So now we are at the end of our inaugural session, and generally inaugural sessions are made to create a mood of the particular conference. So I'm sure the dignitaries on dais have already set a mood at a very high level, and the kind of commitments has been already offered are going to be a big thing for us, all of us, to do something great in the coming future. So it is the GEM 6th International Sustainability Conclave Expo 2024, when the topic is scaling newer heights in built infrastructure through resource efficiency and circular economy. So today at GEM, the GEM is green and eco-friendly movement. So the movement is set where we had the presentations and talk by such a great people. I thank Mr. Gaurav Jain, Vice President Redo, under the aegis of Ministry of Government of India. Sir, you actually talked about the awareness thing. That was the first very important aspect, and the issues to be elaborated, to be addressed to all of us, the action plan and the role of government. Since government is already there, government is already committed, then definitely the role of government is been taken care. You talked about the materials, the efficiency of the materials, and we have product exhibition, product manufacturers here in the exhibition. They're definitely going to take away these kind of thoughts with them. I thank Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Joint Secretary CREDAI. Special thanks to Mr. Gaurav Gupta for signing up this MOU and making the commitment even better. You told about the responsibilities of CREDAI, and definitely after signing the MOU, it's already been shown in a very great manner. I thank Rachna Vasji from RAK, and I'm sure this industry is all going to take even more ways to create a production-based energy efficiency based production units and giving a product which is more efficient and green rated. Thanks to Mr. Sanjay Kaul, you also committed the same, and I'm sure this process of production is going to be greener and the product will be even better to be utilized by the people in the nation. A very special thanks to our chairman, Mr. Pankaj Dharkar. Sir, you are already a leader, a born leader and a motivator who is already giving us so much of ideas and thoughts to take things forward. But very special thanks to our guest of honors, Mr. Atul Bagai. Sir, you said that you never participated in this event in the past. But sir, today the day has come. I'm sure in the future you are going to give us a lot of blessings to all of us. We are going to have a wonderful future with you. Mr. Milind Deore, sir, the kind of information you shared are really wonderful, it's eye-opener. And when Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power is going to come up with the first, I think, will be the first green and sustainable building code. The codes are there, but the way you're saying this is going to be done by the end of this financial year, maybe the first week of April. So we are looking forward for that, and definitely as ASSOCHAM GEM, as architects, as designers, as engineers, we'll definitely like to be a part of it wherever and whenever it is required, even for upgradation of the code, even for further development of the code, wherever it is required. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I thank all of you, especially the standing students. Sorry, students, you are not getting the seats, but it's good to see your enthusiasm and coming forward to, attend this conference and seminar. I thank media personals, delegates, guests, all guests coming all the way from different part of the city and the gems from different part of the countries, from Kerala, from Mumbai, from Goa, and from Odisha, and also places. So it is like definitely after all of you, listening to all of you, and then listening to upcoming sessions, we are going to have a wonderful day, a great day ahead, and the next day continuing with the same seminar. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
In the spirit of efficiency and flow, we have planned an early lunch, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the enlightening inaugural session, it is now a pleasure to transition straight into our first session. May I request all the dignitaries present on the dais for a group picture. So our first session is going to be on sustainability solutions for new age infrastructure, a crucial topic in today's rapidly evolving world. Allow me to introduce our session moderator and speakers. May I now request our session moderator, Shri Anupam Mittal, who is already here. Yeah. We have our speakers. Architect Maneet Rastogi, founding partner, Morphogenesis, to kindly join us here on the dais. Architect Raman Sikka, associate principal, Sikka Associates Architects, to kindly join us here on the dais. Our speaker, Shri Abhijit Roy Goswami, GM North, Bridge and Roof Company Limited. Our speaker, Shri Anshul Abbasi, Lead Policy and Planning, National Institute of Urban Affairs, Government of India. Our next speaker, Architect Gurmeet Singh Chauhan, founder and partner, Design Forum International. Our next speaker, Shri Vishnu Mohan Jha, Chief Airport Officer, Adani Jaipur International Airport Limited, Jaipur. Our next speaker, Dr. Roshni Udyawar, Chairperson, GEM Maharashtra and Director. Our next speaker, Ms. Rachna Vats, National Head Business Development. And Shri Atul Vijayvargiya, General Manager, Product Management, RAK Ceramics. And our next speaker, Shri Manish Nagpal, Cluster Head Projects, North India, Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited. Allow me to introduce our session coordinator, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta from ASSOCHAM GEM, who will be coordinating this session. I request all our speakers for the first session to kindly join us here on the dais. I hope we all are feeling energized. Can I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We are commemorating the first session of the day with the theme Sustainability Solutions for New Age Infrastructure. May I request all our speakers and our moderator of the session to kindly join us here on the dais. Handing over the dais to our session coordinator, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta.
Hello, good morning, and I hope you are feeling very nice and energy and warm, because outside is very cold actually. So we have a very kind of galaxy of eminent personalities for the first session, which is titled Sustainability Solutions for New Age Infrastructure. Now this background, I will give just 2 lines. It is basically, the session will be discussing what are the opportunities, challenges, and what are the features of infrastructure which is coming up in the future, whether it is metro, whether it is built infrastructure, whether it maybe we will also discuss at some point space infrastructure in the next GEM session. But thank you so much, all of you, and thank you, our panelists. We have very exciting 2 presentations lined up from our partners. I will request if Ms. Rachna Watts is here. Rachna Watts, if you are here, would, I don't know if she is here, Rachna. Rachna, are you here? Okay. She Manish ji. Manish ji. So probably we'll start with a beautiful presentation from Manish ji, where Manish ji is the Cluster Head Projects North India Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited. Manish ji, I will now request you to give your product sustainability presentation. Anywhere you want. You can come here. Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manish Nagpal and I am here on behalf of Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the members who have taken the time out of their busy schedules to join us today at the event. Your support and presence have greatly contributed to the success of this event and made it a memorable experience for all involved. Happy to share that Prince Pipe Limited is among the Fortune India 500 companies. Over the years, we have diligently worked towards establishing a strong presence in the Indian market. Our continuous efforts have resulted in the success establishment of 7 manufacturing units strategically distributed across the country. Each unit has been carefully added year by year to enhance our production capacity and support our overall growth. Our plants are located at Athal, Kolhapur and Dadra to cater the Western Indian market. Our Haridwar and Jaipur production facilities cater North India. Chennai and Telangana plant to look after Southern region. Happy to share that we are coming up with 8th plant in Begusarai, Bihar, which will cater the Eastern region. After which our total manufacturing capacity is now 3 lakh metric tons. I want to take a moment to showcase our product basket in which water supply we manufacture CPVC flow guard plus piping systems, SDR 11, SDR Schedule 40 and Schedule 80. In UPVC ASTM piping system for cold water applications, reclaim pipes, CPVC industrial piping systems, PPR piping system for hot and cold water applications. For drainage, we manufacture SWR piping systems, silent SWR piping systems, PVC and polypropylene both, underground drainage piping system, DWC pipes, cable ducting pipes. We are pioneer in manufacturing agriculture pipes and fittings, manholes and inspection chambers, and storage water tanks. We have a product collaboration with Lubrizol and hold the license to manufacture CPVC pipes and fittings. This collaboration has allowed us to provide our customers with a reliable and efficient solution for their piping needs. It is with great pleasure that I bring to your attention some of the key benefits of utilizing Prince FlowGuard Plus pipes and fittings. Prince FlowGuard is #1 choice for CPVC globally for potable water, world most preferred range of CPVC with 50 years of lifespan, extreme temperature resistance, manufactured from NSF approved raw material, finished compound for consistent quality, UV resistant, freedom from toxicity, high tensile and impact strength. By using Prince FlowGuard Plus CPVC system, we can assure you of best quality of pipes and fittings. We take great pride in manufacturing high quality products. Our SWR system is one of them. We manufacture both Type A and Type B as per IS 13592. Sizes are available till 40 mm to 200 mm. We also manufacture aerators. Aerators are new age solution for SWR system for high-rise buildings. It combines 3 separate lines for soil, waste and vent into one single line, giving scope of more carpet area. Next is reclaim pipes. These pipes are specially designed to divert wastewater generated from bathtubs, shower drains, washing machines, and kitchen sinks into a system where it can be recycled to replenish depleting water resources. Cost effective and easy to install and UV plus fire resistant. These pipes can be easily identified by their purple color. These pipes are used for STP lines. Purpose is to differentiate it from drinking water line. Our GreenFit PPR piping system is reliable and durable piping system that can withstand high temperatures up to 95 degrees. We manufacture pipes in single layer, triple layer, and with glass-filled fiber named as Thermix. You blessed us with our pipes. You know us for our high-quality, durable piping system. You have seen, used our 8400 plus products in homes, farms, factories, high-rise buildings, and large infra projects. Now meet our latest arrival, Prince Bathware, a stunning new range of innovative faucets and basin. I will like to play a small video of Bathware. Next is WireFit. Conduit pipes is the latest addition to the wide range of piping solutions that have made Prince one of the industry's fastest growing players. Electrical conduit is a raceway used to house and protect electrical wires within a building or structure. From data centers to underground subways to ports to bridges, electric conduit is an integral part of the modern world around us. Our WireFit conduit pipes available in two colors, white and ivory, and sizes are available from 20 mm to 63 mm. Happy to share that we have also joined hands with Ostendorf and have added multiple products in our portfolio. Ostendorf is a German company who manufacture premium class low noise drainage system. I proudly present you Skolen Safe premium silent polypropylene drainage system. Range of pipes and fittings starts from 50 mm to 200 mm. We understand the importance of a quiet and peaceful environment, especially when it comes to the comfort of our customers. Our system's noise insulation capability has been tested and found to be up to 12 decibels at 2 liters per second. That means that our product effectively reduces noise transmission, providing a significant improvement in sound insulation. To put this into this perspective, the average human ear is unable to perceive sounds below 28 decibels. With our product's noise insulation level of 12 decibels, you can now better understand the superior quality and performance it offers. Next golden feather is the Prince crown is Prince Horaton, the modern age of surface drainage systems. Horaton has been one of the world leaders in supplying effective surface drainage system for 65 years. Innovative drainage products from Horaton make sure that the water flows away in proper course and the building remains safe. The drainage solution have been installed in many high-profile projects globally, like Marina Bay in Singapore also. Key features of Horaton are high stability, high chemical resistance, durability, impact resistant, high security, ecological and sustainable material, and very light in weight. Product offerings are, we can use this product in landscapes, railway stations, private and public area terraces, gardens, civils, airport, container terminal circuits, and test tracks, petrol stations, and car parkings. Once father of nation Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Sanitation is more important than independence." I present you drain-fit inspection chambers, single-piece structure for easy installation, and leak-free joints. Sizes are available from 315 mm. We also manufacture DWC inspection chambers for underground drainage application. There is a short video which will give you a glimpse of our inspection chambers. Now the important question arises, why Prince? There are so many companies coming in Indian market, so why someone choose Prince? Is it because as the licensee of FlowGuard, we pride ourselves on delivering exceptional quality and performance in our products? One of the key factors that sets us apart is our CPVC raw material, which is GRIHA approved. We have a robust supply chain with 8,400 plus SKUs. With our pan-India presence, we have successfully established a network of over 1,500 plus distributors and 16,000 plus dealers. This extensive reach allows us to cater to the needs of our customers across the country, no matter where they are located. We have best network of after-sales services. We believe that our relationship with our customer extend beyond the initial purchase and are committed to ensuring your satisfaction throughout your entire experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the ones who are designing New India. We as Prince can assure you that we are with you in this remarkable journey. However, I am confident that your unwavering spirit and collective strength will lead us to a brighter future. I wish you all the very best for future, and if you have any queries, we will be happy to help you. And also, I would request you to please visit our stall, which has all our samples, which will help you to touch and feel the quality of our products. Thank you all once again. Have a great day. Thank you.
साउंड दे दीजिए.
We don't need a break. Please switch it on fast. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Manish, for this wonderful presentation. And I'm sure you must have attended the inaugural session, and where a lot of things were discussed about the production and the product. So I'm sure your production industry, your production unit will be as per the green norms. Your industry should be as per the green norms. I'm not asking any question, I'm just telling you something. Don't pick the mic. You already told many things. So your industry should be as per the green norms, your production system should be as per the green norms. So moving ahead with our powerful panel, a very powerful panel with a lot of architects from Delhi, from Mumbai, and people from Adani Airport and government. So we have a very great panel and a lot of things to be discussed. So coming straight to the questions, asking so that the other people should also be able to speak. Other people already spoken in the first session. So I'll come straight, and ladies first, Architect Roshni. Good morning. It's good afternoon now. Just check your mic. Yes, it's working.
Good morning.
So Roshni, you are from Mumbai, and because of weather conditions, you missed your flight, then you took another flight, and somehow you are able to reach. Thank you so much. So a very straight question about after this inaugural session. The first question for this session is, what general environment sustainability practice or initiative would you recommend for large infrastructure projects? Your Mumbai city is already under too many large infrastructure development, metro, harbour lines, locals, rails, airport, everything. You have everything there. And recently you have got a new connection. It's a bridge which is a link, some kind of another link which has just been seen by us. So to minimize their ecological footprint, how do you think that these things can be taken well?
So, yes, good afternoon, everyone. And yes, in Mumbai, we have a lot of infrastructure projects, as in whole of India, I would say. But most recent, one would all remember the Atal Setu, the longest sea bridge, was inaugurated by the Prime Minister himself. So yes, we have a lot of infrastructure projects. The important thing is that at the planning stage, infrastructure needs to be, sustainability needs to be incorporated. So any infrastructure needs to be evaluated with respect to its impact over a longer period of time. There are some projects, infrastructure projects wherein, like for example, the monorail project in Mumbai, it was introduced to go to a certain length, but the cost in terms of the daily losses that are incurred with this project, because not having the enough ridership, is itself, I would say, not sustainable. And so planning plays a major role. I would say the first thing that needs to be considered in any infrastructure project. Apart from that, of course, there is the embodied carbon that goes into anything, just like the MTHL had something like 4 Eiffel Tower steel that is used. So obviously about 700,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions. So how are we going to sort of offset this is something needs to be thought of either in terms of reducing the embodied carbon, having the right kind of materials, recycled materials is also something that needs to be thought of in the planning stage itself. Also the operational part is very important. You asked me about the general thoughts on this, general considerations, ecological considerations. In the operational life of the infrastructure, whether it is the lighting or the noise that it would generate, how that can be reduced and reduce the impact on environment. For example, the MTHL is very close to a very eco-sensitive area. So how the noise should be reduced, the MMRDA has made some provisions for that. So yes, all of these things, reducing the light pollution, also special kinds of lights have been put in here. So all infrastructure projects need to think of in terms of planning stage and also operational stage, how the impact can be reduced.
So, as we all know that Mumbai is always a leader in infrastructure projects. In fact, Delhi NCR is generally it follows, I guess. It is like not like the capital of country which takes the lead, but Mumbai takes the lead as far as the infrastructure projects are concerned. When our topic is sustainability solutions for new age infrastructure, so definitely we are mostly talking about the infrastructure. And in continuation with that, we have Gurmeet Singh Chauhan, architect from DFI. He is a big shot. Sir, you are a big shot. And you have been working in so many areas all across the country, and maybe abroad also. So, and why the flight got cancelled, you are also responsible for that, because other than the smog, other than the fog, the smog was there, the pollution was there. So what exactly you think that while designing infrastructure projects, how to mitigate this air pollution in our city, especially Delhi is getting worsen on this? Your point on this, please.
Good afternoon. I think many of us have identified the problems, and architects, and I can see a lot of architectural students at the back, we are trained to think that we can provide solutions to all problems. So pardon me if you think the solutions I'm going to share are not practical. We are just trained to think like we have all the solutions. So I'll share some solutions that we are incorporating in the infrastructure projects that we are doing, especially the railway stations. And these solutions are applicable to all projects. I feel the single biggest problem all of us feel and experience is bad quality air. Nobody can debate about it. It's no longer a question mark. Everybody knows for sure that the air we breathe is terrible. So I have to say 4 things about how infrastructure projects can solve this problem. One is all infrastructure problems become dust islands. If you look at our railway station roofs or our railway station platforms or the track or the roads or most of the areas in our city, we have not looked at this problem that we are creating more and more dust islands. So in this project that we did in Amritsar, the roof is roughly 200 meters by 400 meters. It's the equivalent of a few football fields. And we've designed it like an arc which has inverted sprinklers on the top. So water is going to be sprinkled above the roof, and then that water cleans the roof automatically, and with gravity the water flows to the sides, and then it gets collected and treated, and then we use that same water to clean the tracks, and we're putting a pneumatic system to suck out the water which is being thrown at the tracks at high pressure, and therefore we are hoping we will be able to cancel the dust island effect that we would otherwise have created. We are also looking at the STP water being used for irrigation and for washing the whole parking area, again to mitigate the dust island effect. So I think infrastructure projects create dust islands, and we can do a lot to mitigate that. That's one point. The second point I find in all infrastructure projects, trees clearly are uprooted and fresh ones are planted very scantily. Also, large work areas are created. You know, when they do the logistic planning, a very large area is put towards creating material yards, this, that, and the other. So when we are doing the phasing plan, we have created a grid of 25 meters by 25 meters and sometimes 50 by 50 meters. And we are planting people trees. People in this case, because it's contextual, it also has a best ability to generate oxygen. It also has a large volume underneath once it's ready, etc. It's hardy. It can withstand the onslaught of a construction process. So the whole parking area and the whole construction yard and the whole phasing is done in a manner that from phase 1, we plant trees in a grid of 25 by 25 meters along that grid. You can actually plant them every 10 meters. That's the second thing that we are doing insofar as infrastructure projects is concerned. The third thing that we are doing, and this is being implemented in Delhi, is connecting the forests of Delhi. It's a massive project. The central government has pledged 3,000 crores to this project. The first phase, 500 crores have been pledged. When we started doing it, of course, we thought the forest people and everybody would love it, but we found a lot of resistance. Equally, we found support. Now, 8 approvals we have received out of the 10 that we have to take. So very soon you will see Sanjay 1, which has been cut up from the JNU forest, which has been cut up from the Vasant Kunj forest. All these forests were once contiguous. By building these roads and putting shopping centers and universities mindlessly, we have fragmented the greens and diluted the ecology. So we are going to strengthen the ecology, which again, it's not a regular infrastructure project, it's an eco-infrastructure project. The fourth thing that we're doing in this city, and it's still at a nascent stage, we've submitted a legislation to the government called Restoration of Urban Lands to Forest. आज तक इस देश में एक्विजिशन हुई है, जंगल को काट के हमने यहाँ खेती करी है या वहाँ इंडस्ट्री बनाई है. अब हम बात कर रहे हैं कि अर्बन लैंड में फॉरेस्ट बनाए. And it's possible now because you have green FAR, you can convert out of 10 acres, 8 acres into a carbon sink and build on 2 acres. So that is a much better way of building. The first such project of creating carbon sinks, we are doing a 50-acre master plan in this city in an area near Bhogal where there is no trees to be seen. So out of the 50 acres, we have earmarked 25 acres as a forest. It's going to be a carbon sink, which will not only help that 50-acre inhabitants, but also help the inhabitants all around. So I think there needs to be literally a crusade to put trees. And today, Delhi's tree infrastructure increases by 3% every year. We need to increase it anywhere between 100 to 500%, for which I have written a book called 5 Guna Ped, 5 Guna Pani, 5 Guna Saaf Hawa. Those of you who are interested, I can share it with you. It's not published yet. So those are the things that we are doing for city infrastructure and air pollution.
Wonderful, sir. In fact, after doing all these things, it will be, the pollution will reduce to 1/5 after you have 5 times, So definitely this is the, I'm I never knew about this particular thing which you talked about, this sprinkler thing. It's a wonderful thing, and especially when we are talking about the large infrastructure projects, the rooftops are pretty big. All these stations are getting the roof plazas of 72 meter wide, 208 meter wide, up to the depth of 100, 120 meters. So it will be pretty large rooftops we are going to get in railway stations, and the same thing is already been happening in airports. And whenever we talk about the large infrastructure projects, airports are the places where we definitely been seeing the development going for the years now. And we have Mr. Vishnu Mohan Jha, who is the Chief Airport Officer, Adani Airport, International Airport, Jaipur. I was just checking with him that what exactly is his role in, having this post as a Chief Operating Officer, Chief Airport Officer. So you must be having these experiences like the dust islands. You must be having those things in Jaipur also. Jaipur is also in the same manner having some kind of dust. So what do you think that how these things can be taken well? Like one example as given by architect Gurmeet, and maybe other things you must be doing, taking care of at the Jaipur airport.
So if you see, I'm audible, right? Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Okay, if you see the airports, as he said, is a large infrastructure space, and I think years back, if somebody would say sustainable infrastructure, it would have sounded like an oxymoron actually. You would never think infra banayenge to environment kharab hona hi hai. That was the mindset. And when we say we are from a developing country, actually the real challenge has been with the mindset that was prevailing in the country. But the good news is, as our Prime Minister keeps saying, there is Amrit Kal, and everything that we want to achieve, we can. And that is the thing, the mindset the country has changed. But in terms of airports, to the specific question, like the moment we took over the airport a couple of years back, in terms of, Gurmeet sir ne kaha, to 1 into 5 trees. So whichever tree we were supposed to relocate, we planted 5 more trees for that. All the vehicles were converted to electric vehicles. From R22 to R32 air conditioning refrigerants, all that has become to reduce the carbon footprint. Fire extinguishers from regular CO2 to ABC, so all those work is happening. But the bigger thing that is happening now that we are aiming at is the, zero landfill. The unfortunate part is that in a lot of our cities today, recycling is not that great, but we are working with partners trying to develop other people as well to handle that for us. Then water surplus. And there are various initiatives that as an airport we are doing. To the other question, I don't know, we will talk about it maybe later.
No, I want to, you to answer, or you talk about the social aspect of, because this is going to be a social aspect and the basically impact on the social.
So the social, I would like to say, we talk of economic, environmental and social dimensions. But without the social fit, neither the economics will work and neither the environmental things will work. See, I'll tell you, we are a country where people, celebrate rivers, forests, various things, but they also don't hesitate in dirtying it in a minute. But as I said a while back, now there is a change that we can see in the mindset of the entire nation, and the enthusiasm in the room that I see and the people that we interact with. Everybody is so aligned and want to progress. But the problems like the SDG goals of 2030, removing hunger and poverty, gender equality, empowerment of women and girls, and there are several such initiatives that help to take place, because the businesses will grow, and if you have a lot of people who do not have anything, it will lead to conflict. And that is the reason that as airports or any infra that we build anywhere, the community has to be taken along. They normally call it R&R, which is a mandated thing by the government, but I think all corporates today are going a little far ahead than that and trying to, develop the local communities and help them, support them. In terms of, if you look at our airports, for example, it will be fully on renewable energy by the end of 2024. That's our commitment, and we're working towards that.
That will be the second airport in the country to have a...
Cochin is already there.
Yeah, Cochin is there.
So because we took much over later, so all our airports will become by 2024, will come renewable energy. And that's it. I would say it is an inclusive movement. I'm saying if people are not together, it cannot happen that some corporate or some company or government decide to do something and they can do it. We have to take people along, And that will be the real challenge to make it an inclusive growth. Somebody said about movement. Movement happens only when the entire nation joins in. And today the good thing is the nation believes that it can achieve, and together we can do it. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. As you said, after Architect Gurneet, that it is like the role of architect who initiates these kind of actions, and the kind of officer you have when you have things in front of you, and how you execute, how you take care of the social impact, and how you take care of the issues which are really going to impact the country and the people around. I'll like to talk to Architect Raman Sikka. Sikka sir, who is an associate principal, Sikka Associate Architects. I've seen your large projects all across the nation, and always been appreciating your work. And while when we are talking about the infrastructure, everything is a part of development infrastructure. We talk about the building or about the campuses. So what are the immediate steps for real estate sector to establish public confidence? Because when we are talking about the social impact, that definitely public connect is always there. The kind of reactions, kind of actions. And recently, like even for small thing, when flight is getting delayed, a person comes from the passenger seat and hitting a pilot. This kind of actions and public reactions are happening. But at the same time, as being an architect, how you are going to take this public confidence as far as this real estate development is concerned in aspect of maybe green, maybe development, or maybe in overall things?
Thank you, Anupamji, and good afternoon, everybody. I'll just step back a bit from the question that you've asked. I think we've been seeing some great ideas since the morning presentations, and I think one underlying theme that one can talk about is that sustainability is today an issue because we've ignored it so far. Our cities are in a mess, the air is in a mess because we've not paid attention to it so far. That's the fact. But that is exactly the challenge and the opportunity today. This is a challenge for all of us, whether we are doing designing, whether we're doing construction, whether we're doing any part in the industry. And this is also the opportunity that we have to use this as a mileage that we can get by giving the right solution. If we find the right solutions for better sustainability, whatever product we're making, whatever part of the solution we are making, we all can use this to grow further and give better solutions to our clients. Sustainability is first of all a mindset. Whether it's the water bottle that we're using here, from the smallest scale to the biggest scale that we're talking about, the airports infrastructure and so on, every single step and every single size has some sustainable component to it, which can be improved. So that's important that we ingrain it into our thought and the work that we're doing in a much deeper, more meaningful way. Coming to the question which you asked, how can the projects that we're doing have a more sustainable component or give a more confidence to our clients, I'll say. So after a few years of, let's say, a trust deficient period, now I think the real estate is back in focus, and real estate is again showing a lot of interest. People are investing back. There's a lot of trust back in the industry. People are doing a lot of work. But this trust needs to be paid back. To pay it back, we have to build better. We have to give the right quality, the right solutions in the right time. All these aspects are extremely important. To be able to do this, we will have to re-engineer some of the construction industry processes that we do. So whether it is, how we actually construct the buildings, the sheer structural work, let's say, whether we can now think of steel more, reduce the labor at site, look at prefabricated products, look at faster on-site assembly, faster finishing, better quality of finishing assured, instead of, depending on labor for each and every part of the building. That is something which we are very consciously trying to now think of and work with our clients, work with our other associates in the industry, including engineers, so that we are able to give better engineering to our buildings. If the buildings are better planned, better engineered, sustainability is going to be ingrained into the end product.
You can say a byproduct of it.
Sorry?
You can say a byproduct of better planning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Raman. It's really very insightful. We have another architect, and always like I think government should come in the last. Because whenever you are able to listen to people, then you are able to answer. Because you have to go to connect these things to the, the policy makers. So architect Anshul Abbasi, who is lead policy and planning, National Institute of Urban Affairs, Government of India. I'll like to ask you, what is the government doing? What is exactly government doing for promotion of sustainable infrastructure? It has been discussed in the inaugural session, for sure. We have listened to the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and little things from the government side. What exactly you think that government is doing? Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm an architect by qualification, and being in the government for a few years, I've realized, building on what Mr. Chauhan said, that we are taught about solutions, but somewhere we lack the understanding of enabling environments. That's something which I learned with practice, with working with government. So I'll just talk about the 3 E's. So whenever I think of a sustainable infrastructure, it's just that 3 E's which I think of. It's the economy, the environment, and equity. And just throwing out few numbers loud, that infrastructure development it acts as a catalyst for the economic development. We have our own ambitious targets. We want to become a 26 trillion economy by 2047. To the contrary, we are also facing one of the biggest disasters, natural and man-made, within the country. Our infrastructure is affected immensely. Talking about the recent 2018 Kerala floods, 25% of the total road infrastructure was damaged. And the cost of climate change and disasters has risen by 45%. The economic losses have risen by 45% in the last 2 decades. So while one way we are putting in a lot of money in the infrastructure, parallelly due to climate change and disaster, that infrastructure is being affected. So that's where the problem lies in. And if these infrastructure projects are not developed, implemented considering the participation in place, they also have an impact, a negative impact for sure. So what government is doing a lot of things. I'll specifically talk about what Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is doing. I think most of it would have been covered in the previous session. So MAHUA is following an ecosystem-based approach. We call it as a climate 360-degree approach. While projects are maybe the solutions on ground, so if our cities are patients and we need to give a pill to them, the projects might become those pills. But which pill to give, how much, in what quantity, for that a detailed diagnostic survey is required. For the same, the government is working on policies. The first parameter within this ecosystem is the policy. So recently the National Mission on Sustainable Habitat 2.0 has been revised. It has been revised keeping in the climate considerations in mind, keeping in the sustainable infrastructure. So a lot of inputs have been made to the model building bylaws through the missions of the ministry, like the Amrut mission, Smart Cities mission, PMAY. A lot of climate lens has been incorporated within, like the Global Housing Technology Challenge, bringing in sustainable materials. Then within Amrut, it talks about the audit of the pumping systems within the cities, because they're also one of the major energy consumers. Then shifting to street lighting, LED-based, renewable-based. So I'll not go into the interventions, but there's a lot of work happening at the policy level. The second parameter is at the planning level. So now NIUA is working on developing a guideline for climate-sensitive master plans. Because someone rightly said that at a planning stage, we can in itself reduce a lot of emissions which are to happen in future. Then with respect to training and capacity building, I think that's one of the issues within the country. So a lot of work is happening on that end, that the technical know-how of how exactly to plan, execute, and monitor a sustainable infrastructure. So work on that end is happening. And then I think most importantly, I would like to highlight it's about technology and innovation. So with our existing conventional way of working, developing RFPs, planning, executing, implementing, monitoring, we need to bring in new lenses. We need to bring in the climate lens, and we need to bring in the innovation lens, because we know the funding gap which exists for the infrastructure which has to be implemented and what we have is actually low. And the understanding of our ULBs in terms of investment planning, in terms of generating their own finances, and even getting the international or the national funds is something which they are not equipped. So we are also working on developing advisories, mechanisms for cities, for ULBs, because we majorly work with the ULBs as Mahua. So we are working a lot on the financing end. And I think recently the green bonds, the climate credits, there are few of the initiatives, but there's a lot more which is required. And the most important, I think it's also the focus on participation. It's not just the project, its implementation in a sustainable manner. It's also when it's done with consensus of the community, of the citizens, they also hold the ownership of the same, and that's where the sense of responsibility comes in. So I think quite a lot of work. Maybe we can connect separately to go in detail, but yeah, this is from my side on this end. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful, Anshul, for sharing such a wonderful thoughts. But one point, one specific word I have taken from you is disaster. So whenever things are happening, there must be certain issues, like very recent collapse of this road, this what do you call it, this September, this road NH21, NH134, I guess, where this tunnel got collapsed and 42 laborers got trapped for very long days, and somehow we are able to save them. But whenever there is an infrastructure development, disasters are also happening, and definitely infrastructure cannot happen just like that, that yes, for the sake of infrastructure, for the sake of development, things are happening and we are not taking care of those disasters along with it. In the similar line, the same line, Architect Roshni, I'll come to on the same line with you, like what measures would be implemented to mitigate potential negative impacts of infrastructure projects on the environment and ecology? The way it is, the very few bad news are there always. Oh, you want to take this? You can take the other mic.
Yeah,
so it's workable.
It's working, yeah. So I did cover some of the points in the first part about the planning and the embodied carbon. But two things I would like to specifically add now. It is during the construction period. I think Gurmeet ji mentioned about the dust islands, but also there are various other things like the resources that are required during construction. So we have a lot of water that is required. We were recently doing the evaluation of one of the largest ports near Mumbai, and we realized that the tons of water tankers that come there is huge. So one of the things that they did was during construction, during the last monsoon season, they built a lot of underground water tanks to collect the rain, and at least to the on-site people, they were able to supply. So somewhat we can mitigate, somewhat we can reduce the impact during construction. Same thing about energy. So, most of the cabins were fitted with solar panels. So at least that part is reduced. So during construction is a major phase which we don't see of infrastructure, and that's and here also planning is important, because the longer an infrastructure project goes, the more impact it has, and somehow it reduces the essence of why the project is coming up. So it's very important that projects are well planned, risk management is done, and all of the resources are taken care of. The second thing that I would like to add is climate resilience. Again, a little bit of it was just now mentioned. You talked about disaster management, but there are many impacts of climate like sea level rise, storm surges, floods, which need to be taken care of or thought of. As an example, I would just like to mention that Manhattan realizes that a large part of it is going to be under the sea. So they have started, along with the citizens, a project called Big U project, which is planning the entire, the edges of the Manhattan, including Battery Park, as a softscape, you know, which includes salt-tolerant trees. It includes different kind of materials which will possibly be habitats when it will be submerged for aquatic, aquatic life, and various other things that they have done. So I think climate resilience is also something that needs to be thought of in terms of whatever future impacts of any infrastructure project.
But we are generally reacting late.
Yes.
So when the Manhattan is done, then we are talking about like how to save it. When Mumbai is made, then we are talking about how to save it, but at the same time, the climate change is visible. Mostly in this week, where we call it a special day, this 14th of January, when we see the sun becoming little brighter, this is going to be little warmer, but the bad thing is that the 5-degree temperature is at this stage also. There definitely climate change is there. But I think Architect Gurneet can definitely put on light on one small, very small thing. We talk about the vernacular architecture. That is generally, like Sudhir will agree with me from Kerala, that this is very much in for your surroundings. But can we take it to infrastructure project for the larger footprint, for the larger manner, so that, like recently opened this Terminal 2 of Bangalore, which can be taken as a little example where this has been initiated. But what do you think that it can be even for the larger footprint?
The assumption is that every time infrastructure project is made, it has to be very futuristic. And there are also political aspirations behind every infrastructure project to look very, very futuristic. Fortunately for us, the Honorable Prime Minister has given a very good slogan, Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. And I find that that one thing allows a lot of freedom to the designers to include the vernacular into the infrastructure projects. Because otherwise, the bureaucracy did not give you that freedom. Sometimes these things, they may be slogans, but they really, really help. And Vishnuji also mentioned just now that earlier it was assumed that infrastructure will only damage. Now the thought process is changing. You see, vernacular architecture has a lot of intelligence embedded in it. When you say virasat, the heritage is not just symbols. Heritage is not just rituals. Heritage actually gives you a lot of intelligence with it. So vernacular architecture has intelligence embedded in it, especially with regard to sustainability. Now, if you dissect what vernacular architecture is, and for a moment don't look at vernacular architecture as the architecture of palaces. You know, the architecture of palaces was often influenced by designers from a different geography. Vernacular architecture is actually the architecture of the people, how they built their homes. They would use local materials, which clearly means less carbon footprint, less embodied energy, etc. They would fundamentally design for thermal comfort, whether it is cold or hot. And Gaurav spoke so well about the R value. And you look at every aspect of our behavior, you know, whether it is our choice of clothing, whether it is our way we start designing buildings. Like I feel दो type के architects होते हैं. एक जिनको लगता है शीशे की बिल्डिंग ग्रीन हो सकती है और MEP मुमकिन करते हैं ये आर्किटेक्ट्स को ऐसे सोचने का बल भी देते हैं, और एक दूसरे टाइप के आर्किटेक्ट होते हैं जिनको मालूम है कि शीशे की बिल्डिंग ग्रीन नहीं होती, ठप्पा जरूर मिल जाता है, बहुत सारे लोग दे देते हैं उसका ठप्पा. So especially we have students, if anybody makes you believe that a glass building can be green, he is taking you for a ride. So beyond thermal comfort, what did they do? They did courtyards, or they did long cantilevers in a hot climate. Now when we are designing railway stations or large IT infrastructure, or even large hospital infrastructure, it is possible that we create a cool microclimate around our glass building, even if you have to do glass. It is possible that you bring in natural light using courts. We have attempted it in High Court, where in the court we have put windows. The judges also said, you know, we used to feel bored sitting inside for 8 hours. Now we can see the movement of the day. So vernacular architecture designed for thermal comfort. It also designed for glare. You go to Nirman Bhavan or any of the offices, you'll find big window and then blinds down. Why are the blinds down? Because the light outside is so bright that it causes glare. You go to any corporate glass house building, you'll see the blinds are down. Unless you give a shade, अभी जैसे ये लाइट इतनी जोर से आंख में पड़ रही है, I want कि मेरे को कैप मिल जाए पहनने के लिए. अब हमारे यहाँ चुन्नी पहन के लेडीज घूमती हैं, सरदार लोग पगड़ी पहनते हैं, मोने लोग भी पहले पहनते थे, क्योंकि एक ऐसे प्रोटेक्शन मिल जाता है. ऐसे प्रोटेक्शन हर शीशे के ऊपर चाहिए in a hot climate. So vernacular architecture taught us how to create glare-free light. In my office, I have no curtain, no blinds. It's a testimony. अगर blind लगानी पड़ती है architecture तो fail है. Similarly, stress. अब सबसे बड़ी समस्या क्या है modern life में? सब comfort है. आप पुराने ज़माने के राजा का घर देख के आओ, यूरोप में देख के आओ, राजस्थान में देख के आओ, साउथ इंडिया में देख के आओ, महाराजा से बेटर घर हमारा है, आम आदमी का घर. लेकिन स्ट्रेस ही स्ट्रेस है, और आर्किटेक्चर ने स्ट्रेस क्रिएट किया है. How about creating homes which have breeze? I went to this beautiful new IT park RMZ has made called Eco World. They've designed it around a courtyard with lots of cafes. Everybody was there lunchtime because they enjoy the stress-free experience of natural breeze. We have done Trivandrum station. It's hot, humid. I had the option of doing a 400-meter wall. I said, no, that will block the breeze. So we have given punctures in the building, and the whole roof is designed like a coconut groove. I wish I could show you the visuals. It's very beautiful. And it has punctures so that breeze will flow. And that, then you come to materials. You know, glossy granites are very stressful. Earthy bricks and bamboo is very, very de-stressing, which is what you mentioned about the airport, Terminal 2, Bangalore. It's actually aluminum, which looks like bamboo. It's not actually bamboo, just a few places they've made. But they've used brick with it. It's a very natural material palette. You feel spiritually elevated, de-stressed, all of those things. So I feel strongly that infrastructure does not have to be brutal. And architects, God has blessed us to be the artists of the city. देश उतना ही सुंदर होगा जितना हम लोग बनाएंगे. तो please make aesthetic, de-stressed, use vernacular for inspiration. Don't do arches and corbels. You know, vernacular से केवल materiality उठाइए, modern technology और sensibilities के साथ उसको use करिए. Thank you.
Gazab sir. So the person who is actually sitting inside the airport terminal 24/7, he must be knowing little more than what exactly has been done, glass curtain or exposed surfaces or whatever. So it's just an, आप कुछ examples देना चाहें, if you want to share some examples which have been taken care, yeah, during your tenure, what exactly things you think that are required and you are able to do or take care of, these activities where you can take care of the glare or maybe the heat component and maybe the load of air conditioning, maybe the carbon emission, whatever. So if you, yes, you can take this to mic. Share your experience as far as this.
This airport we have recently taken over. As I explained, small bits are happening, but larger planning of the larger terminal, 6 times the size that is today. Because Jaipur being a tourist destination, we have big plans for that, including hotels, shopping malls, and a lot of other things. But the good thing, I think, all the architects and experts and Mr. Gurmeet ji has spoken about. So the idea is how you design for the local climate, the local atmosphere. And why I'm talking about this? Because if you go to our hills anywhere today, people have built concrete buildings. Because what was earlier thought, development ka matlab, humne west se dekha, hum wahi kar denge. That doesn't work anymore. And we are very conscious. So when we talk to our designers, architects, and all the people who come, the stress is on procuring local material, designing for the local aesthetics of it, even to the extent that even the painting work that happens, or the water treatment that we are doing, or the zero landfill that we are working at. So all that plan is, as I said, is in progress, and this will take time. But the good thing is that few of the things of our targets are for 24, and rest are for 2030, for example. We are talking here 2030. The sustainable development goals that have been given, that encompasses various aspects. But I think as architects, as promoters of different infra projects, the important thing is how do you use environment-friendly products that you use in terms of construction. When you construct, how do you still keep the green foliage living? Because normally, as Gurmeet ji very rightly said, kuch banana tha, chalo, let's remove the trees and do something. Because we are not at all conscious. The biggest thing, the virasat is the word that he used, vikas and virasat, and it is very, very important to have the pride in that. Because as India, I think we never thought that we could lead in certain things. We had to copy every time. But now the time has come, and I think a lot of companies, including ours, we are looking at being the biggest in the world and doing something for the first time. And similar things are also being attempted at airports, which we'll see in few years.
Wonderful. So the person with this experience definitely is able to share his thoughts. But when we are talking about the design aspect, when we are talking about the material things, when we are talking about the overall holistic approach, I like to talk to architect Raman Sikka that, sir, do you think that we should be, in totality, all designers, the message to the designers and architects, we should go beyond our limits, beyond our houses, beyond our states, country, to learn rather than adopt. Just one thing is the way he said, Jha said that you would copy and do something which is maybe good for any other city or a country. Any message for us, for all of us, that we should be, what we exactly we should take from the external world, from the western world or somewhere, and adopt in the right manner to have a vikas and virasat together?
So what I can say is that we've been discussing how sustainability can be integrated with infrastructure development, how the construction can be less disturbing to sustainability, and how we can actually achieve sustainable solutions, whether it's buildings or others. I think there are many layers to it, but let's say we talk of two broad layers. One is that, the infrastructure that we create, how we use that for actually a much larger purpose of promoting sustainability. For example, what I'm trying to say is that we have got almost 70,000 kilometers of road network added in the last few years, which is an amazing achievement. But roads should not only connect one node to next node. The idea is to actually open up many more opportunities for new developments, new nodes on the way also. The more we can decongest our current cities, our current construction hubs, our current population hubs, the easier it will be possible to handle sustainable solutions for everybody. because the new developments, they need not further congest our population hubs. So if we can learn how in countries around the world, they have used infrastructure to actually expand the supply of land and the creation of more facilities to more people, that is something which we can, I think, definitely work on fast. It has, of course, been visible in some specific projects. For example, even Navi Mumbai now has Atal Setu. Jewar Airport is opening up a new front on the eastern side of Delhi. Hisar Airport will come on the west of Delhi. So there are nodes which are happening already. But I think this needs to be a more conscious, planned approach, that we should use infrastructure to actually spread the population development, spread the availability of resources, and to make our cities less congested. Already we have amongst the world's most congested cities, which is why the problems of the quality of living, the quality of sustainable solutions is difficult. The second layer is within the cities. What is it that we can do within our existing cities in terms of transportation, type of construction that we now allow, kind of products that we use, and designs of the buildings. So that's a separate layer altogether. I think transportation is one big thing. Why should, see, one is the quality of living inside the building. But even if we are now seeing buildings being built in much, let's say, more modern ways, but the city is not yet modern. Our cities are seriously lacking the kind of sustainable look and working solutions which we see internationally. So how to upgrade our cities is something which we can definitely also see and learn from abroad. Gurmeet ji was mentioning about how there's a scheme in Delhi of connecting the parks, which is fantastic, which is, I think, something that all of us would really cherish and look forward to. I just thought of one more small thing, that when we see most of parks in India, we see boundaries and gates. Whereas internationally, so many cities, the parks don't have boundaries and fences and gates. You walk through parks, you connect through parks. Parks are not dividing the city. They're actually used by people to connect. You cycle across, you walk across from A to B or to whichever side you want to. So these kind of changes in the way we are planning our cities, the way we are carrying further infrastructure, the way we are developing our current population hubs, that is something which we can, I think, learn from abroad. The better we can make our solutions in the years to come, the easier it will be for Indian companies, designers, construction firms to actually take on the world, go abroad and perform there also.
Yeah, wonderful. And one thing we all will agree, because a lot of production companies and product companies also there in this expo, that a lot of, most of the products which are now coming in the market, they are very much, the technology has been taken from wherever and improvising the materials and the products in such a way that it becomes more usable, sustainable, and, using the technology in a Make in India products. Just recently, while moving around and meeting the people, product companies, this has been definitely, the technology has been taken, and the same way architects, designers can also take the technologies, use the examples all across the world, and utilize in our developments. Taking the last question of this session, before going for the last presentation and the question answer session, I'd like to ask Architect Anshul Abbasi, again coming back to the government. So after listening to all these kind of challenges, disaster management to technology to vernacular, what is the way forward you think that from the government side or from something which is in the hands of the government, that some kind of policy, some kind of intervention so that things will be better? What's the way forward?
Yeah, I think it's always good to end on a positive note, and while we have a lot of challenges, I'll just highlight a few with respect to not just the sustainable infrastructure, but many other things in terms of the development sector. The major issue is of the data, the availability of data. Our cities are still in the process of having the data systems in place. So the way forward is that once we have established data systems, we also understand that how this data can be used. Presently, the country is in a rush to collect data without having an understanding of what can be done with this data. So that's the way forward, that how from data collection, that whole data maturity cycle, how we can use that data, analyze, and eventually take it to the decision making. That's one of the things. Second thing is there's a lot of lack of technical know-how. We have more than 4,000 ULBs. Maybe the top 500 of them have an understanding of what needs to be done when it comes to sustainable infrastructure, but that needs to be scaled. So that's another area where the government is working, and a lot of training modules, MOOC courses have been developed for the same. Then the usual challenges of capacity and funds, I'll not go into it. These are being addressed, a lot of work is happening. Something beyond I would like to just highlight here, what we lack in our country is we have the fear of experimentation. I think that's the way forward. We should start experimenting. So few missions have been kind of pushing this ability of experimentation in cities, and I think a lot more focus has to go on them. Second thing is the balancing ability, balancing the gray and green. We have two communities, one in favor of the gray infrastructure, one hardcore in favor of green infrastructure, but none of them can exist in isolation. It's like the balancing ability, how can we bring in both together? That's the way forward we need to work on as architects, planners, that how can we bring in that balance. Third thing is, maybe not the third, fourth or fifth thing, that we neglect our diversity in terms of geography and climate. Whatever building bylaws, planning guidelines are somewhere designed keeping in maybe just one part of the country or one climate. That's what we need to address. We are geographically, climatically quite diverse. We should appreciate it, we should respect it, and I think that's the way forward. And last thing, we are still in that colonial hangover. We have lost our traditional wisdom. It's time to bring in that wisdom again, kind of incorporate that in our syllabus, in our practice, and get over the concept of aping from the West, and believe in scaling the principle and not the product. That's what the problem is. We think if something has worked in Singapore, if something has worked in Bangkok, the same may work in Ghaziabad or Noida. It's maybe the principle on which that project has been done there that can be scaled in India, but not the product as such. So I think with focusing on these parameters, I think we are quite blessed in a way that a lot of infrastructure development, a lot of buildings are yet to be built. So we can still make our cities, projects resilient, bring down a lot of emissions, but it's not that we have a lot of time.
We have a lot of opportunities still with us.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, wonderful. I think you have summed up things so well. So you're not giving me opportunity to sum up now because you've already summed up so well. Before taking few questions, I'd like Rachana ji to just present. If you want to do a presentation for your product, please do that. That will be the finale of this session, and you can prepare your questions meanwhile. I'll come up to the questions just after this presentation. We'll take 2 questions maximum. You can just keep a mic with like for the audience meanwhile.
Good afternoon. Namaskar and Sat Shri Akal. Here, now we would like to present a few new offering from our company, innovative products. We manufacture tiles and interior, but here, to cut short, we are just showing only few innovative products. Me along with my colleague Atul, who is technical expert, he will give you some know-how about the technicalities of tiles.
Good afternoon. Like, nowadays, tiles are used for different application areas. Traditionally, tiles were used only for normal housings, wall and floor tiles. But nowadays, tiles are used for different type of application areas wherein a specialized need is there. Say, for example, healthcare is there, where the primary need is to have a hygienic surface. So we need to have a tile, we need to have a surface which is antibacterial. So depending on the type of the application areas, we have introduced the product features that makes it suitable to be used for different application areas. So we have introduced certain products like digitally decorated full body tiles. When we talk about the full body tiles, these are high performance tiles. These are used for heavy commercial uses, but it doesn't have the decorative surfaces. So we have introduced a tile which is high performance tiles which can be used for heavy commercial, for very heavy traffic areas, and which are digitally decorated also. Digitally decorated, I mean to say, that gives a look of a natural stone, which gives a look of marbles. So these are digitally decorated full body tiles with high performances. So it is having a Mohs scales of hardness of 8. That means to say it can be used for very heavy traffic areas. And at the same time, it's a performance along with the aesthetics. Like these are some of the pictures. As we can see, these are all means this gives a look of a stones, and these are having very high performance because these are full body tiles. These are not the GVT tiles. The second product that as I already mentioned, like when we talk about the healthcare, food processing, wherein the requirement is to have a hygienic, these are all hygienic sensitive areas, and the requirement is to have antibacterial surfaces. So for that type of the surfaces, we have introduced antibacterial tiles, we call it Sanit, and we have introduced antibacterial sanitary ware also. So this gives a 99.99% bacteria reduction is there. No bacteria survives onto the surface. And how we are achieving it is that it is a part of the tile itself. It is not a coating that after some time it goes away. So as long as the tile is there, as long as the life of the tile is there, this property of antibacterial remains. This is the certificate. So this can be used for all the applications areas which are hygienic sensitive. It can be restrooms, it can be healthcares, it can be pharmaceuticals, it can be food processing industries. Then the next very important product is anti-slip barefoot plus. Generally when we make tiles anti-slip, it becomes very rough, very coarse, and it is not pleasant to walk upon. We all have elderly people's, elderly parents in our home, and there is a risk that they might they might slip in the bathroom. So we have introduced this tile which is anti-skid, which is slip resistance, and which is very pleasant. It is having a very smooth surface. So it is very appropriate to be used in bathroom application areas, can be used for outdoor application areas, and it is having a very high slip resistance of R12. This is having a very high slip resistance of R12, and the surface is very smooth. It is very easy to clean. The maintenance is very easy. Having a very high PI levels.
And we have actually developed this R12 tile specifically for the airport. When this recently this Delhi airport is under maintenance, or we can say under expansion. So the PMC has asked us to develop this tile because for the using for the wet area. So we have developed this R12 tile. The company PMC was Turner Group, and this is the tile has been used for most of the airports. At Delhi airport, at the wet area, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, almost all the airports which are under expansion.
And as we were talking about this, we are talking about this sustainability. In the morning session, it was discussed that we need to have a building which is having higher R levels, and we need to have a tile. We need to have we have introduced a tile called climatic resistance. It is a heat adaptive tiles. It acts in both the ways. Say for example, in the summers, we do not want the outside heat to come inside the building, and in the winter, we do not want the heat to dissipate or escape outside, so that the ambient temperature of the building is maintained. So we have introduced this tile Clima, which is heat adaptive tiles. When we do the cladding with these tiles, or when we do the roofing with these tiles, it will not allow the outside heat to come inside the building, and in the winter also it will not allow the heat to dissipate outside. It will act according to the climate. So in the morning session, sir, as we were discussing about the a product which can give an envelope to the building and can act according to the climatic conditions also. So the overall need of AC consumptions or overall need of heaters or the blowers is greatly reduced, thereby giving the energy conservations also. So this is the heat adaptive tiles. And it is SRI value is more than 85, solar reflective index value is more than 85. This we can. This is also just through. This is about through body veining. As one can see the veins also, while if we cut the tile, then we can see the veins that is throughout the body. This is a replica of marble. Nowadays, like mining is really should not be there to conserve the environment. So we have developed the tile which is actually can be used where we want to use the marble and the big slabs of marble. And what we can say, we have developed the marble, the natural marble in the lab. So in this way we can cut the use of natural stone. In the same way, when we are using onyx, basically when we use the onyx, the natural stones, it gets illuminated when it is backlighted. So we have introduced a tile which is translucent tile, and it gets illuminated from the back side. So if you see from on the right hand side, it is a normal tile, and when there is no light from the back side, and when we put on the light, it gets illuminated. So again, need for the natural stone is reduced. Then we have introduced a new product which is igneous product, which is having a more scale of hardness of 9. Only diamond can scratch it, otherwise it is scratch proof. And rimless. And if we talk about our sanitary ware, we have introduced the rimless technology. Rimless technology is, as a traditional technology, the box rims are there. So the chances of the germs getting accumulated is there. With the rimless technology, there is no ledges in this. So the cleaning becomes very easy, and it is very hygienic, and as well as it is water saving also. Both horizontal and vertical cleaning is there, and the lesser amount of the water is used. So it also adds to the sustainability factor. This is rimless technology. There is no ledge or the rim, so there is it becomes highly hygienic sensitive. Again, this is antibacterial sanitary ware. This we have already discussed. This one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as Mr. Gaurav mentioned during the morning session, then we should mention the carbon footprints on our boxes. The point has been very well taken. And we will go back, we will talk to the production plant people, and we'll try to implement this, sir. This is really good. At least we should
become the
know
first
what
company. You should become the Rachna, you should become the first company to start doing this. Let everybody follow you.
We will try our best, sir. We will try our best.
Thank you. In fact, it was a nice presentation, and I was looking at it very carefully. Your very innovative ideas your company is coming up with, and their stall is there in the. You have the stall, you have a presentation, you have the product also, so everybody definitely must visit
all the stalls, including RAK, and definitely Prince Pipe and everybody, to look at the products, their innovations, the technology and everything. Because we are approaching lunchtime, we are not able to take question answers right now, but during lunch, everyone will be free to take questions. Over to you for closer. Thank you.
A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for the speakers and moderator for conducting such a wonderful session. May I now request Architect Leena Kumar, Chairperson, GEM Karnataka, and Principal Architect and Partner Kumar Consultants, to kindly join us here on the dais and present the token of gratitude to our respected speakers. Our first speaker, Architect Gurmeet Singh Chauhan, Founder and Partner, Design Forum International. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time out and joining us here. To Shri Vishnu Mohan Jha, Chief Airport Officer, Adani Jaipur International Airport Limited, Jaipur. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. To Dr. Roshni Udayvar, Chairperson, GEM Maharashtra, and Director, Roshni Udayvar and Associates. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am. To Shri Anshul Abbasi, Lead, Policy and Planning, National Institute of Foreign Affairs, Government of India. To Architect Raman Sikka, Associate Principal, Sikka Associates Architects. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here and gracing the event with your presence. To Ms. Rachna Vats and Shri Atul Vijayvargya. Thank you so much for joining us here. To Shri Manish Nagpal, Cluster Head Projects, North India, Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. May I now request our moderator of the session, Architect Mr. Anupam Mittal, Chairman, GEM UP, and Principal Architect, Arinem Consultancy Services. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the event with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now move forward for lunch. I please request all the panelists to kindly join for a group picture. We are now moving forward for lunch break. The lunch break will be for 30 minutes. For students, the lunch is arranged at the floor right below this. So please move downstairs. This is only for students. For rest of the delegates, participants, guests, everybody, please move out from the banquet hall. This lunch is served right outside. And we're going to be seeing everyone after 30 minutes of lunch break for the next session. Looking forward. Thank you so much. Infrastructure and industries. We are about to begin with our session. I would request everyone to kindly start proceeding inside the hall. I hope you all have relished your lunch. We are still waiting for our distinguished guests and participants. I would request you all to kindly proceed inside the hall so we can start with our next session on time.
And we all know that after lunch we feel a little bit sleepy. But जो panel होने वाला है अभी I think they will keep you awake for the next, and there are 2 panels now, so we'll keep you awake till the end of the day. So we will have now a session on decarbonization of built infrastructure and industries. This session is basically on the pathways to low carbon development for built infrastructure, which is also an opportunity and a challenge. And it is actually a requirement under the Paris Agreement, and also recently we had COP28 in Dubai. So there was more focus on decarbonization. And the session would dwell upon various opportunities, challenges, success stories, and comments. So I would invite Reed to please join me on the dais, and then we invite the speakers and the panelists. Thank you so much and enjoy the session.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning up with the next session with the theme Decarbonization of Built Infrastructure and Industries. I would now like to welcome on the dais our speakers and our respected moderator of the session. Please join us here on the dais, our moderator of the session, Architect Gaurav Varmani, Chairman, GEM Green Warehouse Certification and Founder, Studio Line Design. With a big round of applause, let's welcome him. May I now request our speakers to join us here on the dais. Architect Gautam Vikas Desai, Ex-Chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Goa. Please put your hands together, let's welcome him. Our speakers, Shri Amit Kakkar, Chief Engineer, Department of Information Technology and Communication, Government of Rajasthan. Please put your hands together for him. Architect G.P. Mathur, Managing Director, Gyan P. Mathur and Associates, to kindly join us here on the dais. Let's welcome our next speakers. Architect Amit Khanna, Design Principal, AKDA. Our next speaker, Dr. Anshul Gujarati, Founder, Eco Solutions, Pune. Are we all low on energy? We should be high on energy after lunch. Next speaker, Professor Bibhuti Bhushan Biswal, Vice Chancellor, Odisha University of Technology and Research, Odisha, to kindly join us here on the dais. Next speaker, Shri Kamana Sheesh Roy, Chief of Communication and Public Relations, New Energy, to kindly join us here on the dais. And our last speaker, Shri Subrata Kumar Biswas, National Product Manager, Mehta Tubes Limited, Mexflow. With all the eminent speakers and our moderator of the session, I would now also like to request our coordinator of the session, Mr. Shubha Brata Rath. With this, I would like to hand over the dais to our moderator of the session. I will now hand over the dais to our moderator of the session, Architect Gaurav Varmani. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome everyone. Hope we all had a nice lunch, and we are back here with full energy, talking on the very pertinent topic of decarbonization, since India is growing at the fastest pace, I would say, in the economy. So construction sector is also going to go at the fastest pace, and we face a dual challenge of at the same time growing, expanding and decarbonization. So all the challenges and the opportunities go hand in hand. That is the most important challenge which we face today. When we specifically talk of decarbonization, so the major challenges that we foresee today are in terms of emission intensities, that how much is really the right figure, how much we can expand, how much we should grow, and how to decarbonize it. So the correct balance needs to be maintained. At the same time, the infrastructural retrofitting is a new area which is being talked of and which is being sought after. That can we do the retrofitting in the infrastructure areas, technological transitions that are continuously happening in the environment of construction per se specifically, and the policy alignments which need to be in tandem, and all the various stakeholders in the industry need to align with those specific challenges, those specific situations. This is where we would be diving more on. And as we go through the session, we'll talk of solutions, we'll talk of opportunities which are there, the success stories, the case studies which have been really the leaders where we can follow examples, more so in the Indian context, because there's a lot which has been talked on the global scale. But since we are in India and we need to address our own set of challenges, so we would like to talk on these areas more, and then we can set the tone for the way forward. Thank you, my panelists, for being here. So we would like to start with Amit Khanna ji. Yeah, welcome. So, a very specific area, being an architect, we would like to understand from you what you see as the primary challenges which are being faced in India regarding the decarbonization of buildings and industrial infrastructure.
So, thank you. If you look at the macro landscape of India, we're going to build 1 billion square feet in the next decade. That's a lot of buildings, and that's going to take a lot of energy to build. It's going to take a lot of energy to operate those buildings, and it's going to take a lot of energy to maintain those buildings. The part where we get stuck normally is, do we have a clean source of energy to make all of these things? Do we have a clean source of energy for building materials and for building components and for operating buildings? Eventually we will solve this problem, right? Currently we are a very coal-dependent nation, but we're moving towards hydroelectric, and eventually we will all, as a community, understand that solar is the only way to go in India, because it's the most abundant source of energy, and it is possibly going to be the most logical source of energy for most of us. However, our buildings are still extremely inefficient. And the reason why they're inefficient is because the way we've been building them hasn't changed for the past maybe 100 years. We had a previous session where there was a lot of talk about vernacular architecture, and I think it's all very well to consider vernacular in the sense that it was suitable for a certain kind of building. But can you use vernacular architecture to build the world's largest airport or the world's largest hospital? This is stuff we need, right? And so we need to take a very tangible look at where the energy is coming from. Because we do need the buildings. There's no getting around the fact that we will need the buildings. So the source of energy, sir, in my opinion, is going to be the most critical, critical question, and solar has to be the answer for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. I would now go to Anshul on this area. So she's been doing a lot of work in the green sector with a lot of initiatives. I think she can share better on that. So we would like her to focus on areas like what are the examples where decarbonization initiatives are handled through her experience and her organization as such, that where they have been successfully taken care of.
Thank you, Gaurav sir. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
So, दिल्ली की सर्दी, हम लोग सब स्मार्ट विंटर वेयर, खाना हो गया. Absolutely same stress is realized with sustainability also. समझ में आ रहा है, पर क्या करना है, वो समझ नहीं आ रहा है. So, my dear friends, very good question posed by Gaurav sir, because we all talk theories in and out, but glad that you have asked me the applicative part of it. So I would definitely mention one of my projects. So when I'm talking decarbonization, my client who is extremely enthusiastic, he did ask me, what am I doing bad and how and where can I improve? So I think one of the rare clients who's actually, asking us such question. So I said, sir, you are into industries, warehouses, so probably you should look at saving on energy. Probably that will make it very easy going towards the goal of whatever the nationwide talk all about carbon and decarbonization is going on. So India's first net zero warehouse, which is now already an existing building in India. This particular project, when we decided to go with absolute energy positive, I would say, as a project, wherein we are not utilizing any energy from the grid, but we are taking energy and rather trying to be positive and giving it back to the grid. Secondly, whatever fuel other than electricity we are using, we are trying to eliminate it in terms of emissions completely. So that was another aspect. As a routine practice, we people have, a blast furnace. So probably that was also taken care of with the help of certain fuel options. Shifting from HSD to POR kind of shift was also done. And this particular project, after a lot of problems, like we had limitations with open access in that region, we did not have open access available. So they did with 100% solar energy installation on their warehouse. That was very huge, but again, it was possible for them, they could perform it, and with all limitations, this project was done. I would just add one more thing, sir. As Amit ji rightly mentioned, one option is replacing the fuel, looking at solar, but very important aspect remains where the word reduce comes from. We have to first start with the passive part of design, the designing of services to optimum. I often say this, that services should not be over-designed, looking at just comfort level. And this really helps the mechanism of the overall building. So this is a very nice platform where we can, choose to even speak in Hindi. And I would just like to mention कि समय के साथ तो हम सब चल ही रहे हैं, but समय के साथ संभलना भी ज़रूरी है. And looking at that, we have to make the right choices for the right project, which may not be same for every project. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. समय के साथ संभलना बहुत ज़रूरी है. That is the need of the hour for each one of us as a stakeholder, as an important component in this whole jigsaw. So definitely we are all trying to make those efforts. I would like to go to Gautam sir now. That the specific question on what notable achievements and success stories you would share on your experiences through this journey, which can be highlighted especially in the Indian context, where decarbonization has been successfully being at least initiated, if not successfully accomplished.
Good afternoon. India is pursuing decarbonization at a good scale. Decarbonization of built infrastructure and industries. So, one notable achievement in industry is a PAT scheme by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So, where it is PAT performance, perform, achieve and trade. So the consumption of energy in industries, there are standards are set, and if industry uses less energy, so they can trade it. Is a good, and due to this, mostly this is focused on large scale industries, where especially cement industry and steel industries, India could reduce the use of energy by 5%, which definitely great step towards decarbonization. Secondly, I come to the buildings. green building rating system. And this green building thing is also an achievement. If we see about 15 years back, because I am a postgraduate, I have done my master's degree in architecture with a specialization in environmental architecture. So at that time, even the awareness of green building was not there. Even one person asked me, what is green building? Whether it is, if the color is green, like that. Yeah. So, due to this, we could achieve in the field of energy management by mostly by passive architecture, conservation of energy, production of energy with solar panels, then use of low energy embodied materials, because the production of building materials consumes lots of energy, and that is the reason for carbon emission. And also the water management. So we could, because of green buildings, we could achieve that. Yeah.
Thank you. Definitely, water is slowly becoming a very important component. Earlier we used to talk of energy only, but now I feel water is much more important and much more tangibly achievable as well, where we can do some really good work. We have two eminent panelists from different states. So I would like to go to Mr. Amit Kakkar. He's from Rajasthan. So we would like to specifically understand from him what the government of Rajasthan is doing on the decarbonization initiatives and in the build sector, especially in the buildings.
Good afternoon all. First I want to give thanks to ASSOCHAM to give me a platform to speak on. And again, I want to give my thanks particularly to Dr. Dharkar, because I have seen him working in so many societies, and he's one of the great personalities who has brought the various societies to a great level. And I see here also in ASSOCHAM in the last 6 years or 7 years since its inception, this is a great platform and a great event which is going on. So thanks to all team. As far as your question is concerned, I would like to say that earlier, when the Bureau of Energy Efficiency brought that ECBC Act in 2007, then we used to talk of, the efficiency was the main buzzword. So the green building movements and other efficiency in the industrial sectors and others started. And what the government of Rajasthan did, the government of Rajasthan started specifying the products in such a manner that in all our specifications we made and we tried to make specifications in such a way that the products leads to a green products, and we started building the green building sector in our state. And but nowadays, since last 1 or 2 years, I am hearing the word the decarbonization. So this, if you go in a depth or in a philosophy of what is decarbonization is, it's basically making the more efficient buildings. And in one of the surveys, it is being found that India has to build a very big infrastructure. And it is estimated that India has to produce one Shanghai every year in our country. So there is a huge, build sector which will be coming up. What the philosophy of Rajasthan government is that we start thinking in 2 ways. And for decarbonization, we use the word embodied energy. So we specify whenever we make the specifications, we make the specifications in such a way that the embodied energy of the products, whatever we are going to construct a building, the manufactured embodied energy should be less and the operational embodied energy should also be less. So first we try to make our buildings as far as possible the passive buildings. Because the passive buildings, if you make a passive buildings, and we generally, whenever we interact with our architects, we always say that please plan or please design your building according to sun path analysis. Because if you make a passive building and design according to sun path analysis, then naturally, you know, if the construction is very good, so it will absorb the less heat, and we have got a more lighting also so that we can reduce energy during its operation also. And the passive design buildings, if you design it very correctly or in a right manner, then you know the energy required for HVAC is also less, because HVAC consumes about 50 to 60% of operational energy. So what we do a lot of planning before the building tenders are put on. We do a lot of research and make the specifications and our RFPs so you know, in detail that every specification is given. We take the specifications, you know, so that the right product comes in. And we also take care of specifying the green products, so that, you know, the embodied energy during manufacturing is less. And whenever we select the product, we always see that the product specifications, what we are specifying, is need-based. It should not be vendor-driven. This is one of the most important things, because in some of the cases when the specifications are made according to, which are driven by some vendors, then you know the real requirement of that building or the whatever you want to design it, it does not come out likely. So we just go and we do a lot of, you know, because in Rajasthan state, again we emphasize more on the products which are locally available. Like if we make some building in Jodhpur, so we try to make use of Jodhpur stone. If we make some building in, say, Kota region, then we use the Kota stone. Similarly, in Bharatpur area, we go for Dholpur stone and others in making our building facades. So this is the one of the thing, because not only the embodied energy of the product, but the transportation cost of bringing that product from somewhere else also get reduced, and the energy or the decarbonization is also made because of the reduction in hauling charges of that material. So in my opinion, the best buildings are those in which the embodied energy of the products during manufacturing and during its operation is very less. We have also started using the lifts and escalators, which are, you know, making the regenerative lifts we are using, so that when the lifts come down, they generate the electricity and pass on to our grid so that we can use it. And as far as the Rajasthan is concerned, we have got a very large sunshine hours. So solar is one of the most effective method of, you know, having the energy generation there. And we have got a good amount of wind power also in our Jaisalmer area and some of the other Pokhran areas and there. So there's a lot of wind power generation is also there. So whatever we make, again, one of the important factor is that in Rajasthan, the water scarcity is there. So we try to use the water, and we reuse it, and we go for STP plants and other things so that we can, you know, maximum use of our recycled water and other things. One another important aspect which we have started is having the products which are made not at site, but it is brought directly from the manufacturers, so that we can have a less, you know, wastage of that product when we install it on our buildings, particularly as far as the interiors are concerned. So we ask our vendors to make the products at their level, brought out at our place and fix it there, so that there is a less amount of, you know, wastage is there. In that form, in this manner, we try to reduce the waste also. So these are some of the methods by which we are trying to decarbonize our building sector. And initially, I am being, as you know, the Honorable Prime Minister has said that we are going to make India net zero by 2070. And Rajasthan has started making its building, its net zero energy buildings right from last year. And presently we are making 3 buildings as a net zero building. One is our FinTech Digital Institute, Jodhpur, then Incubation Center, Jodhpur, and e-governance building in Jaipur. So these are all net zero buildings. And I think in future also, we have a plan to make net zero energy buildings, and we are also thinking of making carbon negative buildings also. That is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's very heartening to know the awareness and the contextuality of design, where you are taking it right from the base, even starting with the design, choice of materials, choice of processes, and every aspect is so meticulously being planned and thought out. Definitely the outcomes are going to be really good examples which will be sought after and understood by everybody. I would like to now go to Professor Biswal, since he's from the education sector. He's a Vice Chancellor in Odisha. So specifically, Professor Saab, on the educational campuses front, like we are all in the commercial projects and other areas, but when it comes to an educational campus, how do you foresee this challenge and how do you solve these situations?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bhamani, for giving me an opportunity out here. I thank the entire organization of ASSOCHAM for giving me an opportunity to be with you today. Good afternoon, everybody. Out of the panelists, I'm a bit different so far as my work, my organizations are concerned. I'm from Educational Institute, Odisha University of Technology and Research, located in the city of Bhubaneswar. And this university is new, only 2 years old, but it has been converted to a university from an old college. The college is around 43 years old. When the college was planned, it was an engineering college. When the college was planned, 43 years back, probably the planning was for accommodating 1,000, 1,500 students. And over the time it has grown. 2 years back, the government of Odisha declared it as a university, pumped in 1,500 crores of money, but for what? They said, you take 1,500 crores of money to build infrastructure and increase the student strength to 10,000. My land area is 100 acres. Hardly 20% of the land area was used earlier for building infrastructure. The rest of the land was filled with, plants, trees. It was like a jungle, barring a few acres, which was very rocky and nothing was there. So it was a green patch of land in the middle of the city now. Earlier it was out of the city, but with a great amount of urbanization, expansion of the city, now it is in the middle of the city. So my challenge is to convert that green land. I'm talking something nonsense-like. So to convert that patch of green land to yellow land and to a red land. So that is what I am asked to do. So the challenge before me is to maintain the, campus. And the topic on this session is decarbonization of built structures. So you can think of my worries out here. From 1,500 to 2,000 students getting increased to 10,000. From few thousand meters of floor area to lakhs of square meter of areas. From 15 departments at the moment to 20 departments, so many facilities, every amenity in place in the integrated campus. And that too, it is nearer to the airport. So I can't grow much vertically. So you can think of the density of buildings that will be there in that 100 acres of land. The master plan is out. The structure is to be built now. The challenge before me is to make the structure in such a way, it will not be simply buildings, you know. Since it is a university, there will be equipment, there will be other amenities, laboratories will be running, 24 hours. And, we have all amenities like auditorium, we have student activity center, we have, playground, we have canteens, we have centers of excellence, we have, housing complex, everything put together. So that is a big challenge for me to make it a green campus. And as I said in the beginning, almost 80%, 70 to 80% was like jungle, full with greenery. I'm cutting those trees now to build my infrastructure. So you can think of the kind of situation I'm put in, and I have no clue how to go ahead with it. I've been asked by experts, and so many experts are here. I can be considered as a client of yours, and you can give me enough GAN how to go about it. So that's my problem. Yeah. So I'm asked by some of my friends, since the master plan is ready, it is on, it is approved, the money is available, and I'm now going for plantation in selected areas. I'm going to create some, infrastructure underground. I'm going to, build structures which will be, population efficient. I'm going to build corridors to connect buildings. So all these things will be in place, and I've already spoken my challenge. Want to use the, technology that is, being used now or will be used in future technology to help me in getting the decarbonization effect in the campus. Thank you.
We have a lot of people here who can support you in this initiative and this opportunity for sure. We have architect Gyan Mathur sir here amongst us, and he is one of the biggest architects building one of the largest of infrastructures today in the country. So we would like to understand from him what strategies and what solutions does he adopt or give to the clients, let it be government or the private sector, or how to pursue these sustainable initiatives, and what is the effective way forward for the decarbonization journey. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Burmani. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm thankful to ASSOCHAM for giving us this opportunity to be able to discuss on this subject. But I think all my friends have been talking about new buildings. But I would also have a small suggestion to make here, that we have a huge mass of already built environment, built buildings here, old buildings, and they are not very energy efficient. I mean, they are done according to the standards at that point of time, but now since things have changed, we need to go very deep into those buildings also, like what we have now started somewhere, that audits of the existing buildings, and to suggest ways and measures of improving their energy consumption also, energy consumption and their emission levels. So I think there needs to be a lot of work to be done in that. We have all very large government offices, housings, even private houses, right, educational institutions and all that. So there is a lot of scope I see in that. That is one point which I want to make. Then second is whenever we make any specifications or we suggest any machinery or a element in the building, mechanized things, then what they normally call as a circular economy, we should try and look at that from that point of view before we suggest anything. Because there is always a chance of either prolonging the usage time of that or to be, recycling them, or some that kind of a thing has to be also thought of. Regarding the use of solar energy and all that, yes, we have been doing it. I think now most projects are now being built with that kind of consciousness that we have to look at the alternative sources of electricity. And yes, I was recently in Jaisalmer and I saw that a lot of windmills have come up there. Solar to khair, Rajasthan there is too much of sunlight there. So everybody, I've been told that in Bikaner and Jaisalmer and all that, large solar farms have come up to about 500 megawatt also they have come up. So that thing is being harnessed everywhere. We were working in Bhuj, there was a lot of windmills there. In coastal areas also we have a lot of windmills. So I think India is consciously working towards that. And we also did some plant projects in which recently we made a factory for Kajarias in which the whole roof was converted into a solar panel roof. So that is being done. But besides that, there is another factor which we also can think about is the waste management. We have a lot of construction waste available, and we are doing a lot of redevelopment in Sarojini Nagar and Netaji Nagar. There are a lot of construction waste has come out. So those construction waste is also being utilized now in making tiles or making curbstones and things like that. That is being done. So a lot of this problem of decarbonization can be also taken into by proper use of this construction waste. Similarly, even in, we are doing one Udaipur airport in which I was told that we have been able to reduce about 8% emission because of the, we are not using any napkins there. No napkins are being used. No tissue papers are being used. So all toilets and all, there are only hand dryers. So they were telling me that we will be able to save about 8% in this. I was a little surprised that that much of this thing is possible, big number is possible with that. And I was just recently told by some consultants that Radico has put up a plant somewhere in an area which is surrounded by paddy fields. And they are using that paddy waste to make it into a powder form and then burn it for producing in their boilers, so that they are completely producing their electricity out of it. That plant is totally free of using the grid power. So that kind of initiatives will be very good for this thing. So besides this, then in one of the projects, again in Udaipur only, there was a requirement to make it net zero. There was an investment worked out at about 30 crores with using about 3.5 megawatt power also, which was then turned into planting 20,000 trees around the full airport area and just using 1 megawatt of power and saving of roughly about 20 crores. So those things, those kind of alternatives have also to be seen by us for doing this. And I think we are thankful to because now all the government bodies, all government tenders are normally coming with a precondition that all buildings have to be at least 3-star rating. But Noida had started a very big incentive that if you do about 3-star, then you get about 5% additional FAR. You see, the builder fraternity or the private players will only look at this side if they get some kind of a benefit. They get some kind of incentive. So now Haryana is giving up to about 12 to 15% additional FAR. Delhi, there are planning, but they have not been implemented till now. Rajasthan has also not implemented till now. But all states are looking at that, because if you give something to somebody, then he will probably work on that and give it back to the society. So that incentivization is also very important. And I think we need to, there are some factors where we can improve and then maybe go in for this carbon rating and carbon surplus trading also. So that could also again incentivize this thing. So these are some of the things which are, besides I think we have a very learned panel here. They are all doing what is best to be done. So these are the only suggestions I have to make, that these are also to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to hear from Mr. Roy on the technological side of it, the technological innovations which they are doing and which he's been involved in towards this challenge of decarbonization and reduction of carbon footprint.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. So I've been listening to this whole discussion so far, right? Sir from Rajasthan, you talked about how you are generating energy from your lifts, right? Mr. Kakkar, right? And you were talking about that solar energy, the importance of solar energy. I would like to start with one simple question, right? Say, for example, you have a solar energy plant in Kerala, right? You are generating energy and you are transmitting it to your location in Rajasthan. Is that energy green? Is the quality green, right? No, I'm not asking, I'm just, it's a general question, not for you. I'm sure you are generating in your local area, right? But, so I'd like to introduce myself. I'm from New Energy. We are into the business of energy generation, storage, and transmission. Right? In most of the cases, what happens that when the energy is generated in a position, the green energy, the solar energy that you're generating, the biggest challenge that you are facing is the storage of it. Right? The transmission, it loses 25 to 28% of the energy is lost in transmission. Nobody talks about the quality of energy. The energy that you are putting on back to the grid, yeah, it reduces the footprint, but can we think of localized energy generation? If you are in Rajasthan, right, can we think of generating energy for you maybe 50 kilometers from your location and transfer it to your place so that you can use that energy to do your work, right? The way New Energy, what we are doing, we are completely taking this whole energy storage in a modular level, right? Our batteries are completely modular, 3D printed in-house in India. So what we can do, we can actually, depending on your energy requirement, we can generate the green energy, we can store them and send it to your place. So you know exactly what you are using. Look at our audacity. I'm saying this word, look at our audacity, what we are offering energy as a service at a discount. We will generate your energy. The grid line will become your backup system. We will deliver the energy to your place. That's possible. So what you said about lifts, right? Generating energy from lifts. You can generate energy from the water tank that you have up there, right? That water becomes the energy storage solution itself. When it comes down, it gives you energy. When you're talking about energy storage solutions, the concrete walls that you're using here, these concrete walls can become your battery. This is proven. We have doing it in our R&D centers in Bangalore. Please, everybody is welcome to come and visit our facility someday. But the problem is we need to, what I believe is we need first principle thinking here when we are trying to solve this problem. No point saying, I'm not taking the name, but I'm quoting, I'm sure you know the word, how dare you, right? You know who made that statement, right? We are where we are because of our previous generation. If they didn't do these things, we would not be sitting here today discussing this. Let's take this as another challenge that we have right now to solve. I have one last question to anybody and everybody here. How many of you know what is the percentage of carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere? Yes, sir. Anybody else? And I just want to see the hands. Okay. Sir, any answer, sir? Any? Sorry? Sir, this sir is right. Now, the balance is so critical. Everybody is talking about decarbonization. It's true, it is required today. But the balance is so critical. If it goes down from 0.02% below that, there will be no plants alive. The balance is critical. We need to maintain that. And we need to look at localized energy production. Thank you. I hope I answered.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Going to Mr. Viswas, you are coming from a corporate house. And what kind of initiatives is your company taking in this field or decarbonization? Would you like to add something here? As you...
My name is, am I audible? My company name is Mehta Tube Limited. It's based out of Bombay, and we have manufacturing plant in Gujarat and Daman. We basically manufacture copper pipes and copper alloy pipes for various applications. Say like air conditioning applications, plumbing application. Of course, India में ये नहीं है plumbing, Europe में, America में है. India में very nascent stage, बहुत कम जगह में copper plumbing में use होता है. But recently, like Parliament House, they have used copper tubes for all plumbing application from us. Ram Mandir, they have used copper pipes, and few other projects like Delhi Airport or few other airports, they are using copper because they understand plumbing is a critical subject. Now, medical gas piping, we manufacture pipe for oxygen, for patient health care, and engineering applications, which other shipping, shipbuilding, railway application, defense application. We are basically in copper and copper alloy products. Now, in our plant, while manufacturing, we use a lot of energies. It requires. Our maximum expenses are in energy, then salary bill. Energy cost is huge. So we try to use maximum solar power. No daylight. In light, हम लोग factory में no light is used. All natural lights. We conserve the energy because we use a lot of heat, heating the metal in high temperature, 1200 degree. So the energy losses, we recover the energy and use that for water heating because we need water heat, hot water for other processing. So wherever possible, we recover the heats and use in our application. Apart from the generating solar power, apart from the using natural daylights, no air conditioning required in our so much of heat generation in the plant, but our system is so high, it's simple, very, tremendously high, and fans for cooling. So we don't use, even in Gujarat, we don't use air conditioners, even in our offices. So that is the way of contribution. But we talk about a lot of net zero, decarbonization in the seminars here and there, but back home we are creating so much nuisance for the environment, knowingly or unknowingly. We don't consider that. I give you an example like air conditioning piping, plumbing piping, medical gas piping. Everybody has their leakages. Why? Why leakages? Water leakages means loss of energy. Gas leakages, air conditioning gas leakages is spoiling the ozone layer. It's dangerous for us. And leakages from air conditioning, plumbing and water. Water leakages, plumbing leakages means we are spoiling the building. Because plumbing, we neglect plumbing pipes or plumbers or plumbing systems because it is not visible. Pipes are concealed. So it's not visible, don't spend money. We go for cheapest one. But in front of the world, we use costliest faucets. 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh imported आता है. Because I have to show my neighbor, show my family, show my relatives that I have got an expensive bathroom. But behind that faucet, I have got a simple, cheapest pipe possible. Excess hot water में वो pipe open हो जाता है, leakage में open हो जाता है, spoil the building, seepage हो जाता है, और उस seepage repair करने के लिए कितना loss होता है, you know? जितना pipe पैसे बचाया हमने, उसका 10 times, 20 times seepage repair में चले जाता है. एक बाथरूम का लीकेज भी फर्स्ट तो उसका ट्रेस नहीं होता कहाँ से लीकेज ट्रेस हुआ, उसका लीकेज ठीक करने के लिए पूरा बाथरूम स्पॉइल, बाथरूम वॉल स्पॉइल, फ्लोर स्पॉइल. उसके बाद वो रिपेयर किया, प्लम्बर को बुलाया, सबको बुलाया, मेसन को बुलाया, घर स्पॉइल कर दिया, घर में डास्ट हो गया. उसके बाद सेम वॉल में भी कॉमन वॉल ऑफ बाथरूम, बेडरूम और ड्राइंग रूम वो भी खराब हो गया. अगर हो सकता बेडरूम में उसके पीछे कबर्ड है, कबर्ड स्पॉइल हो गया. Only because one leakage. हमने कितना बचाया था? हमने बोला भाई अच्छा पाइप यूज करो. No, it is not visible. Why you should spend money? So यही है. तो इसमें आप ये भी लॉसेस है. ये भी एनवायरमेंट खराब करता है, बिल्डिंग खराब करता है. बिल्डिंग रिपेयर करेंगे फिर लॉट ऑफ डस्ट, लॉट ऑफ एनर्जी यूज, जो एनर्जी पहले यूज किया वो लॉस हो गया. So you don't consider. Today my pipe, what you produce with pipes, you are largest in Southeast Asia. We have 5 plants. We one of the largest in the world. 30 साल पहले हम पाइप इंपोर्ट करते थे. आज we are the exporter and all over the globe. Our major export goes to USA, Canada, entire Latin America, Europe, Far East Asia. But they are used mostly for plumbing. वो plumbing के लिए US कितना डिमांड है. We are continuously expanding our plant, continuously. उनका डिमांड ही खत्म नहीं होता है. What you sell in India in all sectors, plumbing division of USA buying much more than that. But India में sir, plumbing में हम खर्चा नहीं करेंगे. We use granites from Europe, from Italy, but plumbing आके जाके हमारा बजट खत्म हो जाता है. बोलते हैं expensive. How much? I said you use good quality copper for plumbing. I said plumbing is free because save one leakages, plumbing becomes free. But वो नहीं करते हैं. So my appeal to all architects here, my appeal to Anupam ji, वो है नहीं अभी है नहीं. My appeal to Gurmeet ji, my appeal to Pankaj Tharkar ji, my appeal to Amit Khanna ji, Mathur साहब, Kalra ji शायद होंगे, और all other architects or consultants. Let's say please do some good work, save the country, save water, save the building, and save consumers' money. Use copper, or you can use stainless steel also. It's not my product. Also equally good, but expensive. So stop using plastic pipe and don't increase the cancer patients. अभी कैंसर का बहुत प्रमोशन हो गया. कितना हॉस्पिटल कैंसर का बन रहा है. असम में 25 हॉस्पिटल बन रहा है. पंजाब में कितना हॉस्पिटल बन रहा है कैंसर के लिए. I work in healthcare. My brand name is Maxpro. Maxpro is my brand. Company name is Mehta Tube. Maxpro is the household name in hospitals in entire Asia. Any country apart from India, they use my pipe for healthcare, oxygen transportation, saving patients. Because oxygen gas pipeline is a must in hospital. Without that, hospital cannot run for an hour. OPD can be started, IPD cannot start for an hour. So my pipe used as a medical equipments. So ये pipe, ये तो मैं बोला था that like medical, use these pipes for healthcare, like potable water and save energy. क्योंकि जो हमने रिपेयरिंग में जो पानी वेस्ट करते सब करते हैं, all contributing to the global warming. I hope, are you convinced? If anybody have any questions, ask my questions. But otherwise, ये cancer hospital बना हम थक जाएंगे. Everywhere new cancer hospitals are coming up. We know have the records. वो hospital बनेंगे, डॉक्टर कहाँ से आएगा? गवर्नमेंट बोलेंगे मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहे हैं, उसके फैकल्टी कहाँ से आएगा? So stop doing this. Reduce the patient. Take care of health. Take care of the plumbing. Save the building, save energy, save the earth.
Request everybody to visit the stall.
Yeah, you
Thank
can
you,
visit my
Mr.
stall. Yeah, anybody, you can visit my plant also in Gujarat. It's amazing. We will love it. Pankaj Sagar ji, बहुत मुश्किल के बाद उन्होंने इन्वाइट किया था. जब आए थे बोला I have all 10 minutes for you. मैं बॉम्बे से दमन जा रहा हूँ एक सेमिनार के लिए. मैं 10 मिनट टाइम है. मैं आपको 5:30 में आऊँगा. He spent 40 minutes. He was spellbound. couple of minutes को बात ही नहीं किया. बोले इंडिया में इतना बड़ा प्लान भी है. उसके बाद प्लान हमारा और डबल हो गया.
Great.
Anyway, sir, any question for
Thank
anybody?
you.
I love to answer that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I would like to go to Anshul just to sum things up.
Thank you, sir.
Like on the stakeholder collaboration, could you just share your views how to ensure that area for continuous progress?
Sure. Thank you, sir. And this time, good afternoon. So I think this is a protocol to just check everybody is here with me. So before I actually jump onto the question and thought that Gaurav sir has requested, I would just mention that Vibhuti sir, you have mentioned a problem which probably you are thinking it as a problem very consciously, and I really appreciate that, because Gautam sir will agree that people are calling it development. Changing green to red is nothing else, but we call it development. And we are trying to encash the maximum out of that land, every possible resource, without having a thought. So it's really appreciable, and I'm glad that you are thinking about it, because I'm sure you will find a solution which will definitely it will be impactful, but not that bad, because every development is an impact. And we cannot say that architect has to do the job properly, or the plumbing consultant, as sir rightly mentioned, the importance of even the pipe, which is an invisible element, even the electrical consultant, or we call HVAC consultants as one of the major impactors, or maybe just anybody related to the project. They can be developers, they can be investors, or they can also be the people who are on the government side. So a project, when it comes as a project, it is actually dependent on every stakeholder. One stakeholder decides not to do their job properly, believe me, the project will dwindle. And here, I'm glad that our rating systems are playing a very, very important role, because they are giving a guideline which is based on integrated effort of every stakeholder, not one stakeholder or getting biased to either of it. No, if any of the stakeholder is compromised, the entire building, its performance, its maintenance goes for a toss. So I think it is very important that stakeholder has to do their individual job properly, but also align with others. So this is my thought. Integrated approach makes a big difference to it. And thank you for this opportunity to be here on this dais. Thank you.
Always nice to hear from you. And Gautam sir, if you would like to share your views on the community-driven actions which can be taken in this area.
Involvement of
the community, the larger masses. Because yes, we are all stakeholders, and
as architect
how the community
Dr.
could be brought in together.
Mentioned about the stakeholders. Public is the biggest stakeholder in environment. So from my point of view, involvement is very important, because one is the environmental impact, or the green carbon dioxide emission is one of the cause for the impact on environment. And environmental impact is directly proportionate to the population and affluence of the people. That is the consumption pattern. And directly proportionate to the advancement of technology. Now, with the awareness to the people, we can change the behavior. That can change the pattern of their consumption. And also the use of technology. This way, by one way we can, that is involvement of community is important in this particular field. Even our Environment Protection Act 1986 makes a provision for involvement of public. Public consultation is mandatory, public hearing is mandatory, because environment belongs to everybody. Yeah.
Of course.
Yes.
One more question to architect Amit Khanna ji, that what matrices and indicators you feel are used to measure the progress? Any matrices which you feel should, the relevant matrices which we can adopt?
So I think when we talk about decarbonization, we're fundamentally talking about energy, right? And one of the key metrics that you should use is how much energy your building is actually consuming. Now, currently we're not even measuring it, right? Currently it shows up on our electricity bill and we, mindlessly just pay it forward. But if I'll give you a real life example, you're all sitting in this room, you're all dressed for Delhi winters, but this room is quite warm. This room is warm because of the lighting. It's also warm because it's closed and, we're all breathing out carbon dioxide. The fact is that we aren't really conscious of how buildings actually work because it's a new subject, right? We aren't measuring the air quality levels inside rooms. Yes, some buildings are, but not all of them. We're not also measuring what percentage of electricity different systems are using. So it's all very well to focus on saying that, okay, you know what, we had incandescent 50 years ago and now we have LED. LED is a huge step forward. But like someone said, that 50% of the energy consumption is the HVAC. And our energy going to the lights is dramatically reducing, but our energy going to the HVAC systems is dramatically increasing. We're all taught in college that a bathroom should have external ventilation, but most buildings, most large buildings being made today, that's just not an option. With facade systems having to be closed off, exhausts have to be routed for, several hundred meters before they reach a exit point. These all require pumping, they require fans. Unless we know what sort of consumption is happening on every level, there is no real way to understand, okay, where can we create avenues for reduction. So I think one critical thing is to develop the standard for individual metering of building systems and actually displaying that on a building somewhere. Like the India Habitat Center has this display which tells you how much energy these solar panels on the roof are generating at any given point. They should also have a panel saying that, okay, we're also consuming this much. The bathroom exhausts are consuming this much light. The fans which are on in conference rooms which aren't being used are consuming this much light. So yeah, we need to have more granular, metering standards for buildings in that sense.
Thank you, Amit. Just one more question to Mr. Amit Kakkar. That any roadblocks which you see in implementing the government policies in your state and specifically or in general across the country?
Basically, the major roadblock is awareness. Like on this platform and other platforms, people like us, they are really involved in this and we have got the knowledge. But there are, large number of the professionals who are not aware of this thing. So one thing is that awareness is very much necessary. Second roadblock, what we see is mindset. Because generally our seniors and bureaucrats, they don't allow us to use new type of technologies which are coming up because they themselves are not aware of that. And generally most of the professionals are also, have a mindset. They don't have any past or they don't have any record or examples. If you are using this, then what are the consequences? So they are, slightly not they are not happy to take the measures or to adopt that new type of the technologies which are coming up. And one of the important roadblock which I have seen is that whenever we specify some of the good specifications or the energy conservation measures or by using certain certifications for like life cycle analysis or EPDs certifications or ISO certifications and others, then vendors start twisting us. They quote the rate because they know the specifications are there. So they will quote the rates like anything, and they don't want to reduce or they don't want to bring at par for the rates. So these are the, the major roadblocks. And one of panelists was saying, by adopting some of the measures, they give more FAR and other things. So if the government starts giving some concessions in this form, then I think these types of the measures will be easily adopted. So mindset, we have to change our mindset, and we should be prepared to, adopt the new technologies which are coming up. That is from my side.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists. So we'll just sum up the session because we have another session to go from here. So what I could gather from the whole debate or discussion and sharing of thoughts is we could summarize the way forward in terms of 4 or 5 key takeaways from the session. Like it would be the collaborative partnerships, that is very critical. Capacity building so that more and more people are engaged, more and more awareness is there, and the public awareness has to grow. The right choices and the context has to be set for each of the projects. And incentivization probably in whatever form we can do so that people are more than willing to come ahead and take these initiatives and accept these challenges more wholeheartedly and go in a positive direction. So it all requires a very multifaceted approach, and this platform and other sessions to come ahead will also contribute to and set the path for at least times to come, and whatever goals are being set by the country and our governments are met in the most judicious manner. Any questions we have from the audience? Yeah.
Namaskar. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, what specific, I repeat, what specific innovation practices, disruptions, and smart decision technologies are being incorporated by the government and private infrastructure and manufacturing industries to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to protect environment and the society in terms of decarbonization, human, physical, and digital world?
I would like to answer this question. Like in the morning, if you have heard in the opening remark of our B Secretary, one of the important programs which the government has taken up is that for, bringing the ECBC code in itself, first thing. Because when they define the certain norms, then it is followed throughout the India and throughout our country, and that is being adopted. And we generally learn, and then slowly and slowly we try to adopt them, and we adopt them and we get the result also. Again, the government have brought the distribution of LED lamps, and we have seen the results. Because earlier what we have seen that 100-watt incandescent lamp is nowadays being replaced by 9-watt or 6-watt LED lamps, and they are giving the same lumen output. Then the government have again recommended to use IE4 motors also, so that if you can reduce the pumping load and the other motorable requirements. In one of the case studies, it is being found that total electrical consumption which is being made, 35% of the electrical consumptions is made by the motors itself. Now, motors may be a part of an air conditioning machine, it may be a part of pumping machine, it may be a part of EV machines and other things. So if you started using IE4 rated motors, then it is one of the form in which you can bring the overall efficiency levels. Now, one another important thing is that most of the power, like one of our panelists was saying, we need to have a real electrical power, the power quality. So the power quality is again brought by improving the power factors and by reduction of harmonics. Now the government have started giving initiatives or the reduction in electricity bills if you are keeping your power factor correctly, maybe between 0.95 and 1. And they have started penalizing if your power factor is less than 0.9. Similarly, now harmonics also. So these, if you see the effect of these power factor and harmonics, so that is again basically related to electrical power generation. And then again the government, one of the main idea is to use a solar. Now one point which I want to say, I want to bring 4 important terminologies here. One is Moore's law. Moore's law says that in every 18 months, the size of the transistors in your semiconductor reduces by half. So you must have seen the results of also that the computing power increases and the size of the mobile and other computing elements get reduced. And similarly, there is a Swanson's law that when we use after every 2 years, the rate of the solar power panels get reduced by 20%. So these are the 2 laws. Then there is one thing which is known as grid parity. Grid parity means, if you understand the energy generation and energy transmission, then the 50 to 60% cost is in energy generation and 20% something around is for transmission. Like one of my panelists was saying, if you install the solar panels, or solar power generating stations and power generating stations locally, so that you can use the power itself there, we will not have a cost of electrical transmissions. So this is again, you will see in your time to come, that in some time, the cost of solar generation will reduce to such a level that the cost of transmission will be more than cost of solar generation. So the government tries to bring some of the policies and, there are they create the incentives, they create the things in the mind of the people or the users and the professionals. And there are other things also like they are more trying to bring the latest technologies and the productions in manufacturing in India itself. So there are some measures which is taking up in overall decarbonization and achieving the goals what our Honorable Prime Minister has said to achieve the net zero energy by 2070 and others. So there are many other things. We need to have a lot of time for discussions and for that. So this is the small thing which I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we can close the session on this note.
Thank you so much to our respected speakers and our moderator of the session. Can we have a huge round of applause for such a wonderful session? May I now request Architect Vijay Garg, Chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Delhi, to kindly join us here on the dais to present the token of gratitude to our eminent speakers and moderator. Our speaker, Architect Gautam Vikas Desai, ex-chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Goa. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your precious time out and joining us here. Next speaker, Shri Amit Kakar, Chief Engineer, Department of Information Technology and Communication, Government of Rajasthan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. We have next Professor Vibhuti Bhushan Biswal, Vice Chancellor, Odisha University of Technology and Research, Odisha. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next we have Architect Amit Khanna, Design Principal, AKDA. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next we have Architect G.P. Mathur, Managing Director, Gyan P. Mathur and Associates. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next we have Dr. Anshul Gujarati, Founder, Eco Solutions, Pune. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next we have Shri Kamanashish Roy, Chief of Communication and Public Relations, New Energy. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next speaker we have Shri Subrata Kumar Biswas, National Product Manager, Mehta Tubes Limited. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Last but not the least, our moderator of the session, Architect Gaurav Varmani. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we conclude our session 2. I request all our speakers and moderator to kindly join for a group picture. Thank you so much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the next session. The theme is going to be GEM towards ecosystem restoration. Seats. May I now request everyone to kindly take your seats. We are about to begin our next session. The theme of the session is going to be on GEM towards ecosystem restoration. Without further ado, may I now call upon stage our moderator of the session and our speakers. Our first speaker, Architect Lokendra Balasaria, Chairman, GEM Gujarat and Founder, Tree Walks, Ahmedabad, to kindly join us here on the dais. Speaker, Shri Anuj Kanwal, Commissioner, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, to kindly join us here on the dais. Shri Siddhant Malhotra, Advisor, Climate Change and Circular Economy, to kindly join us here on the dais. Ms. Sonali Rastogi, Founder, Partner, Morphogenesis, to kindly join us here on the dais. Dr. Jennifer Lewis, Partner, Kamath Infra Tech Private Limited, to kindly join us here on the dais. The next speaker, Architect Ashish Gupta, Architect, Urban Designer, Founding Partner at First Principal, New Delhi and Northern Chapter Chairman, the Indian Institute of Architects, to kindly join us here on the dais. Shri Bhavesh Sharma, Senior Program Manager, World Resources Institute, to kindly join us here on the dais. Shri Rupesh Umtol, Global Head, Digital Twins and Allied Services, Softtech Engineers Limited. Shri Krishna C. Mukti, Director, Sloan, India. May I now request our moderator of the session, Architect Vijay Garg, Chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Delhi, to join us here on the dais. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our session. May I now hand over the dais to our coordinator of the session, Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta from ASSOCHAM, GEM. I request the moderator of the session. Sure. It's okay, Slides? Yes, that's it.
Pinaki? How do I change slide? Okay. Thank you, ASSOCHAM, for giving me the opportunity to moderate such a fantastic panel of experts and present before you my thoughts on sustainability and environment. We are talking in this session about promoting eco-restoration with respect to GEM. So I'm sure most of the panelists will be speaking on the subject. In this format of this session, most of us are presenting a brief presentation, and then there will be a question-answer session. To start the session, I have few of my thoughts on the subject, which I am sharing with you. Like, promoting green and eco-friendly practices is a crucial for advancing the movement of eco-sustainability and eco-restoration. By embracing sustainable activity, minimizing carbon footprint, and adopting eco-conscious policies, we contribute to preservation and regeneration of our ecosystem. This collective effort fosters a healthy environment for the current and future generation, playing a vital role in the global push for ecological balance. So we are talking majorly of ecological balance as a city level initiative rather than focusing individually on a building in this session. So what are important factors other than energy, what we are talking every day? Most of us talk about, when we talk of green building, most of us only talk about energy. So what my focus is that we will talk about water ecosystem restoration, for which we have two experts here, which will be talking on water restoration and water generation and water management. And we will talk about water, wetland protection, riparian zone restoration and reforestation on the waterfront. And on air ecosystem restoration, we'll talk of afforestation, reducing emissions, and preserving biodiversity. And then tree ecosystem, because trees are very important factor as far as when we talk about water, when we talk about air and pollution. And so in that, we'll talk of reforestation, agroforestry, and urban greening. So these restoration efforts often require a combination of scientific knowledge and community engagement and policy support to be successful. Collaboration among various stakeholders, including local communities, government, and environmental organizations, is essential in achieving a meaningful results to this. So in this session, we are having some of the experts talking on the policy interventions to these aspects, and some are talking on the case studies of live projects where these are demonstrated by actual role which is being played by them in demonstrating how eco-sustainable projects can be built. So to start with, I would request my friend Sonali Rastogi, Sonali Rastogi is an eminent architect which has as a partner a international practice known as Morphogenesis Studio, and she will be talking about her latest project in Surat, which is basically focusing on energy savings, which she claims to be the 50% of what is being given to the platinum rated buildings, less than half the energy they are using, and then demonstrated how this will help. So I'll invite Sonali to share her presentation to start.
So how is this going to come on? Yeah. How does this mirror here? Ah, it's got it, okay. So, good afternoon. I was really inspired by the previous session and also had some learnings which really opened my eyes. So this building, Surat Diamond Bourse, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi ji on 17th of December, is the world's largest office building made in Surat. And it is kind of follows the entire Made in India story. It was built over COVID, mostly. It took 4.5 years to put this project together, of which 3 years were in COVID. But what I found very interesting today is the figure of that in the next decade, we will be building 1 billion square feet in India. This building is 7 million square feet, which means that 142.8 buildings like this will give us the entire amount that we have to build in India in the next decade. So, of course, I am a huge believer, proponent, and student of trying to get to net zero. But this building consumes already 50% less energy than Leeds Platinum. So, I feel that I've made a good start, and I really want to be part of this billion square feet story in the next decade and improve on how that happens. So, I'll share with you briefly. I don't know, I'm trying to make this work. Yeah. Okay, so I'll share with you briefly about this building. I'll try to be as quick as I can. So this is a seed building in Dream City, which is just outside Surat, and it was incentivized by the government in terms of land in order to boost the regional economy. You can see Surat in the distance. And it was built for this purpose, that these people who work like this right now, I mean, what you see on the right-hand side is better situation than what most of them have. And they wanted to work in a grade A commercial office. The problem at hand was the cost. Here it's mentioned in dollars, but it's 4,200 rupees a square foot. The scale to be built in one shot, single phase. The density of people, 65,000 people enter the building within 30 minutes. Offices, 4,500 offices democratically distributed with no hierarchy. Functionality at any point, it can function as 1, 2 or 3 or 4,500 working as one. And adaptability to what they consider designing for function for business of the future. So, in order to meet this cost, we understood that without reducing capex, there is no project, and then without reducing opex, they can't afford the building. So we started something called metric-driven design. So if there is no building, I mean, there will be no building if we don't meet the numbers. So we started with numbers in reverse. So you'll see a bunch of numbers over here which talks about travel time of a person, because human energy is the biggest resource. So if we are going to waste that resource just meandering through spaces to get to what we need to do, not worth it. So daylight, air conditioning efficiency, energy performance, and all the other energy criteria that all architects, designers are familiar with. So we figured if we do Leeds Platinum, we will be at $650 per square meter, which is not going to work. If we have to target $500 per square meter, we need to better that. We need to better Leeds Platinum in the situation. So we set targets. That we have to be under this, which you see on the extreme right-hand side column. Similarly, for moving people, which is a very, very, very important resource, there were also time slots set to reduce energy consumption of human beings doing non-productive work. Time was optimized by designing the building along the most suitable movement system for distributing human resource, which is the fishbone or the human vertebrae system. We talked about passive energy. Of course, energy, no point saying we'll offset this, offset that if you don't design with passive energy in the first place. So, of course, all principles of passive and solar design were incorporated. And building is 100% day lit in all working areas. A lot of simple physics, the fact that hot air rises, simple physics was used to make 50% of the building, which is non-AC, actually better ventilated, because in Surat you need to bring down the microclimate and you need to ventilate the building, and you've got rid of the air conditioning. And as earlier one of the presenters said, 50 to 60% of the energy goes in air conditioning in the building. So if we were able to reduce in 50% of the area zero air conditioning, which means now instead of 60%, air conditioning is only using 30% of the energy of the building. So we use simple stack effect. And this is a detail showing that floors and floors of staggering cutouts to give it an urban design street kind of feeling with trees growing in it. These stacks actually go through the building, and this is the common area where people meet and they do transactions, they eat food and talk and do everything else that we do in an urban space. So this is a typical floor plan of the building. The green areas are courtyards, which were also microclimate controlled and hence dealing with passive architecture. This is the finished building. And I'll just quickly take you through the microclimate strategy, which is reducing temperature, ambient temperature by 5 to 7 degrees. So one that was done by placing buildings at a distance where 50% of the courtyards are shaded for all working hours except 2 between 11 and 1 in the afternoon. So the entire environment around the building is cooler. Simple section showing that the distances of buildings were placed so that the shadow angles are at 45 degrees for most of the time and the courtyards are shaded. And we get 10,000 meters square of outdoor food zone, which is used every single day. This is showing the sun path across the project. So first half of the day, we get 4 courtyards shaded on one side. Second half, we get 5 courtyards shaded on the other side. These are the internal gardens. This picture is during construction, so the plants were smaller. Now they are all big and healthy, big-looking plants. And these are multiple lungs of the building where air is rising up. Now, this building has, except for the offices, which are shut due to security reasons and air conditioning with glass windows, actually this building has holes. It has no windows. So through all the holes, air goes out all the time, and it has lakhs of holes. So in this picture, what you see on the right-hand side, which appears to be a window, is just a hole. What you see on the floor is a radiant cooling system. We had seen this system being used in Germany in very beautiful, expensive sealed panels. We kind of deconstructed what that is, and together with the MEP engineers devised a tubing system where the air conditioning reject water goes into this, and the entire public space, instead of air conditioning, which is 45% of the area of 7 million square feet, is cooled only with this radiant cooling. And the holes that I talked about are derived out of these jalis. So these squares that you see in the building elevations are all just jalis. So air comes into the common area through this, and the floor is cooled through radiant cooling. These are my jalis, what the entire project is made of. There's no glass in here anywhere, even though it looks like there is, but there isn't. That is, you can see the sequence of different kinds of holes throughout the project. And so here architecture was used not only for creating sort of to allow this group within the funds they had available to have a world-class building, but it also created a level playing field for small, medium and large traders. A lottery system was used to allocate where the offices will be for who, and all non-office spaces were treated as urban space, accessible to all without any hierarchy and without any air conditioning, without even fans. And this was the life they had before. They would get up at 4 in the morning, get on a train to Mumbai to go to the Bharat Diamond Bourse, and they would leave Mumbai at 6:30 at night. The people we interviewed during our early concept stages said they sometimes see their families only on Sunday. So it was a community that got together, petitioned a project for themselves, and elevated their own condition. So this is the site. You can see, I've talked about the size of the building. This is a during construction picture. You can see the size of the labor settlement, which was huge. because the work didn't stop here at all ever other than lockdown 1. This is the project growing during COVID. This project was already intending to meet all Made in India criteria, but in addition to that, during COVID, due to quite often the state boundaries getting closed, we were asked to source everything from either Gujarat as far as possible or only neighboring states. So some interesting changes were made. Ruby red, which was supposed to be the Deccan granite that was supposed to be used, turned to Lakha red, which is more local. And similarly, many such changes were made, which I feel have worked for the betterment of the project. Some images of the finished project. This is just to give you an idea of the scale. This is the reception waiting area. That's the entry reception. This is the building starts to get lit at night. And this is the building on this Diwali before Modi ji inaugurated it. So this is just a start. I feel the EPI, we could have with 90 EPI, we could have achieved every possible standard of top rating. This building is operating at 46. So, and I think if they didn't do any offsetting from a solar farm, I think if that was done, which is permitted, then it would have been net zero. But I'll go with 46 because really the building is at 46. And I'm hoping that the 142 into this building that gets built in the next 10 years can all be zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali, for a nice presentation. Now I'll invite Bhavya Sharma ji for sharing a case study on clean construction practices, and he will be talking with relevance to the air pollution during the construction. Okay.
Hello everyone. I guess this is...
Bhavya, please restrict your presentation to 5 to 7 minutes.
Sure, sure. Once it is live, yeah. Hello everyone, good evening. I am Bhavya Sharma, I am Senior Program Manager, Air Quality Team at WRI India. So World Resources Institute is a think tank. We work on many aspects, but I'll briefly talk about one of the projects that we are doing in Surat. And I'll not start with the horrible pictures of Delhi construction bans and construction getting banned everywhere in Delhi NCR. So this is a project we briefly started in 2020. We were doing some consultations under Surat Clean Air Action Plan when we were developing it with Surat Municipal Corporation, and it's another story from Surat, so it's good. Yeah, therein we realized that when we spoke with construction sector experts, they don't even know what is happening on air quality front, emission levels within their premises while construction is happening. So how to control them? And they know that, yes, in Delhi NCR, construction is getting banned because of high levels of air pollution, specifically particulate matter 10 and 2.5. So with that thinking in mind, we came up with this handbook of clean construction practices in Surat. So just to tell you, this is the first of its kind in India that was developed. And later Delhi, UP and other states are now following up with these practices. So some pictures, we started this project with CREDAI Surat. So within that, CREDAI also distributed it amongst all the members, 600 members. And you can see on the top pictures and the down one, the project site. So commissioner, municipal commissioner, he inaugurated that project. It's one of the pilot sites that we are starting with, wherein what we are doing is we are taking control measures at the site, looking at how these actions or solutions can reduce air pollution at the construction site. So what we are seeing in Delhi NCR, it is And, to make that case study for a larger case for different cities, for different sites, so we chose that Surat construction pilot as one of the innovative solutions. Later on, once we developed the Handbook of Clean Construction Practices, we also realized that it's mostly technical. So the people who are working on ground, specifically site engineers or laborers, they don't even understand what is happening. So if we are not involving them, then how would you reduce air pollution at the site? So for that, we developed these manuals, how to control emissions during construction, for them in visually, specific ways. It's a short guide, but I'll come to the most important part. So this is one of the sites that we chose. Therein, we did monitoring at the upwind and the downwind through 2 air quality samplers. These are not low-cost samplers. These are regulatory grade high-volume samplers through which you can monitor particulate matter 10 and particulate matter 2.5. A lot of construction activities are happening within this site. You can see that, transportation of material is happening, a lot of cutting, drilling, excavation of site, all those things. And we also hear that, construction contributes to a lot of road dust in nearby areas. So you have movements of vehicles within those sites. So we took some measures on ground. You can see during excavation, we actually covered the open silt that is present. So that, and Surat is a place, it's a coastal place wherein wind blows either ways during morning and night. So you need to be aware of that meteorological conditions and topography. Similarly, a lot of dust happens when the transfer of material happens. Or, a lot of transport is coming inside, a lot of material is coming inside. So we try to mitigate, we try to took steps to control those measures, just like sprinkling of water. By the way, this is not a fresh water, the water was taken from treated waste treatment plant. And also we focused on the covering of site plus on the green infrastructure around the site so that the dust is not spilling around in the neighboring areas. So, yeah, so these are the results and these are pretty shocking. Why? Because, and it's an example that can be created for not only Delhi NCR, rather for whole India. You can see that, red and blue, the upper bar graph, you can see that most of the readings that we took during the sampling, they don't even meet the national ambient criteria. So this is for PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5. During that time, we did monitoring during summer, we did monitoring during winter, so that to take the case for both the seasons. So it's astonishing to see that during the no activity, if you see on the below graph, left-hand side, there's no activity. But taking the readings from downwind and upwind monitors, we could see there's slight change of air quality. But once the construction activity starts, there's a 35% increase in PM 2.5 from upwind to downwind. So that means that construction is adding to air pollution, PM 2.5. But when you take clean construction practices, when you take clean construction solutions on ground, you cover, you control the transport, your walkways, you cover your cutting, drilling, the excavation is done in a sound manner, then almost 79% of the increase got reduced. So that means that if you take clean construction practices, the increase would not be larger compared to what would have been. Similarly, and by the way, construction contributes PM10 pretty high. If you have seen the emissions inventory and source apportionment study reports. And this is my last slide, but I'll just complete. And this is for PM10. And you will see the drastic reductions. Similarly, PM10 readings are pretty high during the whole time. They are not meeting the standards, Center Pollution Control Board standards. But when the construction is happening, look at the reading in the below graph, the middle one, 76% increase because of construction. But when you take measures, then again that 70%, 76% gets reduced to 82%. Lesser, the reduction happens. So this is just one of a kind of an example we are creating. And we are working in 10 cities right now with different municipal corporations and our program called Accelerator for Clean Air Solutions and Actions. And hopefully now municipal corporations, even the Surat Municipal Corporation came up with SOP and notification to builders. So Credai Surat is helping us. And recently, I don't know if you've heard of, Mumbai also came up with the same notification. Now other cities are also coming up. And we are helping them, but we are also helping builders, real estate agencies, just to identify that if you take measures on ground, then there's some little hope that you can aspire for. So that's
my submission.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Now I'll invite Siddhant Malhotra, who is the advisor GIZ with respect to climate change and circular economy. He will be speaking on GIZ circular waste solution project initiatives on circular economy with respect to plastic waste reduction and the guaranteed scheme RSF. And then you can please proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddhant. I'm climate change advisor at GIZ India. Thank you, first of all, to ASSOCHAM for inviting me as a speaker. So let's zoom out from civil construction projects for a bit and focus on circular economy and waste management related projects and issue in our country. One of such project is Waste Solutions for a Circular Economy in India. It's implemented by GIZ India and funded by Mitigation Action Facility, which is a climate fund co-funded by the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action in Germany, the ICI Group and European Union. Two ministry partners are there, MAUA and MOFCC. The project is for 5 years, and by the end of the project, 4,500 tons per day of waste shall be supported through this project, and 1.2 million tons of CO2 emission reduction shall be contributed. These are the 5 locations, Varanasi, Patna, Bangalore, Trichy and Goa state in the project. Major aim of the project is low carbon transformation of Indian waste management sector through eco-friendly solutions like source segregation of waste, home composting, community composting, biomethanation of wet waste, material recovery facility and recycling of plastic waste, setting up of refuse-derived fuel facilities. These are some of the solutions that are promoted through the project. These are all low carbon intensive solutions. So just want to link waste management and ecosystem restoration here. It's a very important part in ecosystem restoration, because the amount of waste ending up in ecosystems such as oceans, rivers, forest can be greatly reduced because of proper waste management solutions. We don't need a lot of landfills if we are doing proper waste management, which is saving us land and of course natural habitat. If we are doing proper waste treatment like composting, biomethanation, recycling of plastic waste, we are reducing emissions, which of course everyone knows helps in impacts on ecosystem. Composting, for instance, also leads to healthier soil, helping in the land quality, and also supports in wildlife. Let me now get into the project activities which helps in restoration. We work at 3 levels. Urban local body level is the first one, supporting these 5 cities with partial grant support to build up new processing facilities such as MRF, biomethanation plants, RDF facilities. Through our NGO partners, we do source segregation and home composting awareness activities, training of informal waste workers, capacity building of urban local body staff. We do soft support such as DPR preparation, gap assessment studies, value chain studies, SOPs, etc. Then the project works at state and national level. So at national, like I said, we work with MOHUA and MOEFCC. We support the ministries by developing advisories, guidelines on biomethanation, recycling of plastics. SOPs are prepared for composting. Technical support unit has been set up in MOHUA for various other activities. We are supporting Goa state with its EPR policy. So extended producer responsibility is an important topic when it comes to plastic and the revenue that can be generated. That we are going to work with them. We are developing massive open online courses for various stakeholders on different topics of waste management. Skill development training programs are being developed for private sector and sanitation staff. Here we have a very important financial tool that I want to introduce here. It's a guarantee scheme which is being done in collaboration with SIDBI. So it's a partial debt guarantee scheme for the MSME waste management sector, where the loans taken by these companies from a commercial bank or NBFCs are guaranteed up to 50% on their loan amounts. So this is the RSF. Since you must be aware that the companies in India, waste management companies, they are finding it very difficult to find financing from the banks due to maybe perceived business models that lack something, or delayed payments from our private, from our public organizations. So the collateral that is required for these companies is way high, up to 120%, and that needs to be reduced along with the high interest rates are there. So by this it's a small corpus right now, we ensure 50% of the loan is guaranteed. Some of the plans that are there for 2024 is working on multi-layered plastics, which is, the recycling is still in a very low scale and it's very much important. So we are working on that, and then replication of the solutions in 10 additional cities. Training on GEM portal, so government e-marketplace for small enterprises. They are not able to access it because of difficulty in registration. We are going to do some training programs. Supporting ministry with knowledge partners. Swachhta Knowledge Partners is their program at state level, and experience exchange activities for urban local body staff. Here are some circular economy models. I'll quickly go through them. In Bangalore, we call it Chila Mela, where old clothes are converted into cloth bags by women tailors. In Goa, we call it Shop with Your Waste, which is a barter system where residents can bring their waste to a shop, and they get a coupon instead of that waste, and the shopkeeper can make money out of selling the dry waste. In Trichy, we have an alternate day collection system for dry waste, which helps in better source segregation. In Varanasi, we have installed small MRF units in schools where children can throw dry waste and then it's sent to recyclers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddhant. Now, thank you, Siddhant, for nice presentation on waste. Now I'll invite Dr. Jennifer Levice from Goa. She's from Chamber of Commerce, and she will be speaking on eco resorts, green tourism, and tourists in Goa. So, you can start with your presentation then.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Jennifer Lewis, and of course, I'm from Goa. So I thought I should speak on tourism. Most of you like to come to Goa. You think Goa is very beautiful. But I also want to tell you the other things that Goa goes through. Goa is very small. As you see, we are only 3,702 square kilometers. The resident population is only 18 lakhs. But when you come to Goa, you are around 80 lakhs. So that's a floating population. We are a very small place, coastline of 105, but the estimated waste generation we have is 766, and per capita is 484. These are the Goa Waste Management Corporation statistics that I've taken. So we have a vision document for Goa, that's the Goa 2035 vision and roadmap, which says we should have a beautiful and serene Goa, cultured Goa, balanced and sustainable Goa, knowledge-centric, enlightened Goa, affluent Goa, well-governed Goa, happy Goa. These are for the residents of Goa, right? But how much resources do we have to make sure these things happen for us? So while we say this is the vision, this is what we want, sometimes the vision doesn't really come true because these things are happening, and I'm happy, you know, like GIZ is doing that circular. I have been part of the program and you are working towards it, but the more tourists that come to Goa, the more five-star hotels there are, the more higher standards you have, the more waste that's generated, that's lying around everywhere. How much can you actually collect? And no amount of infrastructure can actually make people take it into that infrastructure. It's lying on the beaches, it's lying in the nalas, you know, it's all over the place. The more people you have, the more garbage you have. Not just that, we have the other issues that have to do with water. We are fighting with the neighboring states of Maharashtra and Karnataka. We don't know how long our water is going to last. We are enjoying it today like no, and you know, like we have a lot of water, we waste a lot of water, we don't have to save water. This is the way we go and sleep. But then what happens when the water is then restricted, it's limited, or it's polluted? What about the electricity issues? They are thinking of having a new line coming through the Goa-Tanma line through the forest area. This has also been you know, restricted. The Supreme Court has also come in. So, but this, we need energy, we need electricity. But we are going on like, you know, the people who just enjoy electricity and water, like it's completely so much over there, but we don't have enough, really. So, what I bring to you is, so beside only 3 slides. So this is what Goa is facing with all the waste and a lot of population that is there. So what is that happens to the environment, the thing that you come to enjoy in Goa? What happens to it? Because you have so many people coming to Goa, every hotel, if they don't look after the you know, reduction of energy or reduction of water consumption, the waste generation, what are they doing? What is their contribution? So highest waste, the 50% of the waste that's generated in Goa is coming from one village itself. That's the village of Kalangut. That's one village itself. And 50% of Goa's village comes from a touristic place. And five-star hotels, a lot of five-star hotels over there. So you can imagine what we are going through. So where is the waste coming from? Is it the local population? Is it the touristic population? What is the mindset of the tourist that is traveling? Do we understand it? Do we know what they're trying to do? Do we design for them? Is one of the solutions to restrict? Do we restrict people traveling? We say, no, you don't come to Goa. You don't know how to behave. Is that what we say to tourists? But tourists are like that all over the world. But how much is enough and how much can we manage? Are we going to keep on having waste management plants? Are we going to keep on generating energy? How many hotels can we host? How many people can we host? There are now hotels who are talking about turtle nesting sites. Come and watch them. There were tourists who are picking up turtles from the, you know, they were taking pictures, they were trampling on them. Little turtles which come to the beach and the, you know, this is what's happening. Like how much we have a good environment, you enjoy, but do you also destroy while you're doing it? In your enthusiasm of putting up the videos and putting up the pictures and all that, how do we sustain this? We don't have a policy or mandate in Goa yet of any certification. All the other states are ahead. We are at a precarious situation and we don't have a mandate, we don't have a certification. But we are almost there. Some kind of certification MOU is being signed. The Pollution Control Board last year signed some MOU and they are looking at doing things. We are getting there, but we need to get there faster. We need to get there faster and mandate all of these hotels, all of this commercial establishment, the industrial organizations, to also put up a restriction on the way they are handling things. And that comes from organizations such as ASSOCHAM GEM, which says, please look at what you're doing to the environment and limit your usage. It's not limitless. Energy is not limitless, water is not limitless, and waste is not to throw around. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for nice insight on the tourism sector in Goa and how we can connect it to eco-restoration. And now I'll request Architect Lokendra Balsaria ji from Gujarat, and he will talk on a unique subject which is called individual social responsibility towards living a net zero life in cities, with an example from his own home state. So Architect Lokendra sir, please.
Thank you. Hi, Namaskar. I am basically an architect and urban planner. Did my own practice, but 11 साल पहले कुछ एक एक्सपेरिमेंट स्टार्ट किया हमने, वेरी नॉन आर्किटेक्चरल. गवर्नमेंट क्या नहीं करती है, क्या करती है वो नहीं, हम क्या करते हैं वो बात करके. एंड वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट इकोलॉजिकल इश्यूज विद पीपल. तो ट्री वॉक वो स्टार्टेड, लोगों को एक हरी भरी जगह में लेके जाते थे हफ्ते में एक बार, 1 घंटे पेड़ों के बारे में बात करते थे और आधा घंटा इकोलॉजिकल इश्यूज के बारे में बात करते थे. दिस वाज इन 2013. अभी 2500 फैमिलीज हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई है एंड दिस इज़ अ चैरिटी प्रोग्राम. इसमें हम कोई पैसा नहीं लेते किसी से. एक फिलॉसफी ऐसी है कि प्रकृति से बहुत मिला है. बोलते ना कि जब पैदा होते हैं तो वो डायपर और आधा चम्मच पानी प्रकृति से आता है, जब जाते हैं तो वो 1.5 मन लकड़ा या 6 फुट की जगह भी प्रकृति की होती है. तो क्या दिया, तो वी स्टार्टेड सेइंग लेट्स गिव बैक, यू नो. सो दिस वाज द philosophy behind starting tree walks, and in 11 years we have now 2,500 families joined with us. We are in 2 cities, Bhavnagar and Jamnagar, Ahmedabad, sorry. This is my own real experience which I am sharing with you. By now, apart from many other things, we have 5 families which are carbon negative, like Bhutan. जितना कार्बन प्रोड्यूस करते हैं उससे ज़्यादा एब्जॉर्ब करते हैं. जब हम लोगों को कहते तो बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है. मैं कल भी किसी को कह रहा था तो वो हंस रहे थे थोड़ा सा. तो अनबिलीवेबल सा है ये कि 5 families कैन बी कार्बन नेगेटिव एंड देयर आर 40 families विच आर कार्बन न्यूट्रल. माई ओन फैमिली इज कार्बन न्यूट्रल. वी डू हैव एन एयर कंडीशनर, वी डू हैव 2 cars. We live in a standard apartment in a city, but we are carbon neutral. I'm coming to how we did it. So what we started, when we started, we didn't have these calculations in mind. बहुत simple सा एक विचार था कि प्रकृति के लिए कुछ अच्छा करना है, मदर अर्थ को बिगाड़ के नहीं जाएंगे. तो we said कि हमारा घर का कचरा एटलीस्ट विल सेग्रीगेट एंड विल कंपोस्ट. सो वी स्टार्टेड कंपोस्टिंग आवर किचन वेस्ट, मेकिंग मैन्योर. जो मैन्योर बनता था उसका क्या करेंगे, तो वी स्टार्टेड गार्डनिंग. सो ईच हाउस has to have some plants. We taught them how to grow plants, what to grow. So they were medicinal plants, they were wellness plants, they were indoor plants, they were vegetable plants. So all kind of plants we taught them. So people started using this manure which they produced. They started growing their own plants. Then we started looking at biodiversity, pollinating plants, etc. So a lot of issues we picked up. We even picked up the issue of aquatic biodiversity. शहरों में पानी के elements खत्म हो गए. तो sometime we were looking in Ahmedabad, we said, yeah, we don't see kingfisher now. We don't see kingfisher in our city. So we said, wow, probably the water bodies are missing. So we started working on that. So there were a lot of issues and none of those were very calculation based. We kept on observing, we kept on discussing, and we kept on improvising. So now we are working on some 17 different components of ecology. One of the learning, I'm just giving an example, like I had gone to Coorg about 7 years back and we were talking to the local people and किसी ने कहा कि यार यहाँ पे डॉक्टर की प्रैक्टिस नहीं चलती. बोले क्यों नहीं चलती, बोले हम लोग बीमार ही नहीं होते. एंड इट वॉज अनबिलीवेबल. मैं अहमदाबाद से हूँ जहाँ पे हर 100 मीटर पे 3 डॉक्टर होते हैं, कम से कम. ये तो मैं कम बोल रहा हूँ. तो वी वेंट अराउंड इन द सिटी एंड वी एक्चुअली डिडंट सी डॉक्टर के वो बोर्ड्स लगे हुए. देन वी वेंट टू दिस मेडिकल स्टोर, जो हमने देखा था, बोले यार ये मेडिकल स्टोर है, मतलब बीमार होते होंगे. मेडिकल स्टोर में भी प्लास्टिक की वाटर बॉटल्स, साबुन, बिस्किट, चॉकलेट ज़्यादा थी दवाइयों के। तब हमको लगा नहीं बात सही है, शायद कुर्ग में एक्चुअली लोग बीमार नहीं हो रहे। एंड तब एक विचार आया कि अगर कुर्ग में लोग बीमार नहीं होते तो अहमदाबाद को कुर्ग जैसा बना सकते हैं थोड़ा सा। सो वी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन वेलनेस प्लांट्स। तो एक पत्थर चट्टा प्लांट आ रहा है, मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, जिसकी पत्ती खाने से किडनी या ब्लैडर स्टोन 10 दिन में डिजॉल्व होकर निकल जाता है। इट्स सच अ सिंपल थिंग। देन देयर इज अनदर कॉल्ड नगोड़, जिसके पत्तों को पानी में बॉईल करके नहाने से चिकनगुनिया का दर्द 10 दिन में ठीक हो जाता है। मेरा खुद का एक्सपीरियंस है। मेरा चिकनगुनिया मेरे को 1 साल तक परेशान किया, और नगोड़ के पत्तों को पानी में गर्म करके नहाने से 5वें दिन आई वॉज ओके। सो नेचर हैज़ दोज काइंड ऑफ मैजिक्स विच वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट. So we started talking about all these different components, and people like it because we talk simple language, you know. We don't talk very complicated vagara. And in 2021, we were trying to celebrate World Composting Day, which comes on 29th May, and we saw that there were at least 400 families who were doing home composting. And we did a back calculation, and we realized each family was negating release of 14.5 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent into the atmosphere. ये टाइम बताने आ रहा बेचारा, कर रहा हूँ. So उसकी जवाबदारी है. तो we did all these things, you know, and one of the very important component we are talking about for wellness, for making cities manageable, is non-toxic living. So non-violent living. So we say all organisms, all birds, all insects are important for ecology. Let's not kill them. Let's not use poisons. So we started doing all these things, and the results are fantastic. Those families which we talked about, we have done fuzzy calculations. If you want to understand the calculations, I can sit with you, I can tell you. We are getting external agencies to check this calculation and tell us whether we are wrong or right. You know, but the margin which has shown results is very high. So I think it should be right. So we are doing all these kind of things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lokendraji, for sharing the insight of a subject which is never talked about as an individual responsibility. We were only talking of the collective responsibilities and the responsibility of the government. And now I'll invite architect Ashish Gupta, who is the chapter chairman of Indian Institute of Architects Northern Chapter. I would request him, and he's also urban planner. He will talk about urban heat island effect in our buildings and their mitigation measures which can help us to reduce the urban heat island effect. Ashish.
Thank you, Vijay. Now that since we have already had exciting speakers in our session, Sonali talked about going away from sustainability by ensuring that she does not go for any certification, because she's actually doing a better job than that, which is appreciable. Lokendra talked about going green, respecting ecology, and Dr. Jennifer actually talked about 80 lakh of floating population in 3,700 square meters of covered area. Let me give you the real nightmares. Delhi has an urban area of 850 square kilometers, right? And our population is 2.5 crores. And we are going to hit 3.5 crores in the next 20 years. And currently, we have a floating population of 1 crore every day. So now that we have got everybody's attention, the biggest problem is that while we talk that we should have cities totally diverse from the existing cities, that's all fine. That will happen in time, but things happen very slow in our country. And fundamentally, if you really look at all the cities, the way they are growing in this country, they are all originating from small core cities around which cities have happened. And they are growing organically with master plans overlaid, with the new concept of various kind of transportation systems overlaying them. I think a lot of structural changes are happening in the cities. which are creating their own problems. And with the growing population, the governments everywhere find it the easiest thing to say and do under the pressure of builders is allow more coverage. And after every couple of years, there are some more exemptions which come up. And fundamentally, whoever is from Delhi here knows that for the last about 6 years, I would say, we are not doing any construction in 3 months in a year. And the way it's going, we can imagine that we will not be building in Delhi with the traditional methods, right? So fundamentally, my talk here, we are talking about a proposal for a regulatory framework for UHI mitigation. Now I'll just run over through this in the next 5 minutes because that's the time which has been given to me. Urban heat island effect, popularly known as UHI, is basically a man-made disaster in the making for our large cities, which is because of increasing use of our highly reflective surfaces in our urban environments, such as cars, building surfaces, pavements and roads, etc., which are reflecting the solar radiation back in the environment, which eventually affects the human environment where they have to exist. Because typically all humans are interacting with nature in about 0 to 20 meters of height on the ground level. And that's where if urban radiation is not absorbed and is only reflected, it only causes some delta increase in the microclimate of that area and the temperatures rise. And with Delhi hitting 50 once in a while, we're already reaching a point where these things are going to become a problem. And the reason why Delhi becomes important is because most of the decision makers are sitting in Delhi, and whatever decision as policy gets done in Delhi gets replicated in whatever formats in every state. So that's why this becomes important, and I feel that the parameters which are contributing to increase in UHI are largely 3. One is the reduced soft green cover in the building landscape, which is happening because of increased coverages which are being allowed by the government agencies. Then there are lack of UHI studies for projects which are being done. So because people are not realizing the intent and the extent of understanding the problem so they could resolve it. And there's a lack of effective monitoring of environment and standards during the operation phase of the buildings. So what we are proposing as a way forward is the formulation of a benchmark standard for monitoring zone-wise UHI intensities in urban areas, which means that if you really look at a place like Delhi, typically South Delhi, you have a lot of greens happening, but if you go to North Delhi, you don't have the same kind of greens. So effectively, you will find that the environment in terms of a microclimate there would be very different from what happens in South Delhi to what happens in North Delhi to what happens in West Delhi to what happens in Old Delhi. So it's a problem which is very zone-based. It is not a problem which can be empirically said that a city suffers from an urban island heat effect. It will be area to area. Then we should need to promote some kind of a zero UHI as a part of the certification systems, which are targeting the net zero buildings only in case of energy. But if we add up a zero UHI also as a part of it, it's a ask. Then we need to promote UHI compliant building facade designs, because fundamentally what in the last 30 years of construction, we've seen so much of glass construction with every kind of possible justification given to it, reduced dead load areas, reflective spaces, better views outside, etc., etc., etc. But fundamentally, if you do not design your facades better, the reflection from the facade is also adding to UHI. Then we need to increase definitely the minimum soft green areas on every project. And the implementation measures that we are proposing is a mandatory online UHI monitoring at multiple locations, including all public building and spaces with live displays for citizens for collecting real-time data for research and analysis, because the government needs data and research. I think 2 sessions back, somebody was saying that while smart cities have been happening, but data collection is happening, but analysis is still not happening. So I think this is one area where we have to start collecting that. And then we also need to have a policy for defining UHI emergencies for a graded response. Because fundamentally, when we hit 49 and 50, somebody from Odisha was here in the morning. I do projects in Odisha, so I know. Fundamentally, when I first time went to Odisha in summers, I was told that there is a legislation which comes there every summers in the month of May, which says labor is not allowed to work between 12 and 4. So the labor starts working at 7 a.m. in the morning, takes an off at 12, starts working at 4 and works till 6:30, and that's how the labor systems work there. Because it is not conducive to work in the outside environment, because the heat is so humongous there. While the temperatures are lower, because of higher humidity, you have more heat there. So emergencies are already happening. So like what we have, the AQI system in Delhi, currently we are having GRAP 2 now, but till yesterday it was GRAP 3. So fundamentally, we need to have a prepared UHI emergency responses which are required, which will be helping the citizens by getting information on time so they can save their health. Because eventually UHI is directly going to impact health of everybody. Then we need to foster collaborations between developers, building owners and citizens in these affected zones which are identified for combating UHI impacts on a short-term basis and a long-term basis. Short-term can be done by avoiding something, by remaining indoors, but for long-term you have to have mitigation strategies which have to be brought out. Then we need to promote institutional certification of technologies and building materials, which will eventually help in UHI mitigation. And this is just an appeal for all the institutional collaborations for a collective response for tackling UHI at urban level. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Architects, thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you for nice presentation and drawing attention to the emerging problem to the environment. Now I'll request Anuj Kanwal sir, who is from Jal Shakti Mantralaya. He is the commissioner.
Thank you, ASSOCHAM, for inviting me today. You see, my idea of coming here is only to, energize a few areas which are, which are prime importance. All our architects here, I am the only odd one out. But the point is there, everyone has touched in their speech, one way or the other, the water. So I am a water man. I am basically Government of India. I deal with policies, I deal with projects throughout my career, and my mind is only full of water. So I'll just try to give this house a thought that which actually is the need. The basis of our life is water, and we are slowly and steadily, getting into a grip of water stress. We are not aware of this, we are enjoying currently, but later on, next 10, 20 years, we are definitely going to feel the heat. In some of the areas, the water stress is already being felt by every man and woman, some way or the other. So my idea is to not to create a panic, but we have solutions. Government of India is working on those solutions, so I'll just dwell upon on those solutions, just to give a brief on that. So day zero is very important. Day zero is a reminder that the water is nowhere. You can't find the water. It's not happened in Cape Town, it's happened in Shimla in summers. It is happening every day in every city, in some of the parts of somewhere in the cities. The day zero is a reality, we have to live with this. The day zero has actually created quite a respect for water. Water is, water use has certain principles. Major principles are that water is a valuable resource. We have to respect. The respect for water is very important. Water is a finite resource. We can't use it infinitely. Water is a shared resource. We have to share with, as Dr. Jennifer has pointed out, that they have water issues with Maharashtra. Mahadayi is a very burning topic with us in our ministry. So it's a shared resource. We have to share with each users, which we have to share with various usages. The farmer is there, the industry is there, the domestic is there. Everyone is, has tried to domain on the water. And water is not renewable. This is a very important thing. So we talk about recycling, reuse. We use these terms in a very loose term. All these things has a cost. So water is not renewable on its own. Water is renewable with a cost. Water is renewable with a effort. So we have to keep this thing in mind. These are the basic principles. Water has a key element from micro level, what we are talking about the buildings, to a higher level to the cities, and to another level to the nation, as India as a whole. So these are, water, most of our cities have grown. We know our civilizations have grown across water. So water is basically an economic facilitator for our growth. if there is no water, there is no economy. All the difference between an economically developed country and a non-economically developed country is water. The water use pyramid is the actual differentiator which we have found out. So we are working on that. We are now thinking and creating. So this is another scenario which we need to understand, that we have got around, we talk about the cities, no, but in water, we talk about basins, we talk about catchments, huge catchments, we call them basins. So we have got around 20 basins, 9 of them are already water starved. We don't have water. There is no water there. Goa is one of them. So they have already they have gone into water stress zone. And it supports around 60 crores population of India. Now, this is very important. 60 crore population is being affected right now, today. The water stress in India, water stress index, if we compute, found that 54% of our India is already water stress zone. Water demand has increased a lot. Our demands for human consumption has increased, human use has increased. Our demands for kettles, pets has increased. Our demands for our industrialization have increased. Our demand for smart cities has increased. So each and every day we are having more demands. So this is an assessment which was done in 1999 by our ministry, that we are going to have a huge demand in the coming years. But the supply side is very poor. We are already starved. Our supply of water in India is limited. But we have to manage this source of water. Groundwater situation is also very bad. We have got around 36% overexploited and unsafe zones. And all red marks are all of India. This is groundwater unsafe areas. So irrigation is another huge thing which is taking a lot of amount of water. Our groundwater is being used by agriculture, it is used by domestic, and we are going to have a shortage on water, groundwater. In most of the areas of, we have got non-replenishment groundwater. So handling water stress is twofold. One is the Cape Town poster, once you get out of the airport, you find this, spend water wisely. And another is the Algerian principle of, putting water police. So this is two approaches are extremes. We have to follow the mid approach. And we have found that water use efficiency, that is the only solution. We have to solve. Efficiency doesn't mean that we have to economize. Efficiency means that we have to work on the actual requirement, not on overuse. So that will bring more effectiveness and more excellence in our economy. Water use efficiency comes as Madam from Goa said that Goa is full of water. So once the water is available, people just don't think, put any respect to the water. So water use efficiency, water availability is inversely proportional to the water availability. If the more water is available, the less water will be, efficiency will be there. So poor water use efficiency is going to lead water stress in coming years. Water use efficiency has to be done with a pricing as a major control. Pricing means giving respect, making a water a limited resource, then measuring it and standardization, and when it is misused, we have to penalize it. We have got certain sustainability principles. We have got certain new sources of water where efficient use of water sources can actually make a new source of water. We are calling it a new water. And in our assessment, you will be astonished to understand that we have assessed that if we use water efficiently in India, we will be able to give all water boards throughout our country 24-hour supply. Unfortunately, we in India, no water supply board has ever claimed that they are going to supply for 24-hour water. So our vision for Viksit Bharat claims that we should work for this goal of efficient use of water. Water use efficiency, we have created a task force. ASSOCHAM is our partner. I'm the member secretary for that task force. We are working for creating a Bureau of Water Use Efficiency, which is going to work like Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and we are going to limit like built environments, irrigation systems, the industrial sectors. We are going to create standards for that. I mean, just to give you an idea, the shape of things that are going to come. So this is our report. We have finalized a initial part of the report, and this report has, dwelt upon all the aspects of domestic sector, as well as industrial sector, power sector, and the irrigation sector. And we are hopeful that using efficient use of water, we will be able to take care of all our water needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu sir, for a nice insight on water use efficiency. Now, my question to Rupesh ji on regard to use of digital technology, clean technology in energy efficiency, if we can just give some small insight in few words.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think maybe I'm the odd man out, but then whatever presentation has been done, I can vouch from the very first presentation which Madam has done for the building. I'm sure they must have used some software to basically verify the naturally ventilated philosophy for your building, right? Or maybe the urban heat island effect for your building. You're not used, incredible, but we are into basically technology. So we use digital twin technology, which has been used for basically new building design to verify all the thing what you have shown. How to have 50% of energy efficiency, 70% or net zero or net positive. Okay, and the software allows you to not only have the energy thing, but also water and the waste. Okay. We have also used that technology for basically analyzing the existing buildings, how existing building can achieve the net zero or maybe the maximum energy efficiency by using latest technologies. So we use those technology on a virtual building, okay, and we are assured that the technology is going to be basically useful. Okay, so it is like doing the thing before, verifying the thing before you do it. Okay, what we have done is with the same tech, we have launched a platform for Singapore, okay, where anyone can basically access the building, okay, with a certain data sets, enhance the data sets, and generate a report of energy analysis, energy efficiency for that particular building. We did this because Singapore government has given a mandate that all existing establishment has to reduce their energy use by 30%, right? So there is a tremendous potential of retrofitting, retro-commissioning of systems, not only systems, but also the facade or any other passive elements in Singapore. A similar initiative has been taken by all governments. Like I read somewhere that the Abu Dhabi and Dubai government has also thinking of retrofitting 30,000 buildings, okay, for their net zero targets. All that assessment becomes a very easy and sort of an effective thing. You can do the analysis in a very reduced time, and you can be assured for the results. Okay, so since I work in Singapore, I very well know that Singapore uses the digital twin tech for the entire city. So I would give you an example. So even if they have to plant a tree, okay, they first check the thing on the digital twin, how the tree is visually affecting the surroundings or how the urban heat island effect is reducing. Okay. So they basically try and test that on the digital platform, and then they plant the trees. Okay. So I think it is relevant, all the presentations, whatever which was done by the presenters, okay. Digital twin tech is relevant to our built environment sector, and not only for new, but as well as existing buildings, okay. And I basically appeal people to maybe use it for their projects.
Thank you, Rupesh ji. now my question to Sonali, that in your building you using glass facade. So I believe if you would have not used glass facade, would have further made the building energy efficient. And what about your views on what Rupesh has said about twin technology? If you use that for your building, would it be improve it further?
Can you? Yeah. So it's not I don't believe in the concept that glass is generically bad. So if I talk about the pros of glass, I mean, it's a beautiful material that's been invented to create sort of a seamless connect between the outside and inside. Otherwise, imagine no glass and then we are sitting in a sealed box, right? That's the other extreme. So it has to be like everything else in design. It has to be a measured, scientifically understood use of material. So let's say bricks are really good, right? Okay. So now if I use some very thin brick, where will I get the U value from? And then it's a bad material. So similarly, glass has to be understood that glass is not one kind of glass. For a layman, glass is a transparent piece of surface, which isn't the case. Glass has a lot of variety which is designed for different uses. In fact, a very loosely used term now is performance glass. But that is actually a combination of different types of glasses which when they come together, used with various films, various coatings, actually creates a very scientifically measurable material that will provide as much light transmittance that you need, as much visual clarity that you need, sometimes you don't and sometimes you do, as much safety that you need, as well as thermal performance as you need. So it is a matter of not seeing it like all bricks are not bricks, all concrete is not concrete, and all glass is not just glass. So it has to be understood as building science, and then it is a beautiful material.
Thank you, Sonali. Now, a quick question to Bhave sir is regarding what are the key, can you just enlist 2-3 key indicators other than what are generally listed for by the government for mitigation of the clean construction practices, which are mandatory environmentally to people for following? What other than that which you think can be added to that list to improve the clean construction practice and which will improve air quality tremendously on the construction site?
Sure, sir. Thank you for this good question. Actually, we as WRI, I mean, as project proponent, we are also thinking in this way. Some of the key measures that we have taken at the site was, covering the site while excavation, because a lot of loose soil, when it comes up during the windy time, it spreads everywhere. The second is, cutting and grinding of material. That should happen in a closed or confined premises. Usually people do it outside, then it creates PM 2.5 also, and it spreads everywhere. You have different transport material that comes inside the premises, and those are diesel based, heavy commercial vehicles. So if you need to control those emissions also. Apart from that, sir was talking about, Anuji was talking about water conservation. So we are also thinking in the same way that some of the measures, like if you want to control, requires water. Let's say sprinkling of water at site, washing of tires of different materials. Even during cutting and grinding, some water is being used. So how to reduce that? So we are also preparing one innovation challenge, and Mr. Sandeep Narang is here. He's been helping us all the time regarding this project, and thank you, sir, for this. But we are also developing one innovation challenge wherein we are going to invite everyone from startups to everyone, I mean, who works in real estate industry. Help us identify, we have identified some measures, but beyond that, frugal innovation that needs to be required on ground, which doesn't cost too much to builders and real estate people, because we have seen that once the cost becomes high, people hesitate to take action on ground because their profits dwindle. So that is why that innovation challenge hopefully will come up.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can I invite Krishna Mukti, sir, for a product presentation, please?
Plumbing, this word, I think even during my school days when I heard this for the first time, I said, plumbing? Seriously? Not my cup of tea. Aaj bhi my son asks me, Papa, are you serious? You are in plumbing sector. You make toilets, you make something related to toilets. I said, yeah, can you imagine your day without, even one day without it, right? So that's the importance of plumbing. And so just to set up a context, all of you, I'm sure, have heard about flush valves. You've heard about the concealed tanks that are used for toilet flushings and all. Sloan is the inventor of the whole concept of a flush valve, way back in 1906. Apparently, those days, they used to use about 55 liters of water for each flushing, 1906. And of course, with one invention of this flush valve, or late Mr. Sloan used to call it the flushometer, they brought it down to about 18 liters, straight on, 200% lower. So that's the history of Sloan. And I will try to link it as to what similarity that journey has vis-a-vis our journey in India, which we just started. Right, and I'm glad to hear, in fact, last session and even in this session, we have heard a lot about plumbing, water management, because a few years back, people were hesitant to talk about plumbing. Plumbing was always, jitna last mein paisa bacha hua hai, budget bacha hua hai, plumbing mein dal do, right? But people really never realized something that goes behind the wall actually will cost you more when you start getting into that maintenance circle, as against the things that come on the wall. Right. So we are glad. One of the sessions very recently, I think about 6-8 months back, Anuj ji bhi the usme. One of the plumbing related sessions we were having, where Ms. Archana from the Ministry of Jal Shakti, she made a very sweet statement. She said, make water cool, right? When you make water cool, people will start connecting with it, better. I think that's what the entire fraternity, the plumbing association, the plumbing bodies are doing together. And Sloan, not only in India, even in the world, has been an integral part of many such organizations. I'll take you through them. Right. So, of course, Mr. Anuj has given you a very detailed impact or status of water in the country today. How bad is it? Right. As you see here, the water stress in the world, India is reeling already. I think all of us have to really very consciously start considering the consumption patterns, the water conservation methods that we are all taking up, right? This is something that shows, because this is going to be the next geopolitical dynamic influencer very soon. It could be the next data that we talk while we're talking today. Right? Of course, we have a lot of water in the world, but none of it is really usable. We all know that. So as I said, way back in 1900s, about 55 plus liters were used. And today we are talking about 6 and 4 liters, per each of the flushing area. And this is about India, right? We talk about 18% of the world's population, and hardly about 3 to 4% of the water resources, fresh water resources. And even out of this 4%, I think 1.5% is with the glaciers. We shouldn't touch those for our own safety. So we're talking about just about 2.5% of water resources available with us. So let's be conscious about our usage. This is how the sector is used. A lot of water. Incidentally, I was in Goa last week. I heard a lot about that, ma'am. I was in Goa, and I did realize that, the kind of water that we use in a hotel versus what we do in a house, I think at least double or more than that. It does happen, right? And we were in a 5-star, of course, and they used only plastic bottles. So the same group that does not use plastic bottles in the other tier 1 markets, right, in Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, wherever I travel, the same group uses glass bottles, but in Goa, no. They use plastic bottles. I gave a feedback to them, though. But yeah, that's a reality. That's a reality. These are the water bodies that are very active across the world, and Sloan has been partnering with them for right from their inception, because our history is probably more than any of those bodies that you see. Right. So I'll just take you through one of the innovations that we brought in India, the flushometer. Though the product, of course, exists for more than a century, the same product that the West uses not necessarily is the best product for India. So Sloan went back to its fundamentals. What we did is we registered the company in 2016, making Sloan India Private Limited. But then we first took engineers, we first took the quality managers and not the salespeople. So 2016 to 2019, we invested only in understanding the Indian market, the preferences, the water conditions, what are the trends. And a couple of very beautiful insights that we got. People, they used to use a lot of flush valves. But today, if I say flush valve, everyone knows that they are water guzzlers. Each flush uses about 15 liters of water, depending on the water conditions. So a lot of water. So the entire industry then slowly moved to concealed tanks or exposed tanks, depending on their preferences, because at least they knew that I want to use 6 liters of water for my flushing, right? But at least whatever it is the reason, I know that it's just 6 liters that I'll be consuming. So slowly the industry moved from the flush valves to the tanks. That was the movement. That happened about 15 years back. And now with STP water becoming mandatory, the treated water becoming mandatory in most of the tier 1 markets, the construction markets, the challenges have changed. We have those operational efficiencies of those STP plants which go down, up and down, sinusoidal waves you see, and those create a lot of issues with those concealed tanks. And once your concealed tanks gets into a problem, you have no choice either to live with it or to break. Again, huge wastage of your resources. Now what is, right? And of course, once you have a concealed tank, you cannot change the water consumption pattern. You've designed your tank for 6 liters of flushing. Today, Bharat Tap initiative says use 4 liters. What do? One very interesting case, we went to a government project of CPWD, and the chief engineer, brilliant gentleman, he said, I am using 4.5 liters from my 6-liter tank. We said, sir, how is that possible? He just opened his tank and showed me 2 bricks inside, right? So that's the innovation. But yeah, but that's not sustainable, right? You can't do that with a concealed tank. So we understood all these problems. Then we came out with the Indian version of the flushometer, which we call the True Flush, which addressed all these issues. Now we ensured, of course, that's how the product looks. I didn't want to make it a product presentation, but now what it basically did was, this is how it looks. Irrespective of the water conditions, this flushometer ensures that you choose the volume of the flush, this will do it. You want 4 liters, 4.5 liters, 6 liters, 3-6 combination, anything you want. You will get it with this system, right? You want to change a 6-liter flushing system to a 4-liter after 3 years of your project, you can do that at the site, right at the site without breaking open. So this is going to change the dynamics of the Indian flushing industry. And that's how we very firmly believe that, 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, you would only see this or similar solutions which will be addressing those new challenges that you will see with increased construction cycle and increasing harshness of the water that you will be able to see here, right? A lot of things are there, of course, a lot of other products. Now we've started making this product in India and already exporting to entire eastern side of the world. This is the largest facility, and Sloan, of course, has made India the regional hub and addressing the entire eastern market. We see that the consumption patterns of the entire east, the codes of the entire Southeast Asia. I'll be done less than that. Thank you. The codes are also very similar, and the preferences are also very similar across the Southeast Asian countries with India, right? So this of course we've started manufacturing now in India right from 2020, and we see a lot of traction, and we see a lot of good feedback coming in from the people who've started using it, right? Yeah, I have a lot of technicalities. I'll not take your time into that. Yeah, this is what we are. And another beautiful innovation we brought in for, of course, slightly premium. It's called the air deck solution, which when you go to a commercial place, high traffic commercial place, these are the issues that commonly see, right? Most of the airports, you have one person standing there mopping the floor and saluting you, right? And saying thank you. I don't know. God bless them, but yes, that's the fact. I mean, he has to keep mopping. It's a very unsafe practice. Air deck brings in the beauty of the soap, the water, and the dryer all together right there. So it meets what an architect or interior designer wants to do for those premium areas. and at the same time, very, very safe. It's compliant for the specially challenged people also. Even the wheelchair can go there, and the height has been adjusted based on that. So all those nitty-gritties have been taken care of. It's already going into a lot of airport lounges, even in India. We started making it in India as well, this one. So out of a whole gamut of products, these two products, I think, were worth sharing with the audience sitting here. And yeah, you can Google, and with these names, you will find it all over internet about these new solutions and all. Thank you. Thanks for the time. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Anyway, one last question to Jennifer, ma'am. What do you think about the capacity building of cities with respect to tourism? You said increased tourism. Do you think there should be a limitation for eco-restoration of tourists to a city? Can you control that, and can you put government can make certain policies to control or the tourists in the city so that eco-restoration or ecological balance is maintained?
I think if Delhi can do it, Goa can do it, like he said. And of course, yes, any place, there's a limitation of how much capacity. When you say Delhi, Delhi doesn't have so many trees and water bodies like Goa has got. So actually land mass is very small in Goa. So in that small land mass, you have a lot of people. Besides, of course, ASSOCHAM, GEM, has to work on getting more projects on the ground in Goa, because those hotels, that Kalangut area needs to have more responsible tourism happening, so that they don't waste water, they don't waste energy, they don't waste waste, because we need circular economy happening. So these are the kind of things that need to be put in place. And like, it's mentioned, other places it happens, the hotel chain does it everywhere else, but not in Goa. The reason it's happening is the policies are not in place. So there has to be a conversation over what we are doing and why we are doing it and destroying the very place we love. So, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we need to do capacity building and make some policies on limiting the floating population in our buildings and cities so that ecological imbalance can be controlled. And thank you to all the panelists for their contribution and their wonderful presentations this evening. They covered all the aspects related to eco-restoration and performance based on the green building rating system which GEM is dedicated to. And thank you all the panelists, and thank you all of you which are integral part of this session for contribution and peaceful and a patient listener to and contributing to the session. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much to our eminent speakers and moderator. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to request architect Naveen Sharma, Chairman GEM Chhattisgarh, and Principal Architect Naveen Sharma and Associates to kindly join us here on the dais to present the token of gratitude to our speakers of the session. To Shri Anuj Kamal, Commissioner, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. To Shri Bhavesh Sharma, Senior Program Manager, World Resources Institute. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. To Dr. Jennifer Lewis, Partner, Kamath Infra Tech Private Limited. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. To Shri Siddhant Malhotra, Advisor, Climate Change and Circular Economy. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. To Architect Ashish Gupta, Architect, Urban Designer, Founding Partner at First Principle, New Delhi, in Northern Chapter, Chairman, the Indian Institute of Architects. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Shri Rupesh Umtol, Global Head, Digital Twins and Allied Services, Soft Tech Engineers Limited. Architect Lokendra Balasarai, Chairman, GEM Gujarat and Founder, Tree Walks, Ahmedabad. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Ms. Sonali Rastogi, Founder, Partner, Morphogenesis. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking your precious time out and joining us here. To Shri Krishna C. Mukti, Director, Sloan, India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. And last but not the least, our moderator of the session, Architect Vijay Garg, Chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Delhi. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. With this, I now request all our panelists to kindly join together for a group picture. An integral part of our 6th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo is recognizing and celebrating outstanding contributions to sustainable practices in the realm of construction and design. Without further ado, may I now invite Shri Pankaj Dharkar, Chairman, GEM Green Building Council and President, Pankaj Dharkar and Associates, to kindly join us here on the dais. To architect, I would now like to request Architect Vijay Garg, Chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Delhi, to kindly join us here on the dais. And now I would like to invite Architect Gautam Vikas Desai, ex-Chairman, State Environmental Appraisal Committee, Goa, to kindly join us here on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, GEM Green Building Certification Program recognizes, honors projects and products which have undergone GEM certification progress. The award imbibes the principle of sustainability through a rigorous process of physical audits, verification, validation, and certification. We present you the 6th edition of the awards for all national and prestigious projects in India who have been certified GEM Diamonds. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand as we begin our award ceremony. Please join your hands together.
Yeah, thank you so much, Reet. Thank you so much for the wonderful moderation for the whole day. So, clapping for Reet, first of all. She's here with us since 8 o'clock in the morning and still energetic. She will be there definitely for tomorrow also. So, clapping for you, Reet. Thank you so much. So, friends, the time has come. So, as Reet mentioned, what we do is, as a procedure, the projects we certify with the GEM Green Building Certification. So we invite all the awardees for this, our annual flagship event. So thank you so much, all awardees, those who have come today. Delhi, from various parts of the country. We can understand that, the fog situation in Delhi is very, very tough, and many of the flights were cancelled, delayed, even though you are here. So thank you so much, first of all, for being here. So we would like to start this, this award ceremony. So we have certified around 55 plus projects with GEM Green certification, out of which we have many awardees here. So we will begin with the Suparshnath E Cooperative Housing Society Limited. And from the project side, we would like to invite Mr. Siddharth Kunkulol. And from the consultant side, Sprout Praniti, for receiving the awards. So clapping, friends. Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful. Next, we would like to invite Redevelopment of Paradise Cooperative Housing Society Limited. And from client side, we would like to invite architect Sopan Prabhu and Roshni ji from Roshni Udayawar Consultant for receiving the award. Next would be Ozone Industrial Growth Cluster 2, Gilot, Rajasthan, we would like to invite Mr. Ranjan Agrawal, Senior VP, Design and Project, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Mahavar, AGM Design and Project, Mr. Mahesh Chand Sharma, AGM Project, Mr. Keshav Singh, AGM Project, and Ashima from Envour Design. Welcome, please. Next we have Jaipur International Airport Limited, and I would like to invite Shri Vishnu Mohan Jha for receiving the awards. Shri Vishnu Mohan Jha from Jaipur International Airport. Friends, clapping की आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Next, we would like to invite Sarthak Sahyog. The project name is Sarthak Sahyog, Shri Onkar Gaur, and Eco Solutions and team. Please. I would request Architect Anupam Mittal ji to please come on the stage for giving away the awards. Anupam ji. Next is 51P Village, Belavadi, and Projekta Kemkar Kiran from client side, Khamka and Dreams Eco Solutions and Team Eco Solutions for receiving the awards. I would request all the awardees to please stay with us. We will have a group photograph after the awards. Next is Ocean Naukar, and I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Kumar Jain and Team Eco Solutions for receiving the awards. Mr. Dilip Kumar Jain. Next is IOS, and from this I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh and Team Eco Solutions for receiving the awards. Thank you, Team Eco Solutions, for registering so many projects from Maharashtra. Thank you so much. Next would be Pravati Kunj Elite, and I would like to invite Mr. Saurabh Surana and Team Eco Solutions. Project is Pravati Kunj Elite. मैडम आप स्टेज पे ही रहिए. Next is Yashwin Encore. I would like to invite Projekta Chamker Kiran, Khemka and Team Eco Solutions. Team Eco Solutions. Next is Address 1, Mr. Rachit Rahul Agarwal and Team Eco Solutions. Next is Avni CHS Limited. I would like to invite Mr. Vicky Thomas and from consultant side Roshni Udayawar to receive the awards. Next would be Shraddha CHS Limited again. From, I would like to invite Mr. Vicky Thomas and Roshni ji, please stay here for the next award also. And last but not the least, next is Craft Machines India Private Limited. I would like to invite Shri Sanjay Garg ji, Chairman, and Shri Pawan Bansal ji for receiving the awards. I would like to invite Ashima from Enviro Design also to please receive the awards. Craft Machines India Private Limited, Mr. Sanjay Garg ji and Pawan Bansal ji, and Ashima from Enviro Design. I would request all the awardees to please come on the stage for the group photograph with your plaque and certificate. For group photo. Group photo. लेंगे ही लेंगे. Yes, sir. For the group photograph, I would like to invite all the awardees for the group photograph, please. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder, tomorrow would be the second day of the GEM 6th International Sustainability Conclave and Expo 2024. We would be starting our first session tomorrow right on time at 10 a.m. followed by other sessions, and we would request you all to kindly join us tomorrow as well for all the sessions starting from 10 a.m. We have 4 sessions tomorrow starting from 10 a.m. We would request everyone to kindly join us tomorrow as well, right on time at 10 a.m. We will be starting the second day. May I now request Mr. Pinaki Das Gupta, ASSOCHAM GEM, to share a few words with us for a word of thanks.
So we have come to the end of the day's program. Thank you so much. And I just take a few moments here to thank our esteemed panelists, guests, and you people. You deserve a big hand of applause. Please clap for yourself. You have endured us for the day. And also I wanted to extend my warm greetings and acknowledgement to our GEM team under our Assistant Secretary General and HOD, Mr. Neeraj Arora, and my colleagues Amit, Shubhavrata, Tarun, Harish, Deepak, who has been behind all the presentations. To your right, Deepak has been running all the presentations. Thank you so much. And all the rest of the people who have been through the day. And enjoy today's evening, and we welcome you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you so much.
13 chambers, including Bengal, Bombay, Burma, Ceylon, Chittagong, Cochin. Why I'm saying this is that was Bharat. Bharat was more than what we saw today, but these are pre-Independence Day from where we started our journey. And we have now very pleasing thing that we are across the country with 450,000 plus members. And of course, the GEM certification, as I briefed you, is most infant certification program, but we are catching up with all other certification agency, and it is the testimony that you all are here this evening and you have witnessed some fascinating sessions today, and tomorrow you are also going to see some fantastic sessions coming up through eminent architects, developers, decision makers of this nation who are going to transform this country into a green and sustainable situation. So we all understand the importance of this, and ASSOCHAM GEM has been having various specialized certification program, could be green interiors, also for the logistic parks, healthcare, and also rating systems specifically designed for railways. So this is something which is very important, because Prime Minister wants 500 railway stations to be transformed into airports, and we are seeing a lot of development happening. I have many friends here, architect friends, who are helping nation to build that, including Anupamji, Beenaji, who has come from Bangalore, Lucknow, Anupamji comes from. Several stations are getting transformed through their hands, and they are our gems in ASSOCHAM GEM rating program. So we also have eco product certification. We will witness them with a lot of important development happening on this front, and I will urge all of you who have not yet got their product certification, please come forward and do it from our side. And we have our program, which is completely dependent on ECBC 2017 and then National Building Code 2016. And we do believe that our program is the most simplified version, a completely indigenized program, not taking anything from other certification programs of the world, but our own ECBC and our own National Building Code and our history, which is quite sustainable as in the, I would say, passive technologies. So our program deals with sustainability, daylight, energy and water efficiency, indoor air quality, fresh air, more green areas, human comfort. And this is the only program which also recognizes fire and life safety as important component. We are linking it to FSAI Suraksha Index, and you will soon see this also getting rolled. We have 5 levels of certification starting from GEM 1 to GEM 5. Today evening we saw some fantastic projects which were awarded, and also tomorrow many of them will get awarded. And we are very proud that a huge number of projects coming up across the nation. ASSOCHAM GEM has a vision to be global leading, preferred and trusted sustainability partner for built environment and industry. And our program covers 5 elements of circular approach: air, water, fire, soil and space. And we do understand and we do believe that GEM Green Building Certification will lead to optimized designs, lean construction, energy saving, optimized solid waste management, water and wastewater management, and enhanced quality of living standards. We are taking care in ECBC 4th and 7th pillar, the 4th being save energy and 7th being natural light, fresh air, improving quality and connectivity of outdoor and indoor spaces. Today's sessions were covered many aspects of that. Tomorrow we are going to highlight many of them. So apart from GEM's green building program, we have carbon footprint assessment, lean rating programs, water audit, energy audit, ISO 14001, NAC environment aspect compliances, life cycle assessment, CHG emission, business responsible and sustainable reporting. And also for ASSOCHAM GEM service for projects by architects and developers and consultants, which covers GEM Green Building Certification, GEM Eco Product Certification, Environment Management Plans, Disaster Management Plans, Energy Audits, Consent to Establish, Consent to Operate, Factory Licenses, EIA through QCI accredited partners. And we have aligned our national and global priorities with G20, COP27, 28 has been an event just now concluded in Dubai where ASSOCHAM team was present, and also we are taking care of Prime Minister's very important mission of creating awareness about life, which is lifestyle for environment. We do believe that carbon footprinting measurement is an important area where a lot of work is going to happen, considering the fact that we want to move towards net zero by 2070, and by 2030 we have many ambitious plans which are put up forward by the government and India. So to calculate, aim, offset, communicate and comply will be the way forward for carbon footprinting. As I said, GEM Eco Product Certification will lead to elements of circular approach, which will mean environmental impact, social impact, global impact, indigenous to India, cost impact and quality consideration. So my congratulations to all those people who are going to get awards, going to get recognized from GEM today, this evening on this platform. So these are some important companies who have already got their GEM Eco Product Certification, and many we are going to see today. So this is going to lead to product footprinting, brand reputation, investor confidence, technological and interventions and suggestions. It is also going to lead to resource efficiency, gain regularity, agility, accelerate the climate-focused initiative, decarbonization with strategic foresight, operational and sustainable behavior, and better asset management. ASSOCHAM is working all through the industry with several partners. You saw the Secretary of Jal Shakti today, this evening on the platform. So we are representations in Bureau of Water Use Efficiency. We are chairing that for the domestic sector, co-chair for the industry. We are working with BE and IETA for Indian carbon market. We are working with BE for State Energy Efficiency Action Plan. You saw in the morning United Nations UNEP representative was here, Atul Bagai Sahab himself, who is heading the country, was there in the inaugural session. So we have observer status with UNFCCC. We are working with several architects, MEP consultants and NIUA. Especially you will see that most of our chairmen are eminent architects from their respective states. For decarbonization, we are working with MOE, CEW, WRI and ISHRE are our partners. We are very fortunate that at early stage we have got certification done for several prestigious projects of the nation, which includes the Habibganj station at or the newly named Kamalapati station at Bhopal. Also a very beautiful 7-star hotel built on the railway station, which is for Leela, is also certified by GEM, or both the certifications are for 5. We today saw many new projects got certified, but we are very proud that Navi Mumbai, Pune is getting many certification, and across the country, the airports, terminal stations and many important projects of the nations are certified by GEM. These are the certification which is going to happen in these 2 days. Few are already got certifications, the awards today and tomorrow, between tomorrow. We are very proud that across the country we have got recognition. GEM is impaneled with Rajasthan, Kerala, Gujarat, Delhi, Maharashtra, building bylaws, and we are also proud that many important buildings, starting for pharmaceutical companies like Abbott, for hotel chains of ITC and Hilton, important universities of the nation, and a very big development like Sri City near in Andhra Pradesh is also empaneled with by us, and also 100+ MOUs have been signed up with educational institute, We saw today a parallel session happening with student communities, thanks to Sanjay Narangji and all my chairs who addressed the students, and it was a very fascinating experience because the entire hall was jam-packed. These are some certifications from Rajasthan government, from Maharashtra government, from Kerala government, from Gujarat government, you can see from the Delhi government, and we are also impaneled with NIUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, along with other certification agencies, and CRESIL, the financial agency, which is also recognizing GEM as one of the certifying agencies. So friends, we are here with several organizations like FSCI, ISHRE, ASHRE, ISLE, NARADCO, NIRI, SESI. Today we also signed our MOU with CREDAI. So we have been working with like-minded societies, and we want to ensure that we do a lot of program across the country with our societies. These are 100 plus MOUs signed with various universities, and our 4th conference happened in India Habitat Center, followed by in Lucknow, and today we are here. Friends, I think today there is a need for all of us to come together and take lifestyle for environment forward as a campaign, and this can become a mass movement towards environmentally conscious lifestyle, said our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So I think this is a fantastic evening. I will not like to talk more. I think we have an excellent partner presentation coming up, followed by fantastic awards, and then a very, very interesting and evening set up together by my team leaders. Thank you, Anupamji. Thank you, Neeraj and entire team for setting this evening to freshen up and be ready for tomorrow morning session at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Can I have the voice back? Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let me now invite Shri Sanjay Kaul, Head Business Development, Simpolo Group, to present a presentation. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good evening to all of you. It's a great occasion to be here this evening amidst the distinguished members of ASSOCHAM, the members of the architect fraternity, and all the well-wishers who are here this evening to cherish what Simpolo brand is all about. So without taking much time, I will start with the presentation as to what we have stood for and what is the way forward we are looking at working in the building and construction industry and tiles and bathware in particular. So the philosophy as far as the organization Simpolo is concerned, which commenced its business and operations in 1977, was, and I would still use the word is, to keep innovating and to keep giving newer products, products that have always remained outstanding, products that have stood for the optimal what you can get while you traverse through this journey as far as the entire gamut of the working is concerned, because what we have stood for and what we are doing through our research, through our innovation, I'll share when I go ahead with the presentation. Plus, I would request all of you, during the course of this program and whenever you have time, whenever you are comfortable, between today and tomorrow, we have displayed our products out here, just outside. And as you take a ride, the entire new range of products is displayed out here. So please have a look, and I'm sure you will get to know a lot more about what Simpolo is all about. So we were the first ones to have this nanotechnology in 2008, which was for the double charge vitrified tiles long time ago. Then we came out with these outdoor tiles in 2013. The brand is known as Rock Deck. Outdoor tiles available in 16 mm and 20 mm for driveways, and a product that has stood for its quality, for its uniqueness during all the years together we have put in the industry. Then we have this handcrafted basins in 2005, we got it introduced, which is a part of our sanitary ware. And in 2020 we had introduced this antibacterial surface. And there's a lot more to that, which I'll share it with you in the subsequent slides. This is our business, what we have achieved over the years, with a turnover of almost close to 1450 crores, looking for about almost 6,000 crores by 2030. Now I'll come to the point as to what our perspective about a good design is. I think that's essential, because as architects, as interior designers, while you specify the product, while you approve the brand, while you shortlist the products, there's a lot more to understand the nitty-gritties as far as what the product is all about, how do we use it, how do we utilize it, and how do we make it more user-friendly. So there is a product development, there is a good design, and what is that good design saying, and what is that good design all about? So it is essentially the rich aesthetics, product performance, and satisfying needs. The rich aesthetics, if you see, talks about the material inspiration. It talks about the natural tones, more of randomness, and sharp graphics. So most of our products, what you will see, which are on display out here, will have all this, what we talk about rich aesthetics. The next is the material inspiration. Where do we get the inspiration for the material that we give it to you, that we produce, that we research, that we innovate? So it's the natural tones, more of randomness, and again the sharp graphics. The rich aesthetics comes from the natural tones as well as more randomness. And the sharp graphics, as I said, always plays the role. The next is the product performance. The product performance depends upon the surface durability, because while you select the tiles, whether it is for flooring, whether it is for outdoor, whether it is for banquets, whether it is a high traffic application, the durability of the surface matters a lot, and for that we have different product designs, different features which are all there. The appropriate thickness of the tile matters a lot. If it is going to be used for indoors, what is the thickness we are looking for? What is the thickness for the outdoors? What is the thickness for the ramps, for the pool decks? Then the choice obviously comes on the sizes. What kind of sizes are we looking for? The smaller the place, we may opt for a smaller size. If there are large banquet halls like these, we may opt for larger formats. And the applications, which matter quite a lot. So all those put together ultimately reflects, as far as the product performance is concerned, and while we talk about product performance, then there are these various applications which we have discussed, and subsequently the satisfying needs. The satisfying needs are important and essential while we do make a lot of effort in giving you the best of the products, the best of the range, the best of the finishes, and that's what satisfying needs is all about. Complete product basket, which is a total put together of the full body vitrified tiles, what we offer, the glazed vitrified tiles, the ceramics, the porcelains, everything is there with us. Ease of selection, and what are the global trends. So if you see whatever I have shared with you now, up till now, a lot more needs to be done, which we are always striving for, and that is the reason we are much, much higher in terms of our offering to the industry, to the stakeholders, and that helps us in giving the niche products selections, and that is what the good design talks about, and that is what we need to offer and what we have been doing. Amongst these good designs, we have launched a new range, what is known as Spectra, which is breaking the stereotypes, and this has been specifically inspired from the herbs and the spices. So if you look at the Spectra collection, these are all the solid colors what we offer. And I'm sure this kind of a selection, we are the first ones who have given it to the industry and to the users. We have the Spectra Soft, which has got vibrant shades and a palette designed to create the new chromatic dialogues. Then we have the Spectra Bright. We have Spectra Sandy. These are the various Spectra offerings. And then we have a mount texture which has got an iconic profile of mountains to inspire the texture that expresses an appealing material three-dimensionally. So these are some offerings which we have in Spectra. We have this fence texture. I mean, you see the design, it is very clearly talking about the fence. Then we have these decors. And I'm sure while you do these kind of projects, the selection as far as the decors is concerned, which we offer in the size of 200 by 200, gives you a much, much richer look than what you would have visualized. So these are all the mix and match combinations what we are offering you in these carpet decors with our normal tile range. And then we have these mesa and the motif decors. Something unique, which are the bricks. These are the bricks which we offer, and they are both available in gloss and matte finish. I mean, assuming you do a wall, you're doing a wall in your house or in your office, you can have one of these walls done with this bricks texture, which is either matte, your choice, or a glossy one. Again, a brick combination. This is what the Spectra collection is all about in terms of the sizes and thicknesses. The smallest of the size is 58 by 250 mm, which is 8.5 mm thick. This is the brick. And the largest format is 1200 by 2780 mm, which is a 6 mm thickness. So when we talk of a slab, or when we talk of the largest format which you are seeing out there, the extreme left one, you can have it on the wall as a backdrop, you can have it on the tabletop, you can have it for your cupboards, for your windows, for your cupboards, utilize it in place of a veneer. 6 mm thickness is hardly anything. So this is the thinnest of the products which we are offering in the Spectra range, varying from 6 going up to 9. These are the various large formats which we have utilized and shown how you can use it, you can use these large formats and the different applications. Now let's taste the essence of the colors. Rich aesthetics, product performance, satisfying needs, and the product performance, as I said, depends a lot more on what the surfaces you offer. And the surfaces has grown in terms of the matte surfaces. I mean, the market has shifted. You all know, I'm sure, all of you, while you specify the products, most of the movement of the products today across board is happening in matte finish. Either it is a matte or more of a rustics, more of the products which have low maintenance, easy to use, and as I said, increase the performance of the matte surface. So this gradually has caught on well with the end users also, and the specifiers and approvers both have got their inclination and choices moved towards the matte. The Mohs hardness of the matte surfaces is 6 over here, which is the abrasion resistance or the abrasion what you test on the surface. Greater than 6 is the extra strong surface, and the strongest of them all is the new product what we call as the Strong X. And what is Strong X surface all about? The Strong X surface, which we have launched just in the recent times, about a month or two back, has a Mohs hardness of 8. Now when you talk of a Mohs hardness of 8, this is the flooring which we are offering to you for the toughest and the most rugged situation where your flooring is going to get the abuse. So no matter whether it is a cafeteria, whether it is a dining area, whether it is a hostel, students' hostel, whether it is a canteen, whether it is the office corridor, office movement, any public place, this is the product which we have designed as far as the high traffic application is concerned. And if you were to look at it as a comparison, on the Mohs scale, talc is 1, which is the softest, which is your talcum powder, what talcum powder we use. That powder, that is talc, which is at 1. Gypsum is at 2, calcite is at 3, fluorite is at 4, apatite is at 5, feldspar is at 6, quartz is at 7, topaz at 8, corundum at 9, and diamond is supposed to be the hardest at 10, which we use for cutting the glass. The diamond bits, if you see, that is utilized for cutting the glass. So we are talking of a product which no one has offered as far as the market is concerned, and if it is at Mohs hardness of 8, I would say, what more you need? What is that you are looking for in a product? So this is something which is way above what the market and the industry is offering. Anytime you think about a flooring which is going to get abused, which is going to have a high footfall, high traffic of human footfalls, please look upon StrongX as the surface. This is highly scratch resistant, as I said, and with Mohs hardness of 8, no shine, pure matte, and a very clear design, absolutely clear, crystal clear design you will get on the surface. No shine, and as I said, absolute clear design. Very easy to clean, easy to maintain. With absolutely bare minimal efforts, I would say rather zero efforts. So this is the summary as far as what I just talked to you and discussed with you. This is the composition of the product. The top surface, what you are seeing, is the StrongX surface, the base glaze, and finally the body. The entire range, let me make it very clear, what we are offering to you and what we have discussed so far, whether it is bricks, or whether it is StrongX, or whether it is the decors, all of them are vitrified tiles. The 8 inches by 8 inches, 200 by 200 decors, I remember, and I still know for sure, all of you must have seen these tiles or these decors way back when the companies were making basic ceramic tiles in 200 by 200 with those vibrant colors, vibrant shades, but then it got off, moved out of the market. Now again, we have a plethora of the range which I shared with you. The next is the Impato collection, which we are offering. You can see the designs, the textures, the shades in this exclusive collection of Impato. There are these groove textures. Then there is another texture white. There's this glide. And then there's this 4 texture. There is this vertic. This is the total collection. Most of them are grays, and then the best part is, the collection what we offer, the permutation and combinations with which you can play around with the smallest of the bricks and the largest of the 9x4. You need not go and you need not apply your mind and as to keep thinking, अगर ये टाइल मुझे यहाँ मिली है, तो इसका combination कहीं और मिलेगा. That is not the thing. Everything is available to you at a single doorstep, and whatever the collection we offer, you can have your own choices and you can do mix and match as per your wish, as per your choice. So these are some of these collections and which we have shown it to you. There's a glossy tile of 60 by 20, 60 by 120. Then there is this tiny tile collection of 200 by 200. There is a StrongX of 600 by 200. And then there is textures of 60 by 120. So you can have the various combination in Impato, and then there's this largest format in StrongX of 1200 by 1800 and 798 by 1598. And there's another collection which we have launched, which is known as Otimo, with the paper matte surface, which has got zero reflection and no shine. It's got a soft feel, easy to clean and maintain. Any surface, irrespective of the application, today what do we look upon as far as any surface is concerned is the ease of maintenance, number one. Number two, the erosion of the surface or the application and the utility of the surface should be such that we have less of hassle while we use it in the indoors or the outdoors or any area of application. This is what matters apart from the aesthetics, design, and the thickness, what we look for when we do a short listing of the tile. So this is the paper matte and some applications which I am sharing with you of Otimo paper matte surface, StrongX, the glossy surfaces, and Likewise, the Spectra and the Impato collection, which I have shared with you. These are some of the products which are available with Impato in the fossil dough matte, fossil dough glossy, the punch finish, and the combinations. And then you can do the combinations with your various decors which are available and have this combination on the walls, have this combination on the floors. The next is the Impero collection, which are these large formats. Something very extraordinary we have done. I mean, I'm sure the marbles, Italian marbles, what you keep talking about, or which everybody has been talking about, you will get all those look and feel, high gloss products, large formats. You can do it on the walls as well as on the floors. And to support this, we have these two patented trademarks, the IM Plus and the Posh Surface, which we offer in our range. The IM Plus technology is our cutting edge, which makes the product water repellent and antibacterial and ensures that over a period of time it has a low maintenance. The Posh Surface, what we offer in our products, helps in making the product scratch free as well as stain resistant. The large formats, the larger slabs, what we recommend normally for kitchen counters, which we do it for tabletops, are the ones which require this characteristic, and all the products are scratch resistant and stain resistant. This is Rico 2 collection, which has got IM Plus top protection, which is there. Printing is done on the body. It is a colored body. Sizes is 1200 by 270, 2780. Then we have this Glimmer Tech, which is available in 6mm and 9mm. These are the different products available in Glimmer Tech. This is our flagship collection, which is Courtyard. And this collection is purely for the outdoors, which we have designed. And something very extraordinary in two sizes, which is a 2x2 format and a 2x4 format. This has been designed basis from the inspiration taken from the nature. We call it as the garden and the soil collection. Multiple options are available. Sorry. And different textures are available in the Courtyard collection. It is available as a protect surface, and these are the collections which are there with us in the soil textures and the brick textures. These are some of the shades, some of the collections which are there. The decors, what I shared with you, can have a combination with this Courtyard collection. So if you see, the different decors are having their various combinations with the soil, with the soil heritage base, soil heritage border, and the corner. The next is the kitchen deck, which is mainly for the kitchen countertops, which are available in two sizes, 790 by 2600 mm and 800 by 2400 mm, 15 mm thickness, 14 colors, 3 surfaces, colored body and full body both. Very ideal as far as kitchen countertop, tabletops, window ledges and lift lobby fascia is concerned. You can also use them for step and risers. And these can be bull nose, these can be cut at a 45-degree angle and the different shapes what you want. The next is the Piatto collection, which is again a large format. Then we have the Chef Stone, which is the Saga Procure series, which is posh finish, glossy and full body at 15 mm thickness, with 6 different shades and 6 different colors. These are some of the applications what we have shown. In fact, the kitchen countertops, where the basin is to be fixed, we provide the cutting as per the size, whatever you want the basin, and we can have this arrangement carried out as far as fixing the basin is concerned. So these are some of the products. These are the applicable applications as far as Piatto is concerned, and for Kitchen Deck and Piatto, you can use them as the kitchen countertops, tabletops. You can use them in the shopping malls, railway stations. Whole lot of applications are there. This is our perspective on good design. Thank you for the patient listening, and I am sure if you need any other support, we have the Simpolo galleries all across the major locations across Pan India. People from Delhi who are here, you can please visit our gallery at Sector 63 in Noida. We have all our team members out here, and I'm sure they will be able to assist. Besides that, we are there in Ahmedabad, we are there at Cochin, Calcutta, Bombay, and all major locations. We have our own franchise galleries and a vast setup of dealers who are there to support all along. And I'm sure we can make your dreams and we can make your thoughts, whatever is needed, we can make it happen. Thank you for the patient hearing and giving your valuable time. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sanjay sir. It was very informative, very exhaustive also. Also, we learned about Moh's hardness scale. Thank you for letting us know about that. So, our last formal engagement is what we call the GEM Eco Products Awards. These are given for products and innovation who satisfy certain criteria which are laid as per the ISO 14040 and also as per National Eco Product Standards. So for this, I would like to invite Pankaj Dharkar sir onto the dais, Vishnu Mohan Jha sir, and Sudhir Balakrishnan sir to give away the awards. Sir, all of you are invited, and also I would invite our Assistant Secretary General Neeraj Arora ji to kindly facilitate. Yes, sir, please. So I will call upon the names of the awards, and I will also request their representative to come and receive that. And it's, please hand kind of a applause to these people who have come a long way. Some have come all the way from Gujarat and Rajasthan. Okay, so the first is Achuk 101 water-based portable pressure fire extinguisher. And I would ask Rahul Shaji, sir, please, congratulations on receiving the award. Thank you, sir. The next one is lightweight aggregates. Lightweight aggregates LITAG, and I would request Sandeep ji to come and please receive the award. Thank you, Sandeep ji. I will ask Sandeep ji to please stay back. Sandeep ji, we have another product, biopolymer admixture, is again for LITAG. Thank you, Sandeep ji. A round of applause, gentlemen and ladies. The final award is goes to solar air conditioner from Jajot. And I will ask Mr. Shiv Agarwal ji to please come on the dais and receive the award. Many congratulations to Jajot and Shiv ji. Thank you everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after a day of incredible discussions and insights, it's time to recharge with the magic of our cultural, yet a very fun evening that we have planned for everyone. With this, I would also request you all, we have arranged cocktails and dinner just right outside this banquet hall.
Inspiration.
Are we all ready to get ourselves immersed in the beats, the laughter, the memories, and the conversations that we are going to be making here? With this, ladies and gentlemen, I am finally signing off. May I now request everyone to please put our hands together for the last time.
Like those of Spectrum.
Cocktails and dinner will be served right outside, but here, okay. Yes.
The designer collection.
How can I forget that? We have arranged an amazing band for everyone. So this band has been in the industry for 7 years. They are the pioneers when it comes to Bollywood music and Bollywood band. We have Avik, the band here with us. They will be here in any moment. While they were doing their sound check, I could see many of us tapping their toes, but that was just the sound check. The whole picture is left. They will be here any moment, and I hope you guys enjoy the night. The cocktails and dinner is right outside. Signing off, thank you so much. I'm going to see you at the day 2 of GEM 6 International Sustainability Conclave and Expo 2024, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
3 distinct chromatic palettes have been meticulously curated. One featuring soft and vibrant shades, another highlighting warm and bright colors, and a third embracing neutral, sandy tones. These color palettes are